Now we should be live, hopefully. That was weird. I don't know why YouTube changed my stream key like that. Okay, now we're live. That was weird and annoying. I'm gonna check the YouTube studio to see if it started up another stream on the old key.
Yeah,
Cause that
that might be a good idea.
yeah. I mean I already stopped the stream, but yeah. No, it doesn't. Let me just refresh just in case. Yeah, there's nothing there. What the hell?
It's like there was nothing at all.
Anyways, I don't know where the Reto is right now. Um, I did say start for 2:30, and he said yeah, and we're not late because of him. I'll make that clear now. We're late because of me.
Yeah. Well, and YouTube doing weird shenaniganry.
That too. We're even more late because of that. Um, yeah. I hope everyone's well. We're about to not be well because we're gonna watch not only a video about the Fallout show, but Actman's video about the Fallout show. The Fallout show is unbelievably good. Sure, buddy.
Yeah, already have a problem with that title.
Yeah. So, we had mentioned, I think on the last stag, that we were going to cover this next time. We might have even said next week, and that obviously didn't happen next week. Um, I wanted to do this video on stag before I release the Fallout video, because once I'm done with the Fallout video, I really don't want to talk about the show again until, like, Season 2 comes around, which, by the way, Setch, Season 2 begins filming next month.
Yeah, it's
Are,
got to be a fucking money laundering scheme at this point,
are,
honestly.
are you excited?
Not in the slightest.
There's so many more references. We could see a Gauss rifle, or a stealth suit. We could see
Or,
Mr. Hoos.
or maybe, just maybe, we could, I don't know, get a Fallout show that is written in the Fallout universe and set in the Fallout universe.
Yeah, that would be
That'd be nice.
nice. How did this garbage pile get a second season? Because a
They
lot of
had to.
people really liked it for some reason, and I don't know why. I
It's another thing too that they had to. They couldn't, like, regardless of the backlash that it got. Same thing with Rings of Power. They had to. There was no choice. They had to do another season.
Well, with Rings of Power, they had signed a contract in advance that, like, it's minimum 5 seasons or something like that.
Yeah, and they got a tax write-off for doing a second season in in a certain location, and I believe it's the same thing for the Fallout show. I believe that's why we're getting a second season.
Yeah.
And again, there were a lot of normie idiots that don't know anything about Fallout that thought this show was good.
Well, I'm not gonna say people who don't know about Fallout are idiots for liking the show. Um, because for a lot of people, they probably just saw it as dumb entertainment and didn't think about it too deeply, you know?
Yeah, I
Uh,
suppose that's the way more
I
to look at it.
I think it's just safer to give general people the benefit of the doubt. If people are ardently defending it and ignoring, like, proof and genuine arguments and stuff, that's a different story. But if it's like just, Joe down the street who's like, oh yeah, I saw that Fallout show, that was all right, I guess. It's like, yeah, that's probably someone who isn't going to be familiar with the lore or thinking too deeply about it. It's just
Yeah,
mindless
they don't know
entertainment to
anything.
them.
They're coming from a position of ignorance. They don't know anything about the like IP or anything.
Yeah. Um, there was something I wanted to mention, and I forget what it was. But there's another thing to bring up, and that's the video progress. It is almost done, as I've been saying for the past few streams. Um, One of the renders I did last night after yesterday's stream was down to 3 copyright claims from 4, which was down from 5. So progress, right? The following render had 4 copyright claims again.
Oof.
Yeah, it's very annoying. And part of what's bugging me is it's the same few places that keep getting hit no matter what I do to it. It's really weird. What it might be is for some reason the copyright claim on YouTube is incredibly shit, and the time codes won't actually reflect what's being hit. So in one
Yeah.
of the previous renders a couple weeks ago, where all the footage was visible, um, one of the time codes showed entirely gameplay footage between the two time codes that got claimed. It's like, well, that obviously can't be the Fallout show because it is literally not the Fallout show. So I wonder if it's different clips from an episode that are being hit, and the time codes are offset to show a different part of my video. So I'm correcting the wrong thing.
I mean, it could be. YouTube are not known for their quality in any of their systems.
Yeah, but I don't know how you fuck something like this up. If you have a 5-hour video and it's like, okay, from 427 to 437, a 10-minute clip of a show uninterrupted, it should show 427 to 437 as opposed to, um, you know,
Or
433
36.
to 452,
Yeah, yeah.
you know?
I agree with you.
Because that,
But
that
again,
just doesn't make
it's
any
YouTube.
sense that it wouldn't have accurate time codes. The whole point is that it's finding stuff that they believe is copyrighted. And it I hate it. I hate it.
Yep.
Nah, bro, the copyright issue is somewhere in there. Have fun with the scavenger hunt, slave. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty much what you got to do with YouTube.
Anyways, yeah, there was something else I wanted to mention, but I can't remember what it was. I know there was a dumb tweet from Actman in the past day or two, and I was considering bringing that up, but
Hmm.
I honestly just want to get through this video because um, I do enjoy doing Stag. It's just today I do want to get more work done on the video to try and get it done as soon as possible. So I want to try and get through this relatively quickly.
Yeah.
So,
And I'm actually pleased. Like, right before we started, I was working on the. Oh yeah, I want to tell people this because see if people can understand what the fuck happened. So I made some updates to the model, which the model is working fantastically. It looks gorgeous. I think it looks. The lip syncing is really good on it. Can't get the eyebrows working. Sad. But I exported it from Unity as a VSF, which is the higher quality export. It allows your proper shaders and everything like that working. Um, and I exported it and it was all fine. There was no errors or anything. And then I go to VC Face to import the model, and I couldn't find it. I was like, "What? I know I exported it to the exact folder I always do because I like to keep a record of everything." I go into the folder to look at it and was like, "Okay, did it not save?" I double click it, and it's saved as a SNES 9X ROM file. And I was like, "How? How the fuck did it? How the fuck did a VSF export save as a SNES 9X ROM file?" So yeah, that was a weird bit of shenaniganry with a Unity export.
hmm. So are we ready to get into this?
Yep, I'm ready.
Hmm. Sorry. All right then.
When it comes to video game televisions, how they turn out can often feel like Lady Luck flipping a coin.
You've made your last delivery, kid.
Arcane, Edge Runners, The Last of Us, all landed on heads. And
Well, I've never seen The Last of Us, but from what I've heard from people, it was actually pretty good.
Yeah, I heard Last of Us was decent. I just have no interest in the show. Edge Runners and Arcane were fantastic,
Oh
especially
yeah.
Arcane.
Yeah, I'd say Arcane is definitely the standout as the greatest video game adaptation of all time.
Yeah,
Like,
and
holy shit.
I put a significant portion of the conclusion of the Fallout video to talking about Arcane and the comparison to Fallout. They are complete opposite ends of the spectrum.
Oh, absolutely. Fallout is such absolute rancid dog shit, and then you've got Arcane, which is actually like a labor of love, and
Yeah.
holy shit. Even the music choices, like, again, it seems weird that they would do Everyone Wants to Be My Enemy, or they would do Enemy from Imagine Dragons, but it works so fucking well. Like,
Yeah, it's
holy shit.
weird. I've never listened to them before, and I wasn't big on the intro song at first. It did kind of grow on me.
Hmm.
I just find the animation of the intro to be so much more interesting, though.
I just like that the intro song at first seemed like just a random choice. Like, we need an intro song. Instead ended up being like thematically relevant to the entire like storyline of Arcane.
Yeah.
And it was like, damn, especially that ending though. The ending scene was fucking inspired. Holy shit. What a way to cut off the season.
Yeah, it's disappointing they're only doing 2 seasons. Like there's the next season is coming out in November or December, I think. It's like fuck. I wish there's
Yeah.
5 more seasons at this quality.
Yeah, I agree. And holy shit though. Hey, if the second season is as good as the first season and it doesn't overstay its welcome, I'll be totally fine with that.
Yeah, but maybe they'll do stories in other parts of the world because I'm not a fan of League of Legends, obviously. In fact, I make a joke in the video saying that comparing Fallout to Arcane is one of the most insulting things you could say about Arcane, aside from bringing up the fact that it's based on League of Legends. But I know nothing about the League of Legends lore. I've never played the game. I have no interest in it, and I did look up some stuff after like watching the show, and you realize like how big the world is, how many characters there are. Maybe after season 2 they'll do a different show in a different part of the world, focusing on different characters and factions.
I used to play League while ago, long time ago. This was back when Swain was still a fucking bird demon before they turned him into just a guy who gains slight bird traits instead. That was the coolest fucking part. Was he was like an old man, and then his ultimate was he literally turned into a fucking bird demon, just massacred people, and then they changed that. Now he's just a guy, just a normal guy. And it's very disappointing to me because he was way more interesting back in the day.
Yeah, that is one thing I heard is they had their original lore, and then they did a complete rework of everything and changed a lot of things. But
Yeah,
as I understand it, that was to improve the setting overall. And
yeah, which I'm fine with.
yeah,
I think some of them came out better than others. You know, I think that's the fairest assessment.
yeah. Yeah, I was listening to EFAP's coverage of Arcane, which I still need to finish listening to, after I'd watched the show. And they brought up the lore page for one of the characters, and I forget which character it was, but it was something that was like super, super fucking cringe and edgy. It's like, yeah, it's a good thing they changed that.
Yeah. Again, because a lot of it originally was just, you know, gamers wanting to make a game sort of thing. So you had a lot of the weird, like, this is totally my OC.
Yeah.
You know, this is my Mary Sue character.
Well, that was one of the things that really struck me when I saw what the character models in game looked like and what the gameplay looked like. It's like, oh shit, that's Warcraft 3. It's like, yeah, there's a bunch of MOBAs that came from Warcraft 3, like Dota, Defense of the Ancients, and was League of Legends originally a Warcraft 3 game mode, or was this just something original that was made in a very similar style, inspired by it?
It was inspired by it. It was its own thing. The original
so-
Dota was literally Dota. Like,
Yeah.
okay, that's I fucked up the way saying that. Blizzard wanted Dota, right?
Yeah.
They wanted it desperately. Valve Valve hired all the developers that worked on Dota because Valve realized what they had,
Yeah.
and Blizzard got super butthurt and salty about it.
Yeah, which is why when they did Warcraft 3 Reforged, you're like, no, any custom stuff you make in here belongs to us. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Which I think is really dumb, because they're not the ones who created it. It's the people who made it who, well, made it.
Yep. Yeah, Blizzard had nothing to do with Dota.
Oh my goodness! And of course, there's the fiasco with
press
Henry
play.
Cavill leaving The Witcher show.
I
so when I
did
heard
not.
that there was a Fallout TV series in production,
Is Pagan here?
Where,
Oh, he is here.
Wah.
yeah, I had an issue I had to work out.
It happens. We didn't get
Okay.
far into the video, as you can see.
Yeah. I agree with him on his take about how shit the Halo TV show was. Thank God it's dead now.
I still want to make videos covering that.
But don't you know, Fallout did it properly.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those ones where it's like, already I disagree with even the title of this video.
I'm gonna grab.
It visually looks like a Fallout game, sort of, until you get to the fucking junk punk nonsense of Bethesda's Fallout stuff.
Yeah, and I don't mind a junk town aesthetic. We literally had a town called Junktown in Fallout 1. I don't mind that in a place that isn't built up. Like, even in New Vegas, you know? Houses only gotten shit together in Vegas semi-recently, and most of the
Yeah.
locals live in old buildings or tin shacks, but that's fine, because this isn't a place that's been super inhabited by people for the past 200 years. It's a fucking empty wasteland for the most part.
Yep.
Just quickly, I want to grab the super chats that have come in. $5 from Itiko the Tricky. Thank you.
We-
Good day, Goat and Dragon. I'm here to provide soothing 12-gauge racking ASMR when needed. I'm ready to suffer
Ooh.
along with you both. Ah.
There is something super satisfying about hearing a shotgun, like, pump. Not a better way to say that, unfortunately.
Yeah, for playing a lot of games, I love gun sounds.
There is nothing that will ever top, though, the glorious, the legendary Elder Gat, aka the M1 Grand Ping.
$2 from Alpha Craig. Thank you. Last of Us had an unnecessary episode of gay sex. Well, alright then. I have heard about that. Yeah, I can't really comment on it. I haven't seen the show. $5 from Alpha Craig. Thank you. The comment AI summary said, some of y'all are excited for Fallout Season 2. Please level up the hate train. That might be because, I was kind of shitposting of, aren't you excited that they're starting filming for Fallout Season 2 next month?
Yeah, and the answer is absolutely not.
No. Do we have any more to say about Arcane before we continue? Because it did sound like you're in the middle of something there before the video started.
Well, I'm very interested to see where they're going to go with some of the character reveals for Season 2, for sure. Warwick is obviously coming in, and I am very curious how they're going to handle Warwick in Arcane setting.
Yeah.
Because, holy shit, dude is like a fucking murder machine cranked up past 11. So I'm very curious what they're going to do with that. Because
Yeah.
I don't know how interesting that would be just to have him constantly going around, unless he's kind of like the underlying threat or the distraction to the big bad. Like, that could be interesting.
Yeah. By the way, no spoilers, because Pagan hasn't seen it yet.
Yeah, don't worry. This is all conjecture. And I'm just talking about a character that's in the generic setting.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just making sure that we don't stray over that way.
Yeah.
I'm going to make Pagan watch it Clockwork Orange style. $5 from your favorite vampire succubus. Thank you. Wolf sends you an M1 Grand Ping. Enjoy. Oh.
Ah, it is the most satisfying sound in all
You-
of gun ASMR.
You can probably change your Discord ping sound to be that.
I don't know. Maybe I'll think about it. I know what I will do. Actually, I'll probably change my like donation sounds to that. Absolutely
Ooh.
fucking satisfying. Like maybe hit a certain threshold, you get the M1 Grand Ping.
Sorry, I was just eating there. 5
How dare you
euros
consume
from
sustenance.
yes. 5 euros from Logical's Moki. Thank you. There's no message with that, but I do appreciate it. Thank you.
I was a little skeptical, but those skepticisms were laid to rest, and the only thing I could say was,
What in the goddamn?
I expected the Fallout TV series to be average at best. But
It's much
It is
less
so
than
much
that.
less. Yeah,
You know,
it is one of
average
the
would
most
be
rancid
amazing
dog shits we've
in
ever got.
comparison.
I'm sorry, Pagan. I didn't mean to talk over you.
No, that's fine.
it is unbelievably good.
You want to make my cock explode now?
The Fallout show was
Why would you
Bro.
post that as unbelievable,
what?
unbelievably good, and then you post one of the cringiest lines of dialogue in the entire fucking show? How?
Is he gonna make the argument that Fallout has always been stupid and wacky and silly and unserious, so that line makes perfect sense and is super duper funny?
I probably. Again, Ackman is kind of retarded like that.
Kind of?
Again, I have never seen a good Ackman video ever. Like his Dark Souls one. This was my very first introduction to Ackman. Was his Dark Souls video, right? And again, it starts off fine. Like it's okay. It's kind of safe. And then at the halfway mark, suddenly it's all purple prose and flowery nonsense, and that fucking ending. Oh my god, that ending is just horrible. It's like as if he had started off doing a normal read, right? He was just doing a normal video, and then he realized he wasn't going to meet the word limit on his assignment, and so then he starts going all fucking preachy and weird and poetic, and oh god, totally fucking falls apart. Aurelia Eris says, I said it before, Dark Souls is my favorite game of all time, but he made liking that game seem so corny. Yeah. That was the rough part of that video. Holy shit.
I was going to grab that comment, but I was eating.
Yeah.
$5 from Alpha Craig, thank you. Man, imagine if Halo had a retcon as bad as Fallout TV. It would almost be like saying Forerunners aren't human. So sad Fallout has this lore travesty.
I hate Frank O'Connor and what he's done to Halo. Specifically, he's Frank O'Connor is the Emil Pagliaro MLP of the Halo universe, the destroyer of canon, the retconner of worlds.
Produced Nolan, brother of Christopher Nolan, and if you know these guys, you know that they rarely miss.
I'm sorry, like, Christopher Nolan has done good movies, but, like, Dark Knight Rises was still fucking dog shit, man. And, I can't say I've seen too many of his other movies. Oppenheimer was decent, but that doesn't necessarily translate to his brother either. It depends how much involvement his brother had in it. You know?
Yeah. Like, what has his brother done? What's his filmography? You know? Like, I don't really know Christopher Nolan's brother from anything.
Yeah.
Other than he's Christopher Nolan's brother.
Yeah, and that's one of the things we said when we covered an article about the Fallout show a while back before it came out, was Todd Howard being like, oh man, if there's anyone I want to make the Fallout show, it's Jonah Nolan. It's like, who the fuck?
Yeah, it's
Like-
one of those moments of like, who?
You know who?
Fucking, we needed the not Galaxy Quest. God damn it, Guardians of the Galaxy. Him just going, who? What?
Yeah, it'd be like, I have this idea for an amazing action movie, and you know who I want to star in it? Brad Pitt's brother.
Yeah.
You know? It's like, wait, who?
I really like that Baldwin. Which one? Oh, Samuel Baldwin. Who the fuck is Samuel Baldwin?
You know who I want to direct my movie? Joseph Spielberg.
Yeah.
Mahler's video has followed is spectacular. It is really fucking good.
Yeah.
The TV renewed interest in the other Fallout games as well, causing a recent surge in their player counts. Likely because the show reminds people what they love about Fallout.
No.
It brought a lot of tourists in who don't know anything about the actual games, but like to pretend that they do, which is annoying.
I like what my community has started labeling those people as. They're not tourists. They're colonizers. I think it's very fitting for like the people that enjoy, or well, no, you can enjoy it, but the people that unironically say Fallout 4 is a good Fallout game, they're colonizers. They have no idea what Fallout is.
Yeah, it's like the people who say, Fallout 76 is great, it's perfectly in line with the games. What? No, I haven't played any of the other Fallout games. I've only ever played Fallout 76. It's like, yeah,
exactly.
I'm sorry, but your opinion on Fallout is completely fucking irrelevant. I don't mean to be an asshole, and if you like Fallout 76, fine. Like whatever you want. But don't try to claim that it's fucking a serious part of the franchise and it doesn't break anything.
Yeah. It's incredibly fucking frustrating. What website had that article? That really awful article about how a serious and grounded and more gritty Fallout would not work in the Fallout universe.
That was not an article. That was a short by Norte. And his examples were, there's a talking Brahmin in Fallout 1, and there's funny dialogue from one of the Children of the Cathedral people that you can talk to. And that's his examples in Fallout, like, the Fallout 1 wasn't serious, even though one of them is an Easter egg, and one of them is a rare piece of joke dialogue that you can get.
Yeah, the actual, well, did you know that a stormtrooper knocked his head?
Yes.
So it's always been silly.
Yeah.
It's
And
like,
then
Jesus Christ.
he makes two other references, and they're, actually three, and they're all from Fallout 3, which, gonna say it, isn't a real Fallout game.
Yep.
Yeah, he says, Fallout is grounded, until it isn't. It's, deadpan until it isn't, and it is, was it serious or until it isn't or something like that? And the things he references is talking to Moira, because, I mean, she's Moira.
Yeah.
Your dad being a dog in a VR sim in Tranquility Lane. And I forget what the third one was, but they were all, like, really dumb.
Well, I'm not surprised. It is Norda. Like, I don't think Norda has ever had a good take.
Did you see that clip I posted that I put in the video that includes a clip of his video?
I've slept since then, so
Okay,
I
hold
may
on.
have seen it, but
Hold on.
especially given everything I've been going through lately.
Yeah.
Nothing bad, by the way, chat. I haven't been going through anything bad. It's just work. Lots of work.
Oh boy, the from search isn't working anymore. I love Discord. You're supposed to be able to search from people. I was going to search from myself because I posted it in the server. And fucking... I can't search for my own posts because Discord is shit.
Yeah, I always find that weird of trying to find stuff and half the time it just breaks.
Yeah. I might have posted it in our...
From search is related to FromSoft? No. Or, well, I guess it would be the Dark Souls of the Discord functions.
Yeah, there it is. Okay. Jump. Copy link and paste back into our chat. I'm going to play it too quickly so chat can hear it. This is from the conclusion section of my Fallout video. You guys won't be able to see the footage, though. If it would fucking play! Oh my god. Why does this happen? Why does it not play? Ah!
Yeah, I remember that clip now. I remember that clip.
A dark.
Oh my god.
A dark.
Oh my god, I played it and you put the fucking video in so it stopped it.
Really?
No, it's just Discord being shit.
God. Yeah, because I just put in that thing for the ping.
Let me try one more time. Yeah, it's not... Why the fuck... Oh my god. Let me try jumping to the old post I did of it, see if that will play.
A dark.
Okay, yeah, so Discord is just being shit. I just got a message from Thief saying that he's covered this Actman video before. I think on the Discord. And he's helped with some things with the video, and he's asking if he can join. Do we want to let him join?
That's up to you. I don't mind.
Pagan?
Oh, I was muted. Yeah, I'm fine with it.
Alright, hold on. Oh, to clarify, he's covered a Halo Infinite video from Actman, not this one. Thief, I sent you a friend request. Because I can't add people to the call until... Okay, there it is.
I can just, start a new one whenever.
Yep. Oh, wow. I'll grab the watch
Hello,
together
gentlemen.
link so you can join.
Yeah, we covered me, Shadow, and I need to mute your stream because I'm hearing myself. I think Save Llama and someone else. We covered one of his videos of Halo Infinite's finally good now, guys. And when he went over it, was just Halo Infinite's finally slightly better, but not good.
You don't sound anything like I thought you would.
I'm in.
Oh, is my microphone not working? Shit.
What if I were to do like a thumbs
Oh
up?
god. For some reason my microphone died on Discord, so I have to go do that now. Voice and video. Hold on, maybe... Hold on. Hello?
Hello.
Okay, so you can hear me now.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was starting to say, you sound completely different than what I expected. I expected... I don't know what I expected.
What did you expect?
Less British.
More skeleton-like.
Yeah, I'll get you next time, He-Man.
Not quite it. I was expecting... Because the character that your icon is based on, do you have any idea how little that narrows it down? I imagine that character
I'm
has
not
like
based
a
off
deep...
that. I'm gonna have to tism you right now. So I'm based off of Hexus from the movie Ferngully, played by Tim Curry,
Oh.
featuring Robin Williams as the Bat. But I took Hexus and hue shifted like the orange to green, and then because it's a green skeleton, people assume it's the guy from Batman Beyond. I think it's Batman Beyond.
Okay. Anyways,
not the
yeah, I
slightest
assumed he sounded
idea
more
how
like the
little
skeleton
that
that it's
pulls it
based
down.
on from the Batman show.
Boy, bruv, needs to get water crisp from Vault 13, innit? Thanks for that base snowbark.
All right. So we got a bit off track there. Let's get back to this. I was trying to play that video clip and it wasn't working, which is annoying.
So this video is going to be mostly spoiler free, but if there is something I want you to experience in the show yourself, then I'll put something up on screen. This video has no sponsor because it's sponsored by me. Cringe! And my
Yeah, that's pretty cringe.
Not wrong.
public Discord server, the Act Clan, which you should join right now. It's a great place to talk about games, shoot the
I don't know. I'm kind of doubting that at this point.
Yeah.
shit and just have a good time. We also have a channel where you can post fan edits and
Okay.
What?
you know what? This place is cursed. I'm actually going to delete it. The show follows
no,
a
they
trio
turned
of
you
main
into handsome
characters.
Squidward
Lucy, a member of
outcast.
Vault 33, who goes into the
Testing, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, because that was 4 times I've got cut off by you starting the video again and just getting interrupted over and over. That's why I was
Well,
like,
I didn't hear you before.
yeah, I know. Well, that's what I realized. That's why
I wondered why the video kept pausing.
yeah, because I kept saying stuff about it.
Yeah, I had audio issues too, where I was talking and none of you heard me. That's why I left the call and rejoined.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
My presence causes tech issues is apparently the case.
Yeah, damn it. So I guess you didn't hear me say that Toxic Love was the greatest fucking song of all time from that movie.
Oh yeah, Toxic Love is so good. Oh my god. Yes. Actually, when I mentioned Ferngully, I was a bit surprised that you didn't say anything, Setch. I was like,
I was
"You're
saying
old,
lots
you're
of
a boomer."
things.
was
I
like,
love Ferngully.
Ferngully's fucking great.
Pagan, can you speak?
Uh,
Okay,
Well, you're
Pagan.
pagan.
It's
So,
working for
Pagan
Pagan.
He ate the forbidden cheese, and while it killed him before the stream, he is now resurrected with the magical powers to avoid tech issues.
Wasteland, the Ghoul, aka Cooper, a former movie star turned bounty hunter, and Maximus, a member of the Brotherhood of Steel, who has aspirations of becoming a knight.
That is a very generous description of Maximus.
Yeah, he's more like a fucking weasel who's trying to just get himself any semblance of power he possibly can.
Yeah.
And they're not the Brotherhood of Steel. They are, who fucking knows what they actually are, but they are definitely not the Brotherhood of Steel.
Yeah.
Now I'm going familiar with the premise of Fallout, nuclear warfare threat.
Hold on, that cut off. I want to grab the whole thing he said there because it skipped.
Movie star turned bounty hunter, and Maximus, a member of the Brotherhood of Steel, who has aspirations of becoming a knight. Now I'm going to assume you're familiar with the premise of Fallout. Nuclear warfare threatens the world. Company named Vault-Tec is contracted by the government to create fallout shelters, aka vaults. Nuclear war does break out in 2077. Hundreds of years pass. Well, let's open the vaults and see what the world is like. What?
Jesus Christ, that's a super fucking dumbed down version. I didn't even like it's just funny to hear somebody like Act Man say, like, I'm gonna assume you're familiar with anything Fallout related, and it's like, no. Because I know you have no idea what Fallout is, Act Man.
Yeah.
Like, in the slightest.
This sounds like someone who read like a wiki article or watched someone's lore video that goes over the basics and he summarized it even more.
Yeah.
He's
Which is-
reviewed
I
New
wouldn't wanna
Vegas
nitpick,
before. I know he
but
has.
I'd probably disagree with his use of the term premise. It's more like this is the theme or like the backstory to do Fallout. You
Yeah, I
only
wouldn't
really
say it's a theme.
experience pre-war stuff in cutscenes or Fallout 4, or
Yeah.
that's about it. Whereas really the premise is how do people survive in a post-nuclear wasteland?
Yeah.
The
And-
interactions between people, how savagery comes up out of human nature, rather than, oh, look, you know Vortec, right? You know the government, right?
Yeah, I agree. The whole point of Fallout was supposed to be man's inherent nature and predilection for warfare. It's why war never changes, because man exists.
Yeah.
We are predisposed to tribalism and fighting for what we believe in and protecting what we believe in. And that will obviously lead to conflict and war.
Much like his character descriptions for the show, this is very like surface level, almost reading a Wikipedia summary
Yeah.
rather than anything actually meaningful. But hey, that's Actman for you.
Yeah, he tends to be somebody that has the most normie, safe takes. I think safe is the epitome of his height and content. Is he just does the safe thing all times.
Usually. Unless he fucks
Or
up.
I guess I should say, because I agree with you actually more now thinking about it. I guess I should say what he believes is the safe position at all times.
Yeah.
Hence his quantum TV fiasco, because he thought he was totally safe and secure in literally making threats, which was very stupid.
The fuck is that? The Fallout universe is expansive and deep. I mean, these are RPGs you can play for thousands of hours. There's 27 years worth of lore and backstory to tap into. So translating that to the big screen was probably the hardest thing about making.
Okay, I do
Not
want to.
really.
Yeah, I do want to also push back a bit. It wasn't the big screen. This is called the small screen. In terms of like filmmaking and Hollywood and everything, TV shows are the small screen,
Yeah.
and they have different requirements than the big screen. The big screen are your theaters, hence the big screen.
Yeah, it's just a fuck up on his part.
And it's not like Fallout for the big screen wasn't tried. They did try that back in the Interplay days. It just went
Yeah.
nowhere for valid reasons.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think the lore of a franchise is the hardest thing to adapt if you just like have
if you know it well enough.
if you know it well enough, and if you don't, then either learn it or hire a lore master who is very familiar with it and will tell you like what does or doesn't work, what does or doesn't exist. And hopefully someone smart enough to not leave gaps like, oh, this has never ever been mentioned before, even though it makes no sense, so it's fine to add it in, you know?
Yeah,
That's another thing I mentioned in the
just
Fallout
look at
video.
Andor.
Yeah.
Andor for Star Wars, Tony Gilroy repeatedly said that he had to go to Wikipedia for information.
Yeah.
It's not like it's not like you're expected to not look up and research as you're writing or as you're directing.
yeah,
And if you do hire people who are knowledgeable of the series, like you said, you're going to have people who's like, oh wait, no, we can't do that. Sam Witwer has his praises and his pros and his cons, but for the most part, he'll usually be like, wait, we can't do that because of this. For Star Wars, he's a bit of a Filoni fan, but like you can easily research the thing you're covering, and you don't need to know how many pubes Dr. Breen has on his testicles. You don't have to go that deep. You never had to. It's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
You just need at most you need surface level information, and then if there's anything that might be contradicted, like the way that ghouls work, that isn't surface level. You technically have to find that out in the games, other than the fact that in Fallout 1 the ghouls can die of dehydration.
yeah. Like, I guess another thing too is you got to be careful which lore master you get,
Yeah.
because the Halo TV show had 343 lore masters, and so they were already doomed to failure because 343 has no idea what Halo is either. They actually hate Halo. That's why most of them were hired onto the project, because they hated Halo and they wanted to make it more like Call of Duty, because they wanted that Call of Duty money.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
in a sense, fuck 343. But
Elder
it'd be the
Scrolls
same problem
Online-
with Bethesda. Bethesda has no
Elder
idea.
Scrolls
what's going
Online
on.
has Lawrence Schick for their lore master, and he doesn't exist to actually make sure the lore works. He exists to take what the game mechanics they have and make them make sense in the lore, rather than actually make anything consistent. Which
Yeah.
that's fair enough if that's his job, but that means you wouldn't want to hire him for a proper Elder Scrolls adaptation.
Yeah.
Yep. But I'm saying the same. They have the same problem here with the Fallout TV show. You have the lore masters are Bethesda, so the ones that actually wrote the lore, like Tim Kaine and Chris Avellone, who are much more invested in Fallout, they don't like the show. Tim Kaine has to couch his words very carefully. Chris Avalon's already been burned by the industry on an accusation that was proven false, but he was already burned, so he can just come out and say, "Yeah, no, the Fallout TV show was dog shit and makes no fucking sense." That's why, bless Chris Avellone.
He's even the one who, from what I know, brought up the perks of the characters that are in Fallout Shelter, because that's in one of his blog posts, and how like the ghoul I don't believe has chem feed, or if he does, I can't remember which one it is. So it was like, oh, that's why her syringe doesn't work, because he has chem feed. Like Chris Avellone, God bless him. Todd bless him, in fact. Todd, bring him back. Let him make an Elder Scrolls game, please.
Let him make any games again, because again, he's a fucking fantastic writer.
Show, but they've managed to capture the essence of what makes Fallout Fallout.
No, they didn't.
Incorrect.
Not at fucking all. What are you talking about?
Yeah, this has nothing to do with Fallout. This could have been named literally anything else, and it would have been more appropriate.
Yeah.
I'd partially agree on like an aesthetics base, but not, that's not what you usually mean when you say what makes something something.
Yeah.
Not just how
I
it
believe
looks.
Cree said it best, was that basically the show, its aesthetics are the icing on the cake, and then you cut into it, you go past that, and you realize it's all rancid and rotten in the middle.
Yeah,
All of the
outside
actual
of like
cake is fucking just like poisonous.
Yeah, outside of like certain iconography in the show, you really wouldn't know it was a Fallout show unless it literally told you that it was Fallout.
Yeah.
Because most
They
of
also
the time
fucked
there's
up some
nothing.
of the iconography too. Like,
Yeah,
holy shit, the Brotherhood flying the American flag is fucking scuffed.
And
Yeah.
not just that, but their flag being based on the American flag too, with the red and white stripes, which I've been told that flag is in Fallout 3, and it is in Fallout 3. That doesn't excuse it. That's a fuck up on Fallout 3's part.
It's a fuck up on the TV show's part as well, because that flag is for Lion's Brotherhood, and it doesn't make sense for Lion's Brotherhood to then go to Fallout 4's Brotherhood to then go to the Fallout TV show's Brotherhood.
Yeah,
The Lion's
and-
Brotherhood were the good guys of the Wasteland. Then they turn into
Annoyingly.
effectively fascists, if easiest word to use, and then they turn into Christo-fascists. Like, what?
Yeah, this is
Doesn't
something
make any sense.
Calbeck pointed out to me, and I ended up including in the script. The Brotherhood logo is different depending on chapter. On the West Coast, the big gear is on the left. On the East Coast, the big gear is on the right. Guess which side the gear is on for all the Fallout or all the Brotherhood iconography in the show.
The right.
Yeah, it's on the right for the East Coast. Including in Maximus's flashback in 2277 when Shady Sands was destroyed.
Yep.
Meaning somehow Lion's Brotherhood was back in the West Coast simultaneously when they were fighting the Enclave on the East Coast for the water purifier.
Yeah. 3,000 miles.
Speaking of Brotherhood iconography, it's still in question because we haven't had a leak of we had the leak of the script. It just referred to it as airship. It didn't refer to it by its name. In the show, it's the Pridwin because it says Pridwin on the side.
Yep.
But in press releases, they were calling it the Caswenin, implying that it's not the same ship. Where they got a second ship, I don't care. That's a completely different issue. But if it is meant to be the Caswenin, they forgot to remove Pridwin from the 3D model that they took from Fallout 4.
Yeah.
If it's meant to be the Pridwin, then that just makes a huge issue. And like, how the fuck did it get? What? Why is it across the country? Are you stupid? But if it is meant to be the Caswenin, that's a obvious production error that they didn't airbrush Pridwin off the side of it, and that just reinforces the like, oh, you missed in certain places. You got the superficial elements. The power armor looks like power armor. The Assaultron in the dirt looks like an Assaultron. the laser gun looks like a laser gun, but the bits that matter, the bits that like actually add information, you got completely wrong.
Yeah. Like, how do we have Maximus, a Brotherhood of Steel character, who doesn't even know what a fucking circuit is?
Yeah, that's completely fucked.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ. And they make him a squire? No, fuck off. Dude, at this
I could
point,
see,
if-
I could see something like Maximus's character working if he was like a chosen of an elder, like the elder adopted this little orphan and basically kept him as not a pet but as his like adopted child, but didn't raise him in the same way the Brotherhood did. But then you'd have a conflict about, oh, you're not obeying the Codex. You'd actually have meaningful character discussion within the Brotherhood rather than just, oh, they're kind of the good guys, but actually no, they're the bad guys.
Yeah. But I guess on tangentially, what I was talking about before was people need to understand and need to learn like how far distances are. 3,000 miles. The US is fucking massive. I know it doesn't seem that way on certain globes and maps, but actually the US is fucking enormous.
Are you telling me you can't walk that in a day?
Oh, hell
Well, not
no.
unless you're literally autistic and in a movie starring Tom Hanks.
Well, he didn't do it in a day, to be fair,
No.
but he just kept running, and I just love
He did
when
it
his
as a
autistic
montage.
brain finally like had enough of it, and he just like, I'm gonna stop running now. I'm kind of tired. I'm gonna go home. It's just like, what? Again, not a knock on that. I just love that whole thing of his autism finally flipped the switch, and he's just like, okay, I'm gonna stop running now.
And here everybody just schleps around. By the way, how many fusion cores do you think it took for the Brotherhood to walk from the West Coast to Pittsburgh to DC?
It depends. If the fusion core is supposed to work as like the way that we're seen and not told, then they would only need one ever. But if they work in gameplay terms, you'd need a couple fucking thousand.
Yeah.
It's one of the more annoying retcons, even though it's relatively small. The power source for power armor in Fallout 1, oh yeah, this can last 200 years. The fusion core in Fallout 4, yeah, it'll last you about 20 minutes.
Yeah.
I've actually made this point before, because I think it was brought up by, damn, I'm trying to remember the guy's name, because I got it from his video series. It's kind of infamous for doing Fallout lore and explaining Fallout things, and he was pointing out that, yeah, the OG fusion battery is like, this goes for about 200 years. About how long has it been?
Yep.
So, I mean, there's a ton of other things that doesn't mesh with, because Bethesda really doesn't give enough of a shit, but...
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
Brotherhood
I think-
clearly has a large supply of the fusion cores if they just make a weapon that uses fusion cores.
Well, also in Fallout 4, you can just make them, so...
Yep.
Yeah. The balancing, they completely fucked it. That and the fact that it just doesn't make sense that they can power a settlement for like 200 years, but then the moment you put it in a piece of power armor, it lasts like 20 minutes, and it's like, what the fuck? But
I mean, I could actually argue that on basis of real science, but we're talking Fallout.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not to go on too
I don't
much
know,
of
I
a
would-
balancing tangent on some tangents are guaranteed, but
Yeah.
I've discussed this multiple times that the way that the power armor is distributed, you could have it work almost identically and remove the power core as an actual fuel source and just something you need to turn the power armor on. If you actually distributed the power armor in a reasonable manner, like you're not getting Exo 1 power armor, that's special Enclave power armor that's one suit has got like smuggled in to Boston because an Enclave person walked across the nation. Took him a really long time. And then he got killed or hid his armor because Enclave bad. The capital wasteland isn't that far away. The Enclave are going to have a bad reputation. So that could be your like Daedric armor in Morrowind, where it's the only one of its kind, and that's your special armor to prove progression. But no, they have to have it everywhere.
Well, you can also
Literally.
like you could interestingly play off of that too. Like you can put this armor on, but you'll be attacked on sight. Because people have memory. They know the Enclave are bad. When you see the bug-eyed power armor, you fucking shoot it.
And I mean, we're talking like in Fallout 4, there's roughly a battalion's worth of power armor just lying around. Some of it's hard to get, but a lot of it's like okay, oh wow, it's locked. Oh wow, I have this this torch that I used to weld things back in the settlement. I'll get in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, or I have some
It
bolt
really
cutters, so I'll
stupid
just
way.
cut into the cage.
Yeah. Like, oh, hey, here's some power armor in the back of a truck that's on a main thoroughfare from one of the largest settlements.
I have a hacksaw and autism on my side. I will have this.
And just
I
by
just have
having leveled
autism on my
lists,
side, and I'll have this. Let me go find a rock.
just by having leveled lists, they make it so that XO1 has to be pre-war because they put it in a pre-war place. If you're higher than level 50, you
Yeah.
can get XO1 on the top of that building. It's like, why do that? Why,
there's-
why ruin your game with leveled lists just because someone took too long to do the quest? If they take too long to do the quest, they get a worse reward. Done. That's all you need to do.
It's easy to explain this. It's all about quantum mechanics and magic.
You see,
It's
there
like
is
because you don't encounter the suit until a certain point in time, and if you do before, it's different. It's obviously quantum physics going on here.
there is a dragon break in Boston, so that's why XO1 power armor
Oh,
exists
God.
in places that haven't been accessed in over 200 years.
Literally, all the armors in all of the level list exist at all times.
This is my hot take. I will still defend the dragon break from Daggerfall to Morrowind, but any other dragon breaks they do is just bad.
I understand the one from Daggerfall to Morrowind because how? How in the
It's
fuck
not
do you
even
make
out
everything
of
work?
convenience. I think that it's not like it just flattens all the timeline into one.
Yeah.
It's not like it just picks one and makes all the things valid. It makes a new timeline of all of the ones. There aren't 24 kingdoms of Daggerfall anymore. There's only 4. You know, Manimarco is a god, but he's like a hidden god. He has his I can't remember what the name of the moon, but he has an invisible moon, the Necromancer's moon, that does his Necromancer's rituals. He doesn't have a great effect on the world until Oblivion brings him back to life again for some reason. Like, I like those elements rather than we needed to get rid of the jungles. So when Tiber Septim achieved Kim and became God Talos, he also just decided to retcon the jungles of Cyrodiil to have always been plains all the time. No, that's just stupid.
Yeah.
May I just say that I think it's entirely appropriate that Actmam here is wearing Denny's outfit?
Yep. Well, again, he did it as a really shit reference at the very start.
I'm sure he did. I didn't think that there's anything actually good about this, but given that Benny is such scum and a liar, and
Yeah. He's a con man,
Just
a liar,
as- yeah.
a dirty, no good piece of shit. Skullduggery is the least of his fucking sins.
But games, it's not solely about the main objective, it's also about the breadth of side content and side characters.
That's only true in more of the recent games. The main objective was kind of the point of the first 2 Fallouts.
Yeah.
You had stuff that was tangentially related to it or side stuff that could distract you from it, but you always had that looming specter of what needed to come. In the second game, they made it a hidden specter. There was a hidden time limit that people didn't realize was ticking down. The longer you took, the more the Enclave would take out. The more the Enclave would basically start achieving their goals. But in the first game, you had an obvious
you still had an
specter.
effective
You had the
time limit
countdown
for that
to the entire vault runs out of water and dies.
I mean, these are great ideas. Also, it means that the world is still doing something when you're not, and Bethesda's like, but then you might miss content.
It's why the Stalker series is so beloved, because you don't feel like the world revolves around you.
Yeah.
There is so much stuff going on with the A-Life simulator that it's fucking wild. It feels much more like the world is a chaotic clusterfuck in the zone, which it should be.
Yeah.
So it actually reinforces the narrative.
Yeah, that's something Pagan told me about Stalker before when we were talking about it, is that the main story of the game can actually complete itself if you wait long enough, because someone else will just go do it.
Yep.
I think that's cool as shit. And that's one of the reasons...
funniest-
That's one of the reasons I'm interested in Wayward Realms, too, because...
Yeah.
They don't have a particular main story. It's just a world with stuff happening in it. And you could choose to take part in any number of those if you can. Which is really fucking cool.
I still remember when that was a huge thing when Ultima 4 did it for like the first time. It's like you go to a town and the baker is like actually baking and getting ingredients and doing his thing, and he goes through every step. And then there's bread to buy, or you can make it yourself. And I'm kind of like, okay, this is open. This is interesting.
And then
if I want to get something done that involves the baker, I have to actually pay attention to the fact that he's got a schedule and a life.
Yep. And then you put rat poison in the bread, and then you feed it to Lord British.
Yes. Yeah. This is delicious.
But yeah, Stalker is so fascinating because of its a life simulator thing, and some of them even ramp it up to even more extremes. But the funniest one I ever had was I don't personally I don't like freedom. I don't like their ideals or goals or anything like that.
Hey, Pagan, what do you think about freedom?
Yeah, I fucking hate them.
Okay. So Pagan and me are on the same thing. I'm much more of a duty simp. Like, I'm much more side with duty on the whole thing. Like, the zone is fucking dangerous. Meanwhile, freedom's like, everybody needs to be in the zone. Like, no, you're an idiot. The zone is obviously dangerous. We don't need fucking whirlwind anomalies across the world. Thank you very much.
I think it would be a very intelligent choice to just let random people come into the zone and get blown up by anomalies.
Yeah, and allow the zone to expand more. That's a fucking great idea. But the funniest thing that ever happened for me was I'm not a freedom fan. But then I started getting a lot of weird PDA messages going out about like finding dead bodies all around Freedom Base. And I was like, what? So I went and checked, and a random military patrol walked close enough to a Freedom Sentry, and the Freedom Sentry shot at him. And it spiraled from there.
Are you saying
there was a
freedom's
fucking
just
attack
another word
helicopter
for
hovering over the
apples?
Freedom Base, and there were Freedom corpses everywhere. And I was like, oh. Fantastic.
That's
So
awesome.
I just got to loot all their bodies and take all their fucking gear.
Yeah, it's cool when stuff like that can happen. And honestly, as much as I love Morrowind, I wish stuff like that existed in Morrowind too. Just to make the world feel that much more alive, you know?
I'm sorry to interrupt with something someone said in chat, but why does Thief sound like Shad? I've had Femboy Sargon before, but I've never had that sound like Shad, because he's Australian.
Well,
also,
to be
Shad
fair,
is much more strident.
to be fair, Australians are just discount British.
No, I don't know. That does a disservice to Australians. Australians are where all the testosterone from Britain went.
Okay, so British,
I mean,
the British
you
are
could argue that
discount
case.
Australians.
That's where we sent all the prisoners and the people that
exactly.
could keep those prisoners in check. So,
And they made a more successful colony than the Empire.
First you got rid of all your religious nuts, then you got rid of all the guys who had some balls on them, and then, well, then you got rid of the Empire. So, I mean, 3 stages.
Australians are free-range British.
Very accurate.
Yeah.
Unironically, one of the funniest shows...
Unless they get
I
put in a
enjoy
COVID
watching,
camp, but yeah, they're free.
The funniest show I enjoy watching are Outback Truckers, because it is wild the bullshit they have to deal with. It's like, oh hey, this little village here is gonna die unless you get us our supply run of food. Have fun traveling across the Outback, and the fucking nonsense, the no roads, the having to cut their way through jungles and then go over deserts and then go through fucking rivers that are so deep it'll sweep an entire semi downstream immediately. Oh my god. And you just see them having to do all this bullshit, how they have to carry all their own medical gear and equipment, stuff like that. It's like, what happens? The camera crew's like, what happens if we break down out here? It's like, well, you're fucked. That's what happens.
I think the downfall of Australian society began when they finally managed to tame the wildlife and didn't have to fear it anymore. So you didn't have kids growing up with the novel Australian youth experience of a camel spider just being in their bedroom and having to deal with them themselves.
Yeah, Australia used to have
setting themselves on fire.
They used to have icons like fucking Steve Irwin and Crocodile Dundee.
Yeah.
There are funny people that populate the wasteland, and they do a
funny people.
Which is awful. That's
His
awful,
example of a funny character that populates the wasteland is the chicken fucker.
Yeah, the bestiality doctor.
I reject that. TKS Mantis has never been funny.
Wow.
Anyways, the snake oil salesman, chicken fucker, doctor man doesn't even seem like he's made to be a funny character, because he doesn't do anything funny. He just acts a little quirky.
Yeah, he acts eccentric. That's it.
Yeah, that's what I was
I see
looking
him
for,
as like
eccentric.
the boys type of humor, where the funny thing is that he fucks chickens and looks weird. That's like what's his name? Who makes the boys?
The Deep.
No, who the dude that's in charge of it? Eric Kripke. That's his type of humor. Oh, when a man gets sexually assaulted, that's funny. In the Batcave, or where they dress up like weirdos or are ugly, that's funny. So can we go like a step above basic? Like, you look at that humor, can we go above that, please? No. He fucks chickens, looks ugly, and just has the magic FEV Zombrex.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Again, so he's not even a snake oil salesman, which is the fucking weirdest part. He acts like a snake oil salesman, but it turns out everything he said was true. The only downside is you become a ghoul, apparently, but not like a normal ghoul. You're a human ghoul.
You're a ghoul, but not a ghoul, and you have insane healing factor like fucking Wolverine.
Yeah.
But
if you find yourself going a bit off the beaten path on the way into Philly in Fallout 5, you may run across the chicken fucker.
At this point,
if you kill him in his inventory, you will find a chicken that has a surprisingly expanded anal orifice.
Oh my god.
Oh, I thought you were just going to do. He has a serum that you can turn into a ghoul, so that you can be the second. Fallout game where you can play as a ghoul.
No, I was going with TK Mandis's idea of a collectible.
Jesus Christ!
No,
this is the only chicken in the game that has been so changed by the creators.
I'm sorry, guys.
And it's just another little nice touch that makes Fallout 5 so great.
video was mentioned, so did you know you can go in caves in Fallout 2? Due to the trimetric viewpoint of Fallout 2, some people may have just assumed the caves found in the wasteland were just for decoration, and sometimes they are. Still, you can find some caves that have exit grids inside them and lead to interior cells. These caves are often packed with varying enemies and can hold some great treasure. The more you know.
Yeah.
That's an entire one of his videos.
Yeah, I know.
So, the Voices Will Not Stop says, snake oil salesman. Sells actual snake oil. It works? Yeah, basically. That's that guy. He's just a salesman.
It seems, why am I forgetting your name, Skeleton Man? Thief. It seems Thief has set off voices in chat.
Hey!
Good. Hate.
This is the thing, though. This is the guy's like, okay, you've got stuff that actually works. Why are you running around like people hate you and drive you from society? Because, I mean...
Yeah, he was about to kill himself before Thaddeus came along. He literally had the gun in his mouth.
Yeah.
Maybe the chicken fucker can just read the script and he knows that the Brotherhood are coming and the Brotherhood hates ghouls and he's the one creating ghouls, so they're going to kill him. Maybe he just has the fourth wall breaking script power.
Are you saying that we were like 10 seconds away from having a slightly better story?
Yes.
Potentially.
Unironically, one of the funniest fake curses you can ever get. You now have the ability to address the DM directly and can break the fourth wall. Oh my god, the shenaniganry that fucking takes place is incredible.
It does genuinely bug me that Thaddeus gets to fucking... I was about to say ghoul juice. He gets turned into a ghoul. Then he gives the head to Maximus and says, "Oh, thank you. The man who tried to fucking kill him."
Well,
you've done me such a favor.
Clearly, the fucking doctor actually has a very deep character story behind him, where he would actually be the Wasteland's greatest doctor and would be loved by everyone, but he can't stop fucking chickens, and so he's been relegated to an outcast, and he's depressed about this, so he's going to kill himself.
You say that, Pagan, but I actually did a deep dive on this character.
Give us the rundown.
Dive on this character named Oliver Swanick.
Yeah.
So deep. God, man, his storyline, it really tugged at the heartstrings.
By the way, I did want to mention quickly, The video, the latest render went through. It's back down to just 3 claims. So,
Just 3 claims. God damn it.
yeah.
This is where you get all the claims done and you put it all into the one big video, and it's like, oh no, this is too long now. So
No, this
we're
is the
gonna
big
add in
video.
Oh, is it all
Yeah.
the full render?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
Yep.
All I have to do
So
is
you have to
replace a couple of clips I've noted down and fill in the blank spaces with stuff, then it's done. Once it passes copyright, that should be easy enough to do. Also, I'm going to grab the super chats quickly because it's been a bit and they're piling up. 7-month membership from Duncan McCockiner. Thank you. I can't stay, but we'll catch the VOD. God bless all and have a good stream. Prank him, Cree. Thank you. Grandmaster Pie for 16 months. Membership message. Thank you. Can we please point out that his coat looks like the wall from a diner themed in the 1950s? Also, hi, I am here. It's more meant to look like Benny's suit, but yeah.
Yeah.
€5
It's
from
a checker suit.
Yeah. €5 from Logical's Moki. Thank you. Do you think that this argument about how Fallout is meant to be wacky is from people that grew up with Fallout 4? It's been 10 years since then. That and maybe Fallout 3 a bit too.
Yeah.
There's also Fallout 2 that we can't forget, which I love Fallout 2, but it did go overboard
It
with
definitely
the...
leaned into humor way too much.
Yeah. And a lot of people mistake, like, Easter eggs and jokes for some reason for serious lore, or, like, this is what the franchise should be, and it's just not. This is the entire...
It's depressing being somebody who played this when it was new, when it came out, and understanding it in the context of the time, and having all these people try and tell me what it really means. It's like, nobody bought into this.
Yep.
By the way...
Everybody knew that the Monty Python references were just Monty Python references, okay?
Yeah. By the way, have you guys seen the giant snake in Fallout 76?
No.
No.
Oh
This
my
feels like an
God.
innuendo.
Hold on.
The thing you showed me, it is so fucking...
Hold on.
It just does not fit at all.
I got into
Please
an
tell me it
argument
says
with...
don't tread on me.
Is this a step worse than the werewolves in Fallout 76, or better?
Oh,
than
I am
werewolves in
getting the
Fallout 76?
image so you can see. Hold on.
Okay.
Oh wait, this is not a joke. Oh shit.
Oh, great.
Hold on.
Cree fucking sent this to me and goes, "What game do you think this is from?" And we started getting on the topic of maybe World of Warcraft and stuff like that, maybe Dota or something.
What you said is you can't place it at all. And I started suggesting, like, okay, well, maybe, it looks like it could be from something like World of Warcraft, right?
Yeah. And that's immediately what I thought when he said that. I was like, "Oh yeah, it does have the same art style." And then he told me it was from Fallout 76, fuck? And I was like, "What?" And I was like, "There is no fucking way that is from 76."
Yeah, that doesn't look... What the fuck?
I'm going to get an image of the werewolves from Fallout 76, because those are also ridiculous.
Guys, I have a great idea. What if we made Fallout into like Dark Souls? This looks like an opening Dark Souls boss.
No, Dark Souls would at least make it look somewhat realistic, but fucked up. This thing just looks goofy. It looks like it's from a fucking World of Warcraft game.
Yeah.
No,
This does look like a fantasy
So-
game.
I got into an argument with someone on Twitter over this, and they're saying it's fine because there's mutants in Fallout, and this is a mutant.
So, okay, a mutant of what? What the fuck is this supposed to be?
A snake.
A cobra? Somebody? Oh, okay. No, I mean it's what kind of snake and why is it like this?
Because
for
it's a
all the
mutant.
mutated critters.
FEV exists.
I know, but for all of the critters who've been mutated by FEV and Fallout, there's an explanation and background for all of them. They have a reason for existing.
This one
However
does too.
silly it may
It's
be.
a mutant. This is what I had to deal with that person, by the way.
Look, I said yesterday I wouldn't start drinking, but you're moving me in that direction.
This is what I had to deal with on Twitter with someone defending this shit.
I would have to. I mean,
Giant snakes and bipedal dogs. Fallout 76, a masterpiece.
It has the cobra hood, I guess, and then the. But where the fuck did the spikes on the sides come from?
It's a mutant.
Okay. You know what? I'm just going to go ahead and model a unicorn and put it in Fallout 76, and I'll just tell people that's a mutant.
Yep.
It's a unicorn running
The
around boring
scientists
everything.
at Big MT, they took a narwhal and combined it with a horse.
Yeah,
Lizards are extinct.
that would actually have more meaning and backstory behind it than anything else.
Well, you could legitimately put in a griffin and point to a single terminal entry from that.
Here's the thing. This can be tangentially related to werewolves, but here's the thing I've always been curious about. So, when werewolves attack, they usually slash people with their claws, right? Like, a lot of werewolf attacks, there's lots of slashing, maybe a biting. Dogs in real life don't use their claws. That's cats.
Okay, I have to get this one from chat, from Deus Volt Infidel. The unicorn is actually what you get when you expose a gay horse to FEV. Pagan, get over here.
He's a rat.
He is now.
Retto.
He's still got that horse DNA in there.
He
I'm a
consumed.
mouse.
He consumed the
No,
tainted
he doesn't have
cheese.
horse DNA. He has a horse soul, as was the glue in the glue trap that had his soul in it possessed the mouse. Like, come on. It's the law.
Yeah, that was the lore we agreed upon.
The mouse that
in the
stole cheese
debut.
from the trap nearby.
It's the law I came up with.
Anyways, continuing on with the super chats here.
Mhm.
Where is it? Didn't he, Act Ma'am, argue against the creator of Fallout, saying that capitalism was never the main point of the Fallout games? I'm misremembering. I don't know if he did or not, but a lot of people did.
Yep.
Now that was $5 from Nazanik. Thank you. $5 from
Great
Aim.
job.
I think Thief accidentally hit it.
The video. No, I refreshed my page and it auto played.
Bastard bitch. $5 from Aimless Savant. Thank you. The Furry Council and friend, not a furry, convene the Shit on Fallout show. Yes, and this will hopefully be the last time we talk about season 1 of the Fallout show on Stag. $5 from.
Next time it's going to be season 2, baby.
No. $5 from Enerjack5. Thank you. Why do you think these people defend this shit show so badly? Like, what do they have to gain from defending these companies? Bethesda's bad for Fallout. It's not that most of them have anything to gain. It's that a lot of people who defend whatever it is, whether it's Star Wars, Star Trek, Fallout, whatever, they're too personally invested in the franchise to see criticism as anything other than an attack on it. If you're saying, oh, Fallout 5 is a bad game, it's not saying that Fallout 5 is a bad game. It's saying Fallout is horrible and terrible and awful and everyone should hate it just like I do. That's genuinely how a lot of people seem to view criticism against the things they like, and it's really fucking weird.
I would push back on that a little bit. It's not that they view it as an attack on the thing they like. It's that because they've tied their self-worth into liking that thing, it is now a part of their identity.
Yeah.
It is now part of me as a being that I like this thing. You criticizing that means you're saying I'm a bad person. They view it as an attack on themselves.
Yeah, that too.
I'd say it's a mix because you've got the people that will take any disagreement with an opinion as how dare you? You can't ever criticize an opinion. An opinion can never be wrong. You have those types of people as well who, if they have the opinion that they like the show and you say, well, there's some major problems with the plot. The characters are kind of really unlikable. There's some CGI problems here and there. And that's going to be, did you just disagree with my opinion? You might disagree with my other opinions. How dare you? You're an awful person.
Okay, I hate to say it, but doing the deep dive on Butch here, the Sneck, it gets worse.
Oh boy.
Great.
Not so much about Butch, because I suspected that they were talking about a cobra, and the lore suggests that that's what it is, in fact. But this is because the Enclave was experimenting with ultrasight. And I'm like, okay, what the fuck is ultrasight? So I go and look that up. It's literally a Fallout 76 mineral, a magical mineral, which was coal exposed to radiation through atomic mining. And here's the really bad thing. It's a superior energy option compared to uranium and could have solved the power problems of the United States. This whole thing revolves around an OC mineral. I took my OC mineral and I made it better than everything else in the lore, and now it's the thing that this entire DLC runs on. Excuse me, it's not a DLC.
Where did this power problem of the pre-war United States come from? They never had a power problem. They had microfusion.
Yeah,
it was a resource problem because they didn't have oil.
But now they can take abandoned coal mines that had actually been mined out, just nuke them, and create ultracite, which works better than uranium as a power supply.
Wait, that doesn't even make sense because, as I understand it, if you nuke coal and it becomes ultracite, but if you nuke an empty coal mine that's been mined of all its coal, there's no coal there to become ultracite.
There's trace amounts left. That's why. It's usually a coal mine isn't completely mined out. It's mined until it's no longer profitable.
And given the energy density of uranium, even those tiny trace amounts of coal being turned into ultracite would be very, very useful if ultracite's better than uranium.
Yep.
And that's the problem here. We basically have, this would have solved all of America's problems if only they had done it in time. Oh, lol, it's our OC mineral that undermines the basic lore that led to the events in the game.
But also,
did America ever do any underground weapons testing?
Yes.
Yes.
So logically, they should have already discovered this if they ever used a nuke underground near some coal.
Well, they did it in Nevada where there was none. So.
Yeah. Well, the thing though is you didn't even need to do this because we know thorium exists.
Yeah.
And again, thorium reactors are a superior reactor. Not in terms of startup. It takes more to start up a thorium reactor, but they run longer. They have way less radioactive decay on them. They're not as radioactive. And the only problem is that the material they use cannot be turned into weapons. Which is the only reason why we didn't go with thorium reactors and we instead went with uranium and plutonium reactors.
There's actually one problem. It's because if you're going to do a thorium salt reactor, you actually can't shut it off because the material will settle and it becomes concrete-like, and you actually have to break open the reactor and regrind everything in order to get the fuel going again. So once you have a thorium reactor going, you cannot shut it off.
You can, but that's where the design of the liquid fluoride...
No, I know what you're talking about. This
comes into account in that if you want to shut it off, you turn off the fans and let it go into overheat. It will melt the salt plug at the bottom, and then it will drop out into the tray underneath. And then just by sheer spreading them apart, again, I'm super dumbing this down, but spreading it apart will cause the reaction to cease.
No, I know what you're talking about. This is related to that. Anyways, we're really tangenting here.
Yeah,
but this is our OC power supply that we've just written to the lore.
My point ultimately being because thorium exists, you wouldn't have even needed this ultracite to begin with.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
People did
20 NOK from the Voices Will Not Stop. Thank you. Hey. Unchained Deity, membership message for 3 months. Thank you. Oh god, it's a bunch of French. I can't read this.
Ce que j'ai fait, c'est soit là, c'est qu'il a dit, c'est soit là, relation, mon espoir, je me lance vers la gloire. Okay. What I did that night, what she said that night, fulfilling my hope. I'm going for glory, okay?
What?
That's the translation of the French.
I figured we should talk about the criticisms and get
Who keeps
those out of the
pressing play?
Calbeck came into the video, so I think it auto did it for him.
Sorry about that.
It's annoying that Watch Together does that.
Yeah.
$5 from Alpha Craig, thank you. Bethesda wears the skin of Fallout like the killer in Silence of the Lambs wears the skin of his victims. Yes, they do. Yep. Membership message for 1 month from Joe M. Thank you. Release me from my cage. No. Membership message for 6 months from Safe Llama 24. Thank you. What the fuck is that? Man, this game has gone more downhill from the last time I played with. It doesn't make sense for that snake to be that big. Yes. Mirthful, welcome to GOAT membership. Thank you. And $5 from Yan. Put radiation in your soda stream to enhance the flavors. Oh.
Yeah.
All right,
Chat, I had to learn French as a child. Know thy enemy, as they say.
More accurately, most British people need to know French because that's who make all the good food.
The way, because there's not too many. The biggest and obviously most important critique, Ron Perlman doesn't voice the intro. F.
No, I'm sorry.
There is no intro, and that doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's literally meaningless.
Unless you count the pre-war kind of cold open that they have as an intro, but it's not an actual proper Fallout intro. And it doesn't matter. You could have anyone voice it as long as they have a deep, impactful voice. Doesn't matter if it's Ron Perlman. This is like, oh, I have to criticize it in some way. Let me do superficial criticisms, like, oh, that one piece of dialogue was bad, or oh, look at this funny guy, or oh, they didn't have Ron Perlman in the intro. It's like,
well, he didn't even do that. One bit of dialogue was bad either.
They didn't have Ron Perlman in the intro of Fallout 4.
He did the worst dialogue in the thing after he said it's unbelievably good. That was the fucking weirdest part.
I wouldn't say that line was the worst, but it's definitely up there. There's a lot of really bad lines.
Okay, maybe the cringiest. Like, the one that made you shudder the most. Like, Jesus.
No, I still think the whole interaction of her initially asking him if he wants to have sex, and then he says, oh yeah, it gets big like a pimple, then it pops.
You may use my cock?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's more cringy than, you want to make my cock explode?
I mean, the best line in the entire show is, get that jelly mold out of here!
Oh my god.
The idea that Ron Perlman has to do it is like that would actually just create a new point of criticism, because then you could do a roll of all the Ron Perlman intros for all the Fallout games. It's like, wow, he got it wrong, because they contradict each other constantly.
Yep.
The Fallout 4 intro isn't that bad. I can't remember anything really contradicting anything. It's more the scenes that they show behind the intro, the actual narration is pretty good.
I'm specific to the TV show. That's the thing.
But like it, and it didn't have Ron Perlman, right? So the Fallout 4 intro, in terms of narration, is like fine.
That's what I'm saying.
That's not what you critique with Fallout.
I'm saying a Ron Perlman role of what he's done for the.
Well, I wasn't. I was just
because if he had to, if he had to actually narrate the beginning of the, because that's what he does. He basically says, "Okay, this is how we got to where we are now." If he tries to do that for the TV show, first of all, that spoilers the way that the show is put together. So Actman isn't even thinking about what that intro would be like, and he would have to compare that. Well, he wouldn't have to; he'd ignore it. But if you were to compare that to any of the previous ones, basically Ron Perlman is retconning himself, because stuff that he says in the Fallout 1 and 2 intro basically gets thrown out by the TV show.
It goes back to, I think, what I said earlier, where he got the premise of Fallout wrong. He's like, no, it's the backstory of Fallout. Now he's got the soul of Fallout wrong, where, it needs to have Ron Perlman narrating it. So, no, it really doesn't.
As Ron Perlman dies, so does Fallout, because its soul is gone. No, that's left already. That's been gone a long time, man.
Besides, just because his body is dead does not mean you cannot trap his soul in Machine God and pump out AI-generated voice clips of Ron Perlman saying naughty words.
You don't even need to do that. Ron Perlman's turned into a fucking crazy man now.
Yeah.
Just keep a microphone on near him and he'll do it himself.
So the war happened about
I pissed
like
on
how
my
we...
hands when I shook your hands, little Donnie. How do you feel about that, little Donnie?
So the war happened basically as we thought it would. Donald Trump was elected, and then everything started flying.
In the chat.
I don't know if you know this, but war
Ron Perlman has been in every Fallout, so it's a little disappointing that he's not here. Regardless, the show still has a fantastic...
Yeah, even I made a complaint about Ron Perlman not voicing the intro of Fallout 4. I don't think that impacts this at all, because there is no typical Fallout intro here. It's completely a non-point as far as I'm concerned.
It doesn't
And
work.
I think you can validly criticize Fallout 4 for not having Ron Perlman, considering he is in the game
Yeah.
as a voice. He's the dude on the TV, so they could have easily had him do the intro, but they wanted to make you immerse yourself into the character of Nate. Fuck Nora. No one wants to play Nora, apparently. We won't give her a special female intro. No, fuck that. Only Nate. So they have to
She's
give
not a
you
war
his
criminal. No one
perspective.
cares about her. We only want to play the war criminal.
Okay, guys, remember how the Fallout 4 intro even happens. It's a flashback. And it's a flashback that then ends with, we go back to another flashback of where Nate and Nora are in their home and everything. But the intro is still talking about, okay, this is how we got to this point. The problem with trying to do that for the TV show is that the TV show starts on the morning that the bombs are dropping. There is no fade in and fade out. You'd have to completely rewrite the opening to even put something like that in there.
If
Otherwise,
you had
what is
an
Ron
intro
Perlman
with
narrating?
Yeah, if you had a narration with the intro that currently exists, you'd just introduce questions like, "Wait, there was a resource war, but they're just having a birthday party as if nothing's wrong's happening. What's this?"
Yep.
Yeah, and that's one of the problems with Fallout 4's intro, is it's talking about how terrible everything is. It shows kids fighting in the street. It shows this military vehicle with rockets on it driving down the road. And it's like, yeah,
People
here
are
we are in our
panicking
nice
and
little
running.
cozy neighborhood where nothing is wrong at all.
I mean, granted, this is the Hollywood Hills, so I mean, if anybody's going to be sheltered, it's going to be the California elite.
Yeah, but also Fallout 4. What about that one? What about
Well,
Sanctuary
that's
Goals?
just the burbs.
I
but
just,
even
like,
then,
they have name brand everything. Are there any, other than something to do with Nuka-Cola, are there any actual knockoff brand products in the Fallout franchise? Like, I think does Vim count?
I mean, in the original games, there were a ton of knockoff things.
Yeah.
Like there's a version of Cheesy Poops.
Yeah, it just feels unreal to have only name brand products, and there isn't like a generic Abraxo cleaner. There isn't a generic, like, not Mr. Handy, because those are like harder to do, but generic brand. Not every mac and cheese needs to be Blamco mac and cheese.
Yeah, exactly. Every like grocery store chain would have its own generic brand, basically, is what it should be. That would make it more like realistic. It'd make it more understandable. Like
Well, you
Kroger's here, for
see-
example, has your normal brands like Wonder Bread and everything like that, but also
Well,
has Private Select brands, which is the Kroger brand.
Well, I mean, you do actually have that as a background story point in Fallout 4 with how Nuka-Cola basically took over all these other countries took over all these other companies that had been regional brands of their own, and since that's first broke. Yeah,
What was I thinking? What was I thinking? The Fallout TV
Fallout
show
was-
says
Oh my
Vault-Tec
God.
owns half
Yeah.
of everything. So that's
Yeah.
why. Sorry, Pagan, I wanted to do my joke.
You've killed him. Pagan is now dead.
I killed the mouse.
Yep. You baited that mouse.
I wanted to
back,
kill
you
the
just
other
ran out of
mouse. I wanted to kill Mickey.
The mouse has
Damn.
been flayed.
it.
Go ahead, Pagan. All right, we'll just continue then, I guess.
Was that a squeak?
I don't know. Maybe Pagan's having mic issues. Oh,
Fantastic
we'll see if he
voice.
says
The show
anything in chat.
also doesn't go out of its way to explain all of the tech and lore of the universe, so if you're not already familiar with Fallout, some things might be confusing or...
That was one of my problems with the show to a degree, is that they don't explain things for the audience who might be new to the series, but that's among my lesser problems. Like, just observing...
There's a slight narrative problem with it, because he showed the terminal, and they show that you can hack into terminals, but
Yeah.
then Norm the gnome needs permission to get into Vault 31, and then it has nothing he can do whilst in there. He can't then just hack a terminal inside because, it's all controlled by Bud. Well, if you're in a life and death situation, Norm, maybe just crack that Roomba so he's not in control and access a terminal, dude. Like, come on, Jesus.
Yeah, that's something, another thing I put in the script. Bud he has the same weakness as a fucking turtle. Just flip him on his side. He can't do shit.
There is literally a mop next to him that he's bumping into. You have a stick.
Yeah, well,
It's
he
also a
can't even move
nitpick,
it.
but I say this every time I see the hacking minigame. They got the hacking minigame wrong in the TV show.
I'm not
The words
surprised.
all have different lengths. They're meant to have they're all meant to have the same length because it's it's a letter guessing game.
Yep.
And they don't all have the same lengths. There's also words in there that shouldn't work. The way that it works is there will always be legible words. If there's any letters, they will be part of a word. They can't be individual letters on their own, like 2 letters ly on their own. That will be part of a word like hastily. But no, they had lots of different words. And if you were going to do that, if you were going to fuck up the hacking minigame, at least make it like a bit of subtext. Like it says something on there that's like, oh, look, a neat little reference you can have in the show. But no, it's just, they fucked it.
They could have actually said, had him say, this doesn't look like anything I've seen before. All of these are mismatched. A bunch of these must be done. So he has to figure it out.
Yeah, you could have made it, but no, he just picks the first one and gets in straight away as well.
Yeah.
Oh, what we didn't see was Norm make a save and keep loading the save every time he failed the terminal.
Voices will not stop. Typing slurs on the keyboard. All right, I'm in.
And whilst we paused, there was another super chat that I'll get. Gorbs for £5. Scene: the secret capitalist meeting where they suggest dropping the bomb. Camera zooms in on woman's face. Ron voiceover. War never changes.
God, it's crazy how long they hovered on that. Like, they just... Like, she pauses for, 10 seconds before saying, war never changes. It's like,
That would have been
I almost want to put elevator music, so you should... Because war, Jeopardy,
Yeah.
War never changes.
Yeah, that was in the way back yonks of Stag. That was an awkward pause. That is what an awkward pause looks like, not somebody having a natural conversation.
Yeah.
I have lots of awkward pauses in this. I have a bad habit of interrupting people. I'm sorry, Seth. I've done that to you a couple times.
But because the show is good, that'll make people curious in the lore, and they'll want to look things
not
up.
good.
What are the other vaults?
Sorry, Act Ma'am. The show is terrible.
It's dog shit.
Genuinely awful.
Like, if a person puts, he's 3 minutes in, he should have at least elucidated a bit better as to why he thinks it's good. But if he still thinks it's good, he needs to give some reasoning.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
you can't really rag someone for saying their opinion in the video that they're trying to give that opinion.
But so far, isn't his whole position essentially just literally member berries?
Yeah,
Yes.
that's the
Basically,
problem.
yeah.
well,
It's
not
not good.
understanding
Member berries
a lot
doesn't
of
make it good.
too. Remember, he gave a really watered down summary that wasn't even what the series is actually about. Like he fucked it up from the beginning. So he's member burying for something that he doesn't even remember properly.
You need to get an Angry Joe slam cut right there.
Tom
fucked it up.
What else though? Another thing is again,
I think it's understandable to misremember the history if you haven't played it in a while, and then you watch the TV show and it says something completely different. It's like, this doesn't feel right, but maybe they wouldn't get that wrong. Obviously, once you find out they get it wrong, they should obviously criticize it for being wrong. But I think it's understandable the normie perspective going into this and being like, oh, more Goislop.
Well, I mean, okay, there's the problem right there. If
Constant.
he's saying that the good thing here is member berries, this is stuff from the games, and we wanted Ron Perlman and blah blah blah. It's like none of those are things that normies would be interested in, but fans will tend to notice that there's problems with them. So you should be critiquing the member berries that have been done wrong. It's like these are sour member berries.
I'm trying to remember what the hell I was trying to say.
Sorry.
It's good because Fallout Show had 50s music. Come on, stop hating. I think that person's correct. 100%. Golden oldies.
They had the junk jet in the show, so it is good.
Yeah, the other thing I want to push back on the whole thing, idea thing, too. Like, 'cause this isn't his opinion. Good is a fact. It's a statement of fact. So yes, you immediately can jump down on somebody like, okay, well now you need to prove it. This is
Yeah,
the
but it
problem
depends
we
on what
always
he
run
means by
into.
that. Because good as a qualitative measure, it depends on what you mean by that good. If he just means it's good for what he finds it entertaining, whilst that would be an incorrect usage of good, colloquially it'd be fine to use that as good.
That's the
But he
problem,
shouldn't.
though, is that again, using it either way, he needs to explain why, so we can even
Yeah,
learn if
I get
he's
that.
using it colloquially or if he's using what it's actually supposed to be, an actual measure of quality.
Hopefully, in the next 12 minutes and 30 seconds of video-ish, he will actually elucidate his point and explain why he thinks the show's good, other than weird nonsense.
Yeah.
I thought Scary Movie 15 was good. Can I explain why? No. It's my opinion. Thanks for watching.
Basically, that's where we're at right now.
Like fight choreography, mostly like hand-to-hand combat stuff, can look a little soft. Sometimes characters are put in really dangerous situations.
Would you care to show that? Like, what do you mean by soft? Like, do you just mean bad? What do you mean by soft? The hand-to-hand fighting.
I would have to
That they don't
assume,
connect?
like, there's not much hand-to-hand fighting in the show outside of the vault in episode 1. If I were to give him the benefit of the doubt, I'd have to mean... I'd have to assume that he means when Maximus punches the ghoul through the set of stairs, which calling it a little soft would be a bit of an understatement. But then again, I don't know what he's referring to exactly here, which is why
it would also
using a
be
clip would
wrong to
help.
characterize it as hand-to-hand, but Maximus fighting the people trying to strip his power armor, he ends up picking up stuff to hit them with, but it
Yeah.
does feel like more of a person-to-person fight that you'd typically describe as hand-to-hand, rather than big walking tank punches immortal ghoul person, and
Maybe.
people with guns and machetes walking around slaughtering vault civilians.
I mean, I would have thought that he was talking about the initial fight in the vault when he gets into close quarters, but I mean, most of that is just it's not well done. It's done almost entirely for the jokes and the gore.
Mm-hmm.
And to be fair, he's criticizing what he thinks of the hand-to-hand. He's just not doing it to a proper degree. He's just saying it feels soft, which, like, that's a nebulous...
Nah.
What do you mean by this, Agner?
Exactly.
Please actually elucidate your point.
And they just bullshit their way through it. But the biggest complaint I've been seeing is about retconning. The history and lore of Fallout is really fucking cool. The series has been around since '97, so naturally fans want to protect that, especially since the show has been confirmed as canon, so it needs to line up with the other games.
Two of
And
these
it
are not
doesn't.
like the others.
Yeah. And it
Why
doesn't
didn't
line
you
up
include another... There's a game that's missing here. Why is it... Where's Fallout 76?
Well, that one is
How dare
apparently
he.
not canon, but it very much
Really?
feels at this point it's supposed to be a foot in the door to push bullshit into the series.
How is it not canon? I thought they said from the get-go that it is.
Did they? Because I was always under the assumption that it wasn't. Because I thought I read somewhere that it wasn't.
No, the ones that
okay,
they said
so-
specifically are not are Brotherhood of Steel and
Tactics.
Tactics specifically.
So,
and even with Tactics, they pull some stuff.
Unfortunately, you're going to have to take Reddit opinions here rather than actual development. I can't find a source, but
Dismiss!
a lot of people are agreeing that it's canon, but the Atom Shop isn't canon. So anything that's in the Atom Shop, you can disregard. So the pride flags, the weird skins, the weird magic boxes that can hold infinite items, those obviously aren't canon, but the broad quests and stories in it, I believe, are supposed to be canon.
Jesus Christ.
So fucking stupid.
This is turning into a full-on panel show. Meme Night wants to join. Hold on. Yeah, meme
And
night.
then there was 6.
So much for getting this done in like fucking under 3 hours.
Yeah, apparently IGN put out a confirmation from Todd Howard and Jonathan Nolan confirming the official Fallout timeline. Fallout 76 is part of it.
Yeah.
Fuck off. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Willkommen, Herr Midnight.
Dankeschön. But I'm actually, I believe I'm the only person in this party who is, who has previously watched Eggman. Setch, I know you watched his Dark Souls, video. But,
It was
I was actually a frequent viewer of him. But then, I believe his Halo videos and his Call of Duty videos are his best ones. And I know those two are like pretty low-hanging fruits. Like it's kind of impossible to be wrong when discussing those two franchises. But I still believe those are his Sorry.
I'll disagree on Halo because he says Halo Reach is good, and it's absolutely fucking not. It is a absolute trash fire.
And
Well, I didn't
and
follow
the reason
Halo
I'm
that much.
here, the reason I'm here is because I covered a Halo Infinite video from Actman, and dear Lord, was the cope. Oh, it's finally good now because they added a base feature that was in the games for every version until Infinite, and it took them several months to do so. They deserve great praise for adding a proper menu screen.
Name a studio with more Stockholm fan base than the Halo fan base.
Fallout.
Fallout.
Or Elder Scrolls, honestly, because people have fucking Skyrim brain.
I think that's different, though.
Is it? For, like,
Well,
Morrowind fans
because-
and for Oblivion fans?
Skyrim, it seems different to me because Skyrim, it seems like a lot of fans of Skyrim are Skyrim fans as opposed to Elder Scrolls fans, if that makes sense.
They're very isolated fan base. They like
Yeah.
Skyrim for it being Skyrim.
As opposed to Fallout, where it's like you'll have people who love Fallout 3 and 4, and they're a fan of the franchise because it looks like Fallout, very similar to Star Wars, where like if it has the things that look like the things we saw before, that makes me happy, you know?
Outside of connecting elements between Daggerfall, Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim, namely being the Daedric princes and certain artifacts you can pick up, like Volendrung. Otherwise, Daggerfall looks
Expert on
nothing
the-
like Morrowind. Morrowind looks nothing like Oblivion, and Oblivion is nothing like Skyrim for like to the most people.
Yeah.
So if you're a fan of Morrowind, you're not likely going to be a fan of Oblivion or Skyrim. You can see how Oblivion is better than Skyrim, but you're not going to be like, oh, I liked the almost alien fantasy realm. Now we're just a generic fantasy. And you might not like Daggerfall because you think Daggerfall is too, whilst large and impressive, it's not handcrafted enough.
And don't forget Redguard.
And nobody likes Arena,
Don't
so you
forget
don't have to count
Battlespire.
those people.
Expert on the lore of Fallout, and typically I'm not one who obsesses over lore in video games and consistent.
Thank God you're showing this piece of shit. Thank God, Act Ma'am, you're showing fucking Reach. Yeah, talk about how you
think,
don't know anything about lore and
I don't-
consistency of this fucking dog shit trash.
I don't even think that's true though, because in his I don't focus too much on his Halo content, but I remember in when he was critiquing Halo 5's campaign, I remember he was really stingy about like the lore tidbits. So maybe he changed.
I get the feeling that what he's actually doing is trying to kind of poison the well here, where he's saying that he's speaking on behalf of the lore, and then he's going to hand wave everything.
I guess we'll see.
I'm taking a more charitable
it's a
interpretation.
freaking donkey situation where, oh,
This
if I
feels
got
like
something wrong,
he's-
I don't know much about the lore. If I got something right, it's because I know about the lore.
Oh yeah, it's probably definitely a donkey situation, but this to me definitely feels like admitting a bias. I don't care that much about the lore. Here's an evidence of proof of why of that.
It's
I don't
it's like
care about the Halo
it's
Reach
like those
lore
people.
contradictions.
It's like those people who try to justify the. It's like those people who try to justify Oblivion removing the quest directions by pointing to that one quest in Morrowind where the direction was wrong.
I've never understood people who don't understand why canon is valuable or important to people, because it is what gets people invested in a story. It is literally the story.
Yeah.
If you were
Yeah,
reading the Iliad and suddenly in the middle of it, it turns into the Bible. I mean, literally, it goes, okay, Odysseus is doing this and Achilles is doing that. And then along comes Jesus and he's just walking through Troy. Wait, what?
And then along comes Zeus.
But yeah, honestly, I'd accept any like terrible, wacky, I don't know, absurdist rule as long as it like remains that way. Like they don't haphazardly change it. That's
It just
pretty
needs to
much
be
it.
consistent. That's all. It just needs to be consistent with what's gone before.
Yeah.
I think to most people, words like lore and canon, even though they can kind of understand them like through cultural osmosis, they don't really get a grasp on what it really just means. It means the story. It's the story. If the story is contradicted, that's bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
I believe in a game as big as Fallout, it's kind of easy to sort of ignore the smaller bits of canon, and so they just accept the newer versions as like, oh, that's how it always was.
Well, it's kind of like that one meme from Star Wars where you have Ben Kenobi and Luke, and he's talking about, oh yeah, this belonged to your father, and now that all has to be rewritten, and you have all these memes. It's like, oh yes, let me tell you about your father. He was a great pilot.
The fucking, because it's like some people would listen to this and say, oh, Fallout's always had contradictions, even in the first game. It's like, well, yeah, developer mistakes and developer disagreements on what is or isn't the case with ghouls isn't the same thing as saying ghouls actually they can totally not drink or eat and survive. We're shown them dying if they don't do that. It's not like the developers disagreements on how ghouls are technically formed if it's just raw FEV plus radiation, just radiation. Those disagreements don't matter in the broad sense of what a ghoul is and how you can tell a story with the ghoul, other than specifically how they transform it. And just because that's a slight error in Fallout 1 potentially doesn't mean you can then go crazy with every sequel.
Yeah.
And I like the fact that Kree has pointed out that just in Fallout 4 alone, it cannot agree with its own canon regarding ghouls. It's all over. It's literally all over the place. It's like every version of ghouls possible is in there.
Not only does Fallout 4 contradict this with 4 different pieces of lore, which I've gone over numerous times, but kid in a fridge, Johnny Winter being locked in a box for 200 years without food and water. And then there's Kent Connolly in the settlement system where it says ghouls do need sustenance, they do need food and water. And then Nuka World goes and adds 2 additional contradictions that both contradict each other as well, where the ghoul magician guy and all the Ferals apparently don't need food, yet the ghoul in the Animal Kingdom part is 3D printing animals for food.
Nope.
I also want to grab...
Sounds like you're nitpicking.
God damn it. I want to grab a couple comments very quickly. Maybe he changed. It's called being a fucking weather vane. Hate. And that's from Voices Will Not Stop, of course. If lore is inconsistent, why even play the game or watch the movie or read the book? If nothing matters, if nothing has any value, I would just play the last level and read the last page because that's the only place that matters. Yeah.
But at that point, you have no reason to be invested. That's the thing, because there are no stakes. Anything can change at any time.
Yep. I would treat it like a consumer conspiracy where they want you to attach to an IP no matter what happens with it, so that you just want to suck up the next thing. And as long as it's superficially entertaining, they want you to feel satisfied. It's just not everyone has a 2-digit IQ, so unfortunately people can see through that.
Nightmare scenario: Fur Affinity buys the IP, and Fallout 5 has Dogmeat arrive as the new, not as a companion, as the actual character.
Oh God!
And I don't mean dog meat from Fallout 4. I mean dog meat from Fallout 1. He went into an
You
energy
mean
field
the
and
dog
came
meat
out
that's in
as
my inventory?
yes, the dog meat that's in your inventory.
Speaking of dog meat, to give the Fallout TV show the tiniest modicum of praise it slightly deserves, I like that they don't call dog meat. No one calls dog meat except the ghoul. And the reason why he calls dog meat is as an actor, he starred in the Fallout equivalent of the story that the name dog meat comes from, like a man and his dog instead of a boy and his dog. It comes from that. So I like that the actor probably made a very successful movie in which he had a dog called Dog Meat, and so he just transcribed that onto this new dog. I like that. That's a neat little touch. It's like I found the piece of corn in the turd.
It's a nice bit of trivia.
And
you wouldn't even notice it. There's just a poster in the background with him on it that says a man and his dog. I was like, oh, that's neat.
Yeah, it's
neat little touches.
Speaking of which, Kenrick just threw in some red meat into the super chat there. If you want to grab that.
Yeah. $20 from Kenrick. Thank you. If you were all given full rights over the Fallout IP, what would you decanonize? Is there anything from any property post Fallout 3 worth keeping? I decanonize Fallout 3, 4, 76 in the Amazon show.
Yeah, that's easy peasy. The question would then be, I would have to take a serious hard look at Fallout New Vegas just to make sure, because I know they tried to band-aid a few of the fuck-ups that were in 3.
There are a couple references to things
Not
in
all of
Fallout
us are
3
dumb
in New
brutes.
Vegas, but most of those references are super superficial, just pointers. So if you decanonize Fallout 3, you can supplant your own story in there that would still work with New Vegas, but not be as awful as Fallout 3 is.
Yeah, I like.
See,
that's the big question was, could we go into New Vegas, and if they are superficial, can we just shave those out?
I'm probably the most liberal of the lot here when it comes to them. I would keep all of them, but do massive rewrites for 3, 4, and 76.
Well, the thing you have to consider, too, is that you would have to actually make those changes into the games, which is going to be an immense amount of work. You're talking about essentially remaking...
You mean a remastered, remade Fallout 3 with an actual decent story?
I mean, yes, but...
Like I said, at that point, then all you're saying is you would retcon all of those and just remove them.
I liked the basic idea of 76. The problem was they done fucked it up from the get-go. Literally from the moment you step outside and why you step outside, they done fucked it up. But I like the idea that it's a control vault, and I like a lot of the background stuff, especially... One thing I talk about sometimes is what I call the theme park dilemma when it comes to an MMO, which is that all the rides have to reset so other visitors to the theme park can enjoy them.
It's like how in World of Warcraft, Azeroth always has some conspicuous island that wasn't revealed until this newest expansion. But one retarded thing I always thought about the 76 story was that the entire thing was you guys are meant to rebuild the wasteland, but everyone goes out of the vault and immediately starts nuking each other and stealing valuables.
And you actually can't rebuild the wasteland because the game is actually designed to prevent you from rebuilding the wasteland. And I don't just mean written that way. I mean the basic design of the game is that shit, and that's what pisses me off about.
If it was effectively just Fallout 4 Rust, you'd be able to do that. But because every camp is just tied to your character, and if you leave, it disappears. Then what's the point?
Exactly.
If the game
I wanted to finish a point though. There's a point that I had here regarding the theme park dilemma, and that is Fallout 76 actually has an idea for doing it right, and that is everything is run by robots that keep repeating stuff. So there's a reason for it to reset. At least there's a reason. So that is an improvement. It's still the basic problem, but it at least has a narrative sheen over it. The problem is the basic narrative for Fallout 76 is scuffed. So
yeah, I mean that's the main issue in a lot of MMOs is the fact that they have to justify the subscription. They have to justify the base purchase that you owned. And since it's an always online game, they have to constantly add new content.
That is not a problem.
No. That's not the.
I'm talking about the resetting of the quests.
No, I know.
Okay, you go through the Kobold mine in WoW. You go through the Kobold mine. 5 minutes later, the Kobolds are going to be right back. It's not that they have a narrative reason for it. It's because other players have to be able to experience the content.
Yeah, and with a
stand
lot of
up.
those quests, a lot of the point behind the quest itself and the story is, hey, we want to use this mine, but there's kobolds in there, and we can't because they'll fight us. So can you go kill them for us so we can go mine in that mine? Then they never go mine in that mine.
Yeah.
And while some person
So-
can think about
Now-
instanced versions of all of these, where if you've completed the quest, it's empty for you, but it's filled with someone else. Most MMOs don't do this because that's more effort.
And
But
this
a
is
lot
the
of
problem.
them do,
Well,
shockingly.
This is actually one of the good things Fallout 76 does is like if you go and clear out a mine because the robot tender of whatever mine told you we need to do this, and there's a narrative structure whereby things reset because the robots don't actually know how to fix the problem. There's a reason why it goes back to stage 1.
There's a much
They
better
kill every
system
monster
than
in the
that.
cave, and the robot somehow brings them back
Yeah.
to life.
Yeah, there's
But
a
I have
much better
so many
system
other-
to
yeah.
that, which is what Lord of the Rings Online and Elder Scrolls Online do, and it's what Thief was talking about, the instancing, where you
Mhm.
get sent to a place, you do something, and now it's cleared for you forever.
Right, that'd be great.
World of
But-
Warcraft.
Like I
I
said,
would-
more
my-
and more
my-
games are doing that.
Right. My whole point is just that Fallout 76 at least has a narrative reason for doing it that's better than not. But so much of the rest of the narrative is just broken, especially how it was touched on by me night before, I think it was, where it's like, yeah, the whole point is that you're leaving the vault to rebuild America. But the fact that you don't have server permanence and nothing you do actually matters, you can't.
Yeah.
You can't even
If
build in
the,
areas that are ruined, but are otherwise.
Yeah.
I mean, this
You try,
Morgantown
and
should be safe, but I can't build there.
to try and expand on the guy's super chat. For each game, 3, 4, and 76, if you've played it, what thing in that game, if you could pull it out of the rubble, would you keep?
I would keep the basis for Vault 76 out of 76, and then I would basically, the overall structure of the game world itself, and a lot of the quests actually. A lot of the quests are narratively decent.
I think if 76 was just I think if it had like player-made custom factions and it was basically just this warfare kind of multiplayer game, I think it would have been very fun. Just go rowdy with the sandbox and just roam around and kill other players.
So
Give the
from
players
that, I'm
freedom.
getting you'd want like you'd pull up the area space, the landscape of Fallout 76, and build a new game in it, as is. Yeah.
I would like
think
for
the
it
world
to
space
actually
of
be
76
like-
is good.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I'm saying. Because you want a different game, but Fallout 76 isn't that game really. So like, if you had to pull one thing, you'd pull the world space, so you could make a proper game in it. What about you, Creed, Pagan, and Sedge? What would you pull out of 3, 4, and 76 if you know anything about it?
That we would have to keep.
Like, if there
I don't
was,
wanna keep
is
any
there
of it,
anything
honestly.
in, like, say we've decanonized them, but is there anything in 3, 4, or 76 that you're like, oh, this is neat, I would like that, like a little souvenir?
4, if we remove all of the context of it, actually being able to weapons craft and manufacture is genuinely a neat idea, and you could run with that. 76, the basic idea, as Calbeck said, of it's a control vault, and they are trying to rebuild things. But I would have designed it to be a Rust style game, not anything remotely what Bethesda did. But I also wouldn't save any of the quests, honestly, because I think they're all dog shit.
I think that's fair. Like, for me, Fallout 4, I like the power armor, like, being a walking tank. I don't like it as it is. I would remove, like I've said before, I'd remove the feature and cores, make things. But just the simple concept of power armor actually turning you into a walking tank, I'd like that. I want that and more. I think Pagan uses Titans of the New West, which kind of does that in a similar style for New Vegas. So that idea of big, bulky power armor, cool. I like that. Fallout 3,
Yeah,
I
think,
don't know. I haven't played it enough.
I think with 76, like I said, I'd keep the world space because I think the world is actually like genuinely fun to explore. If you strip it away from any and all story content, because that's when it all kind of falls apart. But Fallout 3 and New Vegas, or sorry, in 4, I don't know what I'd keep honestly. I think I'd keep like I don't know. I like the basic premises of factions, but ideas are very easy to come up with. It's the actual writing part that needs talent.
Not the complete implementation, but I did remember Fallout 3. I really like the metro tunnels, considering how claustrophobic they are and how they're used as a form of travel. I dislike how that they're mandatory. If it was like a World of Pain, the mod where you can just get from one side of the map to the other side of the map by going through a fighting gauntlet, I like that. So I think the metro tunnels in Fallout 3, if you can integrate those, like there'd be caves in New Vegas or secret facilities. I think that's also a good thing to steal from Fallout 3. Like you decanonize it, get rid of it, even delist it, and then you just pull out the one thing. I'd probably take metro tunnels.
Oh, and there was one other super chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me get that quickly. $5 from Mystic Space. Thank you. My favorite podcast. Glad to catch it live. Well, I'll be honest, I like Axeman. This video he made was bad, like his Arena Shooters video.
The one where he puts Half-Life 1 in the thumbnail.
Oh my god, yeah. Where he has no idea what a fucking arena shooter is.
Time at. It's pretty easy for me to suspend my disbelief if what I'm watching or playing is amazing, entertaining, and immersive enough. But since the show has been...
what would be amazing then? Because, like, if all the lore is broken and contradicting each other and nothing makes sense, then, like, what is it about the show that's amazing to you?
Yeah.
If it has scenes that are good in a vacuum.
That's a Looney Tunes cartoon.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Like, what? You've basically said, like, I can just ignore all the glaring problems if I feel like it.
Yeah, it sounds it comes across as, ooh, shiny, me like.
Oh, they jingled them keys. I
So-
on the keys.
If you go from the perspective of someone who's never seen any Fallout, it'd be a lot harder to notice any Fallout contradictions. There are obviously still narrative contradictions and mistakes. So that doesn't save him here, but like if he's like, oh, I'll just turn off my brain of all knowledge of Fallout and just watch this as a fun post-nuclear wasteland show, then I can see it. But again, there's still the problems like, oh, the ghoul knows about this secret weak spot, but he didn't use it on Maximus, even though he did intend to kill Maximus.
Yeah.
You know,
And also, because of an editing mistake, he actually shot Maximus in the exact spot of his weakness. So it wasn't like he wasn't trying to kill him. He just didn't load the right ammo in his gun.
Maybe he's surprised because somehow Maximus just happened to notice this because he's secretly an armorsmith genius. And he fixed
Also,
it before he got there. And so I'm writing for the authors now. I wanted to point something out that you just hit on. It just occurred to me. What he's talking about is basically the roller coaster fan experience. When you're on a roller coaster, you're not putting it together holistically. You're enjoying it instant by instant.
Yep.
And
also,
maybe you see something coming, but there's no narrative overview or anything like that. He's here for the roller coaster. That's it.
And also, suspension of disbelief, like, that's usually applied to, like, setting, like, aesthetic things, like, I don't know what to think of, like, the ones in Dune, I guess, like the flying ships and whatnot. Like, that's suspending my disbelief, but I can't suspend my disbelief about human characters being stupid or, you know, any other sort of thing that was previously established and now it's just different.
Yeah.
Listen, Jonathan Nolan was just taking Emil's advice of write what you know.
Exactly. He knew nothing.
been confirmed, and this is a new direction for the Fallout series. It could have a huge impact on the next game. Obviously,
I mean, it almost certainly will. At this point, I'm expecting Fallout 5 to be on the West Coast.
Most of this is a prequel. You don't want to take a new direction when it's a prequel.
Let's
What do you
change
mean?
courses mid-flight when we're already.
How can it wreck anything if it's after the series?
It's hey, we decided to do Jaws 15. Now it was a holographic shark all along.
Oh god.
The ride never ends.
$20 from Idle Drifter. Thank you. My way to include 76 in Fallout continuity. Fallout 76 is really a test vault. All the players are clones and test pods. The simulation is controlled by an insane artificial intelligence similar to Fallout 2 Skynet.
That's the actual good answer. That was the correct one. Also,
I have
really
a slight
hated
problem with the nature
sorry.
of simulations in the Fallout franchise. Considering the tech level, it doesn't seem reasonable to me that you have full, like, immersive simulations that you can move around in. But I'll accept that as just my like personal grievance with it.
Actually, I had a headcanon for Fallout 76 where it's actually the early version of Tranquility Lane. Like right after the bombs fall, this is the first thing that he does with Tranquility Lane, and it's like, okay, this didn't work out. They're just nuking each other, and it just keeps repeating like that. Yeah. So as resources get lost and the vault begins breaking down over time, there's less and less resources. Eventually, it's reduced to literally just this one cul-de-sac, all in black and white, because he can't simulate anything else.
Fallout 76 was just a cut Fallout 3 side quest that a developer got really passionate about.
Yeah,
and also,
in concept, it works as a good solution for 76, but I don't think these are like Fallout 3, even New Vegas has them, but at least New Vegas, it's a specific type of simulator that they're getting into. It's
Fallout 4 has it.
Fallout 4 has it, and I think 76 might have the machines, but I don't know if it actually lets you do any simulations. This idea of really high-tech, better than you could ever do, even in real-life simulations with, like, they have advanced tech, and especially military tech, and you would do combat tests. I just think it would be in the scale of the pods in New Vegas that the boomers have that you can't even use, rather than like perfect immersive experiences where you're teleported into a world and you can move around. Because, you know, even the high-tech military organizations still use your basic projector screens for the most part, or really rudimentary, like almost LED systems. They're not going to have this amazing simulation system.
Yeah. Honestly, since we're on the topic of Fallout 2, well, tangentially, I think one of my least favorite moments in the game, and it's a random encounter I actually got. I didn't just look this up like that one short, but it was the one where there was a scorpion or a rat scorpion, and you had to play chess with him, and he was like a really intelligent rat scorpion. I thought that was really it was funny for like a few seconds, and then I was like, oh,
clicks angrily.
Yeah, get me out of this place.
I mean, imagine losing to the Mad Scorpion. That'd be embarrassing.
And then a plant shit talks you from the corner.
I had to uninstall the game after that. Todd was right.
Bethesda to fuck that up. Now, this is my perspective as a Halo fan. If retcons and lore consistency are the biggest complaints people have, that's a good problem to have.
No, it's not.
That's like the worst. That's the death knell problem to have, you moron.
Did he say fans or people in general? Because if it's fans, then no. If it was people in general, I could kind of see that, what he means by that. But the wording, that's awful. What he means is, as long as the story in and of itself is good, and it looks good, and it's shot well, then I don't care. If it contradicts another thing, it doesn't matter as much. Problem is,
the story isn't good.
How can you hate the Halo TV show, even though it's expressly non-canon? Like, if this is the position you're holding, if it contradicts lore, who cares? This one expressly doesn't contradict any lore. It's just shit from the get-go.
But that was Halo, so...
Yeah. So Fallout TV, it's the same thing. It's shit from the get-go, and it contradicts lore, so it's even worse. It's this weird compartmentalization of problems to try and be like, if the worst thing is there's a slight nitpick here and there, then who cares? It must be great. But obviously that's not what people are complaining about.
Now, this is my perspective as a Halo fan. If retcons and lore consistency are the biggest complaints people have, that's a good problem to have.
Okay, so he said incorrect. He
Yeah.
said people, not just fans, just anyone, literally anyone watching this. If you notice a consistency problem,
That is
Get over it.
that is among the biggest issues, though. Like, he's just wrong about this.
Yeah, consistency to itself is really important in a story because you want the person who's reading to be able to either at least predict or rationalize what's coming ahead, or if a surprise happens, they can see where that surprise has come from.
Or-
Not, there's randomly a Honda Civic in Lord of the Rings.
Or have an understanding of the world. The example I'm going to start using is fucking, hey, the ghoul can take bullets, so I guess he just can't be killed unless he gets shot in the head for some reason. But oh wait, other ghouls die to body shots. How does that work? Why is he special? Why is he not injured from getting shot in the back 2 to 3 times?
You know
Get
what?
over it,
I'm gonna
Jed.
go. I'm gonna go ahead and fix the scene where he should be able to kill Maximus but doesn't. I'm gonna fix the scene right here. He picks up a gun. It's obviously a submachine gun because we've seen Lucy firing the same exact weapon previously in the show. Oh wow, things are about to get amazing. And then it just starts blowing bubbles because he picked up a toy gun, and you look at it and it's actually made out of orange plastic all of a sudden. Who needs consistency?
Yeah, why doesn't the latest Call of Duty turn into a visual novel halfway through the campaign?
Why doesn't the latest Call of Duty feature people that aren't in Call of Duty, like Homelander and Nicki Minaj? Oh wait,
Why doesn't Halo give you the option to romance
Wait a minute.
the flood?
Wait a minute, those 300 gigabytes have a game?
I'm just imagining a fucking Halo visual novel dating game now where you reach max fucking relationship status with Gravemind.
You get to
okay.
romance
People in
Cave
the
Johnson.
chat and people watching the VOD, do not tell Joshua Yolder that we're having this discussion about Halo. He will once again draw Master Chief and
Oh god.
the Arbiter
the
making
one-
out.
It sounds like you're asking for a commission from him at this point.
Yeah, you've just kind of
No.
like
Do not tell him.
He's
that the
already sent it
conversation-
to his. He's already sent it to his Twitter page. Don't even ask.
yeah.
I really do need to put the Half-Life scientist stop on the soundboard.
Yeah, you really should.
Get that Gravemind Dussy. Thank you, Robust Delirium.
Alright, let's move on. Well, I need to rewind just a second, though.
It's a good problem to have. The producers of the Halo show created an entirely new timeline just to fuck it up and intentionally ignore the lore of Halo. That's how far they wanted to go in the not Halo direction. So
You still could have, like,
Producers
done it
of
well,
the Fallout
though.
show fucked up
I was-
the only timeline.
I think if you made like a show, I think if you made a Fallout show and it wasn't canon, and it was so good that people wished it was canon, is like the ideal situation here.
This was one of the first things that people brought up. It's just like, why couldn't you have just made the show non-canon?
Yeah.
Yeah, it honestly gives you like a lot of wiggle room, like just I don't know, writing wise.
It also feels like he's using the intent of the author as to judge the quality of the thing. If they intend to go non-canon, then it's somehow worse. But if they intend to be canon, it's good. That what? Halo bad, but they intended to not
We
be
intentionally
canon.
made
That's
it bad.
proof that it's bad. But they intentionally made the Fallout TV show canon, so that's proof that it must be good because they tried to make it. No, that doesn't work. That's bad argumentation.
It's like somebody has a mind that is made entirely of RAM, but they have no hard drive to actually keep data on.
He downloaded all that RAM.
I reject that. I reject that allegory. Ram implies that he could remember the last thing he just said, and it feels like this sentence doesn't work with the previous sentence.
$5 from Media Mana. Thank you. I'm a Fallout fan, but I don't really care about continuity or retcons, but also lore inconsistencies are a good problem to have. The Act Man. Pretty much.
Good problem sounds like a paradox to me, sort of.
It's a phrase where it's like, I'm trying to figure out how to describe it, because I know what's meant by it. It's like, I'm terrible at coming up with examples.
I don't know
on
a
the
specific
spot.
phrase for it, but it's the idea that if you have any problems, if you have to have problems, it's a good problem to have because it's the least concerning. is what
Either
it's saying.
that, or
If you-
because it's actually
it's dismissive.
beneficial.
Yeah.
He's doing exactly what I said he was. He's dismissing the issue.
Yeah.
often captions that look and feel nothing like the source material. What I'm trying to say is that I'm bitter. I'm bitter that you guys have a great show.
We don't, you
What?
fucking retard!
It's a
Shut up!
terrible show.
No, sorry, we're in the same camp here, bud.
The
He's going
Halo
back into
show.
the feelings again.
The Halo show is unironically better than the Fallout show.
Yes, I was about to
because
say that.
It cut itself away from the canon.
Not even
But
because of that, Setch. It is just better outright than the Fallout show, whether you count it as part of the canon or not. It's just better. It's not good.
He put up the Avatar movie as it's like, well, we could have had this. Basically, is his argument.
But we did.
See,
To him, we didn't because he's getting better aesthetics. Literally, his argument is like,
Yeah,
but
it's
they have
just
the
aesthetics.
aesthetic guy.
Yeah.
because I'm going to make my hot take here. In terms of the Avatar: The Last Airbender movie, broadly speaking, it's a relatively beat-by-beat recreation of the story, just like the Netflix show. The major issue that most people have is the weird casting of characters, the weird delivery of dialogue, and the aesthetics of bending not working well. The Earthbenders moving a tiny little pebble, taking 5 guys, that's ridiculous. How would they ever fight against the people that can summon flames from their hands? But in terms of a narrative, it's basically a beat-by-beat retelling of the cartoon. So it's like, just because that's the argument he's making. It looks like Fallout. It makes him feel Fallout feelings. So therefore, good.
I can hear the rage building up in your microphone.
Yeah, pretty much.
The background radiation coming off of your skeleton is just...
$10 from Mystic Space. Thank you. A major issue, I believe, is Actman, unlike you guys, doesn't have such a passion for Fallout. It's blatant that he cares more for Halo. Look at his channel. He only has 2 Fallout videos total. Yeah.
Yeah, and also he used to be a big fan of COD because whenever he made like a Call of Duty video that he really hated, you can hear like the passion in his voice, and he would get really objective and critique the like the story and everything. Like I said, I think those are his best videos because those are him when he actually cares.
Yeah. Yeah, this it strikes me as someone
No, you go ahead first.
Wait, I just realized, is that the Fallout 76 map on his wall in the background?
It's hard to tell.
Yeah, that looks like a graphic from some other series.
Yeah.
But anyways, this does very much feel like a video he made because he needed to make a video because he's a YouTuber and he's heard that the Fallout show is popular and that people like it, as opposed to actually knowing anything about the series and having any kind of investment in it.
Yeah, maybe he watched the show on like his second monitor, and he realized that a Fallout TV show was popular in SEO, and so he tried to cash in.
Yeah.
Wait, are you saying that that's bait in my mouth?
So as I've said 2 or 3 times now, I did watch a Halo Infinite video where he said it was getting good, and part of the lead-in of the video was him saying, I was going to boycott this game until they added split-screen multiplayer. But the people that made that promise aren't even in the company anymore, so I can't hold the company to the promise that people who aren't in the company anymore made, which is a stupid line of reasoning. But it very much feels like with Halo, he's like a battered housewife who's looking for anything he can try to dismiss the negatives and like, oh, here's a positive. He treats me right. Whereas with Fallout,
Yeah, like I said, an abused
like you say,
housewife.
it doesn't care. He doesn't care. So it's just like, oh, he sees the superficial things. Oh, 50s music. Whenever I see a meme about Fallout, it's always playing 50s music. It's got laser guns. Wow, there's a dog in it. This is Fallout. You guys should be fucking happy. But then you could reverse it, same direction. Halo TV show. There's a Master Chief in armor. There's a Covenant-looking people. Look, this is just like Halo. Obviously, it isn't, but like superficial elements are in there. It's just, yeah, it's a bad balancing of your biases. If you're going to make a video on something, either admit your biases, like a fucking legal contract, or just try to care more or care less about the thing you're talking about or not talking about. It's very
Just
not that hard to do.
if you don't care about the TV show, don't make a video on it. Don't force yourself to watch it. It's just pretty basic common sense. If I don't like Fallout, I won't review anything Fallout. That's pretty. I thought that was simple reasoning, but I guess clickbait.
Well,
is
yeah,
clickbait.
we're asking for intellectual honesty from somebody who really has demonstrated they don't have any.
Yeah, that would make
Yeah.
too much sense.
Back to the superficial aspects, though. And again, this is something I put in the Fallout video. Part of the difference, I think, between the Fallout show's reception and the Halo show's reception is that Halo has always had this kind of golden rule about not showing Master Chief's face, and then they do it in the Halo show for basically no reason in the very first episode of the show. And then they constantly have his helmet off and have him acting like a bitch. Fallout doesn't really have any kind of similar golden rule that will immediately put people off. So as long as it does superficially look like Fallout, there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be just hooked by default, you know?
Yeah, it was not showing Master Chief's face was a de jure or a de jure rule. Like, it wasn't set in stone, but it was sort of tradition.
Yeah, and I feel like if they didn't show Master Chief's face at all in Season 1, the Halo show would probably have a much better reputation than it actually does, despite still being dog shit regardless of whether you see his face or not.
Basically, Fallout TV show has better first impressions, gives a better first impressions, and so people are more willing to go along with whatever the ride takes them.
Essentially, yeah. $10 from 427 Arbok, thank you. It's always baffling for me to hear Fallout was good if you ignore the lore issues when I barely know any lore and would still compare the story unfavorably to Manos, The Hand of Fate. I've never seen that movie, but I've heard it's notoriously bad.
I have seen it. I've been forced to watch it by people like one's called friends. It's the best way to describe Manus Hands of Fate is somebody got wired on cocaine and meth on a given weekend, wrote the whole thing up, filmed it, and then forgot that they had put it off to their distributor.
They were chewing
no,
on
that sounds like a good time though.
Gum.
Might have been a good time, but it's like, hey, this was the result.
No, I meant the movie because of the creation
no.
process behind it.
No, it's completely disjointed. It's like, what the fuck is going on?
Is it better or worse than the Fallout show?
It is worse. It genuinely.
An unofficial M. Night Shyamalan film.
Now, I'd like to take the next one because I feel called out by it.
Okay.
Guts on the mic for $5. Thank you.
Thank you.
One of the guys in the stream and sounds a lot like Actman. It's like he's joining into shit on his own video.
Thank you for joining us.
I wonder who he's talking about.
Time to point guns at everyone.
That Fate movie versus Prometheus, I would watch Prometheus instead.
Damn. What about Alien Romulus?
Haven't seen it, can't judge, but probably would watch that.
I don't want to hear about Alien Romulus. Thank you very much.
Hey, Seth, have I told you about Alien Romulus? They do so many stupid things in that movie.
Bite me.
Okay, tell you what. How about doing a watch together at some point where we go ahead and we'll all watch Hands of Fate, and you can deal with it. You can just suffer through the whole thing. It's a marathon.
No thanks. I
don't think you ever told Setch about how to solve the acid problem of a dead alien, they just turned off the gravity so it floated in midair.
I forgot about that!
She had to float through an anti-grav section of the ship, avoiding the acid that was free floating around.
How did she change her course?
She like moved around on bits of the ship, like tables and such.
Not.
The biggest problem is if it's free floating with any slight momentum, with no gravity, it will eventually reach the hole and just start burning.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Using the anti-grav as like, this obstacle she needs to get past is fucking retarded.
And isn't there that acid there because they've been killing them anyways?
Even if it's going like a micrometer, like even if it's going that little bit, it will eventually touch and start melting through.
What they conveniently do, Setch, is it's moving, but it kind of moves in a way to go towards the wall, but then curves so it doesn't go towards the wall.
She's going past it. She's creating air currents. She's actually eating the entire ship in her wake.
I really don't know. I really don't know what you guys are complaining about. If you ignore everything that's bad about the scene is good. So
yeah,
well, you ignore all.
She got to fly like a bird in a cage. So
yeah,
it's actually a metaphor. Yeah, it's a metaphor for the beauty of life.
There's another section about that movie I forgot. Main character has a couple of friends who try escaping because one of them gets alien in them, and they fly out. and then I think they lose control of the ship, crash into one of the engines of the space station, causing it to fly into the ring of the planet faster, which will destroy it. And then they manage to somehow crash the ship back into the landing bay, so that main hero character girl can take the ship and leave at the end.
I mean, I gave up after Resurrection because the only thing that I recall actually liking from that movie was the general lighting his boot black on fire. He like gets the Kiwi out, sets it on fire. It's like, that's legit. That's a real thing. Polishes his boots with the melted Kiwi wax. It's like, yes. Everything else about the movie is shit.
Melted kiwi wax is not a phrase I think I'd ever hear in my life.
That you can fuck with the lore as much as you want as long as the end product is good, but it's nice to keep things in perspective, you know?
Whoa, okay, so what's your arbitrary limit then?
What perspective?
No, what's your arbitrary limit? How much can they fuck the lore?
Yeah, this
Enough to make the show good.
Well, he just said keep things in perspective. How can you when you've detached yourself
Well,
from
we
continuity?
did pause before he finished his sentence, so maybe he actually reveals his third eye right here.
Yeah, let's go back and let it play through.
I'm bitter. I'm bitter that you guys have a great show. And that's not to say you can fuck with the lore as much as you want as long as the end product is good, but it's nice to keep things in perspective, you know?
So you
Oh,
can't
so
do that, but
yeah.
they did fuck the lore. They literally bent it over a table and raped it while it was crying for help.
Yeah, there's
And they
basically
were-
there's little to no lore that comes out of the Fallout show unscathed from the original games.
Yeah, we're back to this question of as long as you keep perspective. Okay, where's your dividing line?
Yeah.
The perspective of a man who doesn't really care that much about the Fallout lore.
Yeah.
This
Like,
is
I was pointing this out when we first watched it, me, Calbeck, and some other people in the Discord. One of the Vault Dwellers just knows what Jet is.
yeah.
He just knows what Jet is, which establishes either that they have Jet in that vault and it's pre-war, or the entire storyline doesn't make sense because someone from outside of the vault has brought Jet into the vault.
No, he
There's
just
supposed
has
to be this-
intelligence 9.
Yeah, there's supposed to be this conspiracy that nobody's left the vault. That's like the entire point of the plot. Nobody comes in or out. But he sees one of the raiders take Jet and be like, what? Whereas most reasonable people would say, what, he's got asthma?
Well, this is one of the few things that Bethesda has apparently tried to make some effort to reconcile. And they're ridiculous about it, but their apparent view on it is that Jet was a pre-war drug that was reinvented by Myron, which still makes no sense if you actually paid any attention to what Myron was saying. It's their attempt to hand wave it, but it's basically them realizing, okay, we done fucked it up. There's enough drama about this. Let's just say that it's both.
That's dumb.
People will point to, oh, well, in the one where Myron says that he made it, there's also other people that said they had it years ago before Myron could have ever possibly made it. So we have to trust the word of the cracked out chem fiends as valid lore information. That's why it's fine that Bethesda contradicted the lore on Jet.
Yeah, not the actual chemist who actually goes through the very specific phases of how he did his research and how he arrived at these.
Right. I said Myron. What I meant was
Yeah.
Myrnon. Right, Myrnon is his name.
That's death of the author. So
Mirnin.
Myrnon.
The show is entertaining. It 100% feels like Fallout in every way.
No, it doesn't.
Shut the fuck up. Okay,
Doesn't
it was
feel like Fallout
entertaining.
at all.
How? Explain
I
how.
love how he
It
stops on
feels like,
this. Look at this.
Sorry.
We got this freeze frame right here. It's like Fallout. Oh, 800 rads, you're dead. Thanks. The show's over. Bye.
Oh no, we covered this, Calbeck. The times
Yes.
100 either means that she's taken 800 rads, or these are millirads, and so she's taken like 0.8 rads.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, what's
okay.
her max
per
HP right now?
second. Per second. The
Yeah,
thing is,
0.8. That's like barely anything.
this is why it's like more than halfway into the danger zone. It's like, honey, you are cooking right now.
So
And also
it's
it's,
reasonable
Cooked!
if you see it as millirads, it's unreasonable if you see it as rads because there's 800 rads per second or zero 0.8 rads per second, and 0.8 is a much more reasonable number in Fallout because radaway exists.
Yeah,
She
it
took-
would have been a lot
Sorry.
better if they had just not had the times 100 there.
Yeah, because
But-
it makes
but yeah,
it much
we-
more glaring.
Yeah, and I believe it's actually me who came up first and said it's got to be millirads. Because that's actually what you would want.
You saw it as way too high, and I was like, well, it might be millirads. Because if it was 8 per second or even 800 per second, the flesh should be melting off.
Yeah, my first
Kree's upcoming video.
Yeah, my first reaction is this supposed to be like the gauge from the games where if you have 600, 800, or 1,000, that's how you're going to start. Yeah, and from Fallout 3. Like, these are your levels of minor, major, or just lethal radiation. If that was the case, then yeah, she's sucking 800 fucking rads. If, on the other hand, it's a sensible thing that we have to write in for the authors, then it's got to be millirads.
Look, she's the player character. She has console commands, and she put like 200 rad away into her inventory.
Boxfox Scoot $2 No, it's times 100, so it's actually 8,000 rads a second.
That would be
not
800.
to like affect your mathematics here, Boxfox, but 8 times 100 is not 8,000.
I'm
Yeah, that's
pretty sure
800.
it's a product of the American, educational system.
It's probably just a typo.
Yeah, probably
8
800 rads a second.
million rads.
But like, unless we zoom in, I don't think it ever actually says. It just says rad meter, which doesn't necessarily mean that it's measuring in rads. It could be measuring in millirads.
Yeah, but this is us having to write for them, because if we take it at face value, it just says it's a rad meter. It's at 800.
Yep. Yes.
Yeah.
800 rads.
Yeah.
So and this is where Actman is saying, if it just made sense, and then we've got this scene. That's why
It
that's
would've
why I
made
blew
sense.
up at it.
And Fallout TV series so awesome, its identity and tone.
Goosey McClain.
Oh god, he's okay. Hold on, let's hear it. Let's hear it.
It's Quirk Chungus.
Oh no, it's Lucy.
Just pausing for copyright. Hold on.
Tone, he says.
Nope. It says Goosey.
Fallout is part post-apocalyptic depression-fueled nightmare and part hilarious dark comedy.
Yeah, fuck you. You're wrong.
So he'd be right
Please
if he
clap.
specified by what he means by part. Because it sounds like he's saying equal part. He didn't say equal part, but it's part this, part that. There is a part of dark comedy even in Fallout 1.
Yeah.
The problem is, you're really overselling the amount of dark comedy in the franchise that isn't made by Bethesda. So it just feels like
Honestly,
wacky gonzo adventure.
So you people who have watched the show, I haven't watched the show because I respect my time too much. But he.
What do you mean by
But
you
what
people?
was the? Sorry, I meant you people and the Brit. Which one of you, you people have watched the show? What is like the Cyclops looking dude? I don't get it. That's fun. I've played all the Fallout games, and I don't get it.
He's the overseer of Vault 4, which was a vault led by scientists with no restriction, and they made mutants. They made the Fallout TV show Gulper, which is the big axolotl thing you see in the trailer. And they performed experiments on people, and of these experiments we see a guy with a nose on his forehead, a guy with an ear on his forehead, a video of a pregnant woman who gives birth to piranhas that immediately began eating her, and the Cyclops.
That sounds
The
wacky
Cyclops
and quirky.
also says that the big gulper is his like great 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 uncle.
Yeah.
What?
They also made sure to portray the woman giving birth to the piranha as though she were having an orgasm instead of giving birth.
Oh well, my
And-
chances of watching the show went from 0.1 to 0.0.
And there's
Congratulations.
also one more mutant that I forgot about, and it's just a Fremen from Dune with blue eyes.
Yep.
Beautiful.
Yeah, so the mutants
Shakespeare.
rebelled and took over the vault, and they've been running things. This is
Also,
the thing that actually is this. Okay, I kind of have to say This is something that I was pissed off from the trailer, that you had the Cyclops as an overseer.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, there better be a reason for this. Okay, there's a reason for it. I mean, it's kind of stupid the way they set it up, but there is a narrative reason for it. Instead of, well, he's just a wacky Cyclops.
I also want to say that he says like, oh, it's everything Fallout in tone and feel, and it's like, oh, so those things that budget solves, not talented writers, because talented writers need time, not budget.
I would say even the looks are off, because at this point we're going off of Bethesda's redesign of the entire franchise, to the point where most of the original looks from Fallout 1 and 2 have been entirely supplanted at this point.
Like Cree, they had a water purification chip.
Oh my bad.
I modeled it from the one in
one
Fallout 1.
I kind of have to... Go ahead.
Sorry. I was going to say that I have one thing. I have a source that my big brother was like looking through Twitter or something. So I can't plant this source right now. But I remember hearing that like the director of the show has only played Fallout 3. So I don't, but I could be wrong on that.
Well, okay, I was going to get to that. It's not like they rushed the writing for this. They went back and forth. They worked with Bethesda on creating this. Apparently, there was at least some veto authority, because you have Todd go like, "Oh yeah, we had additional issues with this," and then we wound up signing off on, well, like the nuking of Shady Sands. So decisions were made that were collaborative, and they took their time. Mm-hmm. This was not a rush job. They did not have to come up with a story like this, but it really, most of the problems of the show seem like they are just half-assed attempts at following lore and not caring otherwise. And then you have that one quote from the producer who's like, "What if we just made everyone dumb?"
Yeah.
But like, you've even got problems where, I don't know if this even comes from any lore, because I'm not that autistic, but they just randomly decide that feral ghouls are afraid of chickens.
Not that they're afraid of chickens, that they'll attack them first, which, yeah, I don't know.
And, well, they can't stand a chicken.
Yeah.
Which is okay. And so then, is that why the chicken fucker fucks chickens, to be immune to the feral ghouls that he makes with his FPV
he
series?
does it out of spite.
Fucking big brain play.
He does it out of spite for the chicken.
The weird thing is, like, it doesn't...
Because the feral just run up, kill the chicken, and then turn and kill him.
Yeah.
The reason they brought the chicken up at all was because it would delay them long enough that they would start shooting the ghoul.
We call that a contrivance.
But they didn't... It's so stupid, because this ghoul is fucking immortal. He has God mode on.
Yeah. Yeah, the thing you need to consider is, what point does the chicken have in the scene? We know, like, from the writer's perspective, we know that Ghoul Man is not feral. And of course these guys would want to be careful in case he is feral, but it seems like just a random piece of bullshit they came up with that just makes no sense, as opposed to like actually thinking it out. Why would a feral ghoul have any particular hate towards a chicken in particular?
Well, this now explains the chicken fucking thing, because it's an expression of dominance over something that the ghoul fears.
Bravo.
He has overcome his natural inclination to run away from a chicken by fucking it.
Shakespeare.
If they wanted to stick to like Bethesda lore, they could have had them wear ghoul masks.
Yeah, because apparently that's enough to trick a feral ghoul, even though, like, I thought they went based on
the rest
smell.
of their skin. Yeah. It's like the ones in Dragons, where like the lore in Skyrim says dragons are super intelligent, but then in gameplay they basically act like feral animals.
Yeah.
Just be glad that there's no smell-o-vision for Fallout 3, because the ghoul mask smells horrid.
Smell-o-vision.
Yeah.
I'll be right back, because I can... Feel free to continue the video.
Yeah, we were going to, because I want to get this done. We're not even halfway.
They nailed this vibe.
You're a coward. You know that shit?
Pausing for copyright.
The way that comes across there is like it's like no.
He's talking to the director.
Yeah, Norm is talking to Actman. It's like, you fucking coward.
You know that?
We all are, Norm.
Pausing for copyright.
Please, Jeff Bezos, don't strike us.
That's why we live in a vault.
You can tell that great care was taken.
So I don't know what the fuck that is supposed to represent from Actman's perspective. They really nailed the vibe.
He does those things. He does those things. He does it in like almost all of his videos where he'll do like the nostalgia critic thing where like in between sentences he'll plant clips from whatever he's doing.
Just random clips with no relation to anything.
I actually want to.
Well, the no relation is hit or miss.
Because
like, what does he say after that now?
Well, I just want to go back to the point of they really nailed that vibe. I don't remember what he said before that, but like, it's all just been generic statements so far of they nailed the vibe, they nailed the tone. It's exactly like Fallout.
They nailed everything.
It looks like Fallout, blah, blah, blah. He keeps saying these things with no substance, and he plays a clip which just goes against what he's saying. He played the clip
I feel like he's...
That's why I want to hear his summary statement here. It's like, okay, this is coming after he played that clip, so...
Kind of what I'm getting at, though, is it feels like there isn't going to be a summary statement because there hasn't been one so far anytime he's made these claims before. It's just stream of consciousness with no direction.
He's probably afraid of saying something overly controversial.
Because you're right. There should be a summary statement here. It's like, this is why I believe what I just said.
Yeah, I think he's afraid of saying something overly controversial.
He's already fucked it though. He's already said multiple stupid things.
It's stupid, but not controversial.
Details the intricate subtleties just right. Sound effects like.
Okay, you're right. Yeah, you're right. He just ignored it and went on.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a clarifying point, but it's clarifying by moving on to the next position. It's like he's got 5 points he wants to make about how they matched the feel, and he just said they matched the feel. Show clip. They got sound effects right. Show clip.
It's like each sentence is a segue, not a statement.
Yeah, there's no substance here.
So let's address the actual substance of what he was allegedly saying. They nailed the vibe, and then he says, "You're a coward. We all are. That's why we live in a vault." This is inherently stupid. Why you live in a vault is you were fucking born there, and you've been told your entire life that going out of the vault will kill you because it's still irradiated.
Yeah, the equivalency to this would be like, they're saying we're a coward. Well, we all are because we didn't stick the shotgun barrel in our mouth and pull the trigger. Yeah, because that'd be stupid.
You see, this makes sense and is part of the vibe if you believe Fallout is all about being a cynical asshole.
Dark comedy just means pointing out that everything's shit, apparently.
Yeah.
And occasionally adding a cock joke in there.
We live in a vault where the water is clean, we're relatively safe, we're well housed, we have nice clothes, we have some decent food, and we're not just sucking up rads outside. That makes us cowards. We need to just go out. This is the argument. It's like, hey, asshole, hey, act man, get rid of your clothes, go off into the woods, live on fucking nuts and berries. You'll probably be better off than the average wastelander of that era. But hey, you're a coward for not doing it right now.
Well, I mean, it's more like
in a better story, the trials that Vault 33 goes through, and probably Vault 32 as well, if you go the conspiracy that it's all orchestrated, where pretty much like every other year or every like 5 years they have a major almost population wiping either fucking disease or plague or fucking casualty event, then you could have a character that thinks we're cowards. We would rather suffer inside than risk going outside. But that's not the point Chet's making. The point Chet's making is just we live in a vault, so we're cowards. It's like, no.
And that is, I mean, there's not even any basis in the show for that either. Because the crises are just basically invented crises. And it's certainly not, I mean, the brain blight might have been a invented crisis because it looks like it's a crisis. Because it looks like it's been dead that long. But
I always hated the the notion in like media or literature. I always hated the notion that like self-preservation is cowardice, or
Yeah.
like self-preservation is selfishness.
Yeah, because that's what I was going to say. Like, use the example of Actman going out into the woods, but like, it would be more like saying we're all cowards for not going to Somalia completely unarmed and just like with no escort. You know, just go to
Yeah.
Somalia and wander around. It's fine. You'll be safe.
Yeah, yeah. When the revolution happened here and a civil war broke out, I'm a coward for not picking up a rifle and immediately joining the revolution.
Well,
Yeah.
you know, there's been some.
I think those women that go on solo trips through the Middle East
You got
and
it.
Pakistan are very courageous.
Very brave and very stunning.
And usually very dead and violated.
Yeah. That's exactly what I was going to say on just a minute ago. You beat me to it.
Sound effects.
There's a lot of things hardcore fans will notice and appreciate. I don't think there was ever a joke in the show that made me.
Like what?
No-
What would hardcore
Like the
fans
writing.
appreciate?
Keep in mind too. Like, actually, I want to go back to what he said before there. Hold on, because like the thing he pointed out was just the the radiation sounds. It's like what?
Why we live in
You mean to
evolved.
think that a real Viper counter has?
I mean, I've actually said that I appreciated when I was watching the show the props, a lot of the settings, the costumes that they're wearing for the most
Amazon
part.
has money.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't generally lack for the overall aesthetic. I don't really have a problem with that.
Amazon
Well, it's
has
also
money,
meaningless
except for
compared to
paying
what really
artists. That's why they
matters.
use AI art.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Tell that great care was taken to get the details, the intricate subtleties just right. Sound effects like for
And they fail.
radiation are there. There's a lot of things.
It's like, okay,
So the
yeah, the
superficial
sound effects
stuff.
for the radiations, they're very cool. What about the story though? What about the characters? I could excuse them getting the radiation sound effect wrong if the rest of the substance that actually mattered was good.
I also
feel like
want
that's
to
in,
point out getting the sound effects and the models correct isn't exactly hard when Bethesda just gave them the 3D models and the sound files.
Yeah.
I was also gonna say that it feels like a mocking comment. Like here's a lot of things that the old hardcore fans can appreciate, not the writing, but the sound effects. It
Yeah, the
feels
thing-
like almost.
And that's the
mocking.
problem. It doesn't. The hardcore fans that like Fallout 1 and 2, the sound effects that are in Fallout 1 and 2, especially the ambience, is like Cree did it, I think, in his first reaction video, where you played
The original score of Fallout 1 over like Lucy walking in the desert and stuff.
yeah, and it just made it feel so much more impactful using actual
Yeah.
Fallout, not just because it was Fallout, but because that's good music, good ambience, rather than
I think
crawl
New
out
Vegas
through
used
the
some of
Fallout, baby,
Yeah.
when you hear that bomb.
Yeah, I think the Obsidian did well to use some of Fallout 1 and Fallout 2's music for New Vegas because it's just good no matter the context.
Yeah.
Hard will notice and appreciate. I don't think there was ever a joke in the show that made me roll my eyes, groan, or sigh.
Really? You were
None of
perfectly
them.
you were perfectly fine with you are executed by banishment to the surface. And then he starts cutting the binding. You thought that was funny. I was going to bring up the fucking glasses clip, but he already played it as though it's a good thing. What a
I was
fucking
gonna say-
clown.
He didn't play
This is why I
the
said-
drinking the coffee bit, but I could see why you'd find that funny. But he found Thaddeus's backstory being a joke funny, him being a shitter.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
God,
it goes back to what I said earlier about like I have an inkling that he watched the show on a second monitor and like it was taking up 20% of his brain.
Yeah.
Also, I don't find the chicken fucker bit funny. Maybe you do,
It's-
man. I don't.
It feels like
It was
adult
fun.
humor
Like,
where
I
like the joke.
The delivery of
Sorry,
who's fucking my chickens is kind of funny, but the rest, no.
Yeah, it feels like adult humor where the joke is the profanity and not the actual, delivery, punchline, setup.
Yeah.
It's reasonable to say that humor is subjective, and maybe he didn't find anything cringeworthy or eye-rolling or whatever. That just tells me he has no taste in comedy. he would probably watch a George Carlin routine and go like, I don't get it. I mean, it just sounds like real things to me.
I mean, have you ever laughed with Actman and not at him?
No, but I haven't watched enough of his
Ooh.
content, though, so...
Even
Actually,
then,
I'd
like,
argue I've watched too much of its content, considering we're 5 minutes and 49 seconds into this. I'm fucking sick of it already.
that's 5 minutes too much.
Yes.
Adult humor is when they feed you so you can shit, to feed the flies so you can grab the flies so you can feed people.
A real knee slapper.
No, Mark. Uh-oh. He's behind me, isn't he?
They literally have jokes on that tier, you fuck! Oh, don't go in there. Oh, he's gonna go in there. It's literally the same thing! God.
But they
What
didn't
part
do
of
You have the
the-
part with the bear, where like they don't do the line, but he literally turns around and is like, "Oh shit!"
It's literally-
fuck.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
If you
that's
get
my
right
point.
down to it, that's also get that jelly mold out of here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like I said,
I
it's
got-
literally just adult humor sort of comedy where it's just the joke, the thing you're meant to laugh at is the profanity, not the actual substance of the joke.
Like, I gotta admit, my bias here, I did find him running away from the Yaguai saying fuck funny, if I remove the context that he's meant to be a Brotherhood of Steel Knight and not, be a coward. But the idea big threatening monster runs away yelling fuck, that's funny.
And also in the context of the suit actually being relatively useless against the bear, which later on we find out it's not. But it
Also,
was at
the bear
moment,
defying
it had to be.
physics and making his gun foul in a way that shouldn't have fouled because the bear bit into the heat shield of the gun, not the barrel. So how did he shoot and hit the tooth of the bear and make it blow up like a fucking cartoon?
I find the jelly mold scene funny, not because of the actual scene, but because the server spammed it so much that it's funny to me, ironically. Now.
Yeah, I made the main GIF. Just
I find that scene funny
It grew on me.
because of the edit with Mauler. Like when Kree has made the jelly mold, and he's like, "You see how he lies?"
The reason I find that funny is because Mahler's video, he's talking about, they mentioned there was a famine in the vault. Was that you? And he zooms in on the fat guy.
Yeah,
And, I mean, it's literally the whole thing's a fat joke. Everybody's dying around him. His only concern is to save the jelly mold.
I find a lot of fat jokes funny, but leave it to Fallout TV show to not make it funny.
I mean, it's on par with fat guy in a diner as the nuclear bombs go off around him, and he just looks around, shrugs, and goes back to his burger.
Honestly, The Sopranos, like that TV show has the most fat guy jokes, and it's all of them land like beautifully.
Yes, Ravenclaw, it is literally, get that jelly mold out of here. I want to eat it later. He has no other reason to do that. But you look at him, he's fat, and that makes it.
I think you might have predicted the next environmental storytelling skeleton in the next Fallout, where it's just a skeleton bent over in his diner stool with a burger in his hands.
Yeah, it's still a perfectly preserved burger 250 years later, and there's also people living in the diner as well.
McDonald's exists in the Fallout setting. It's got so many preservatives in it.
It's modeled so deep, like in so much detail. Like the cheese is dripping off, the crust is getting older, and all of that is like 800 gigabytes.
Yeah, like I don't.
His fat ass actually shielded the burger from the detonation.
It was so big that like Havoc Physics had to make a new version just to handle it.
All right, I'm going to grab a couple super chats before we continue, since there's a few piling up. $10 from Kenrick50. Thank you. What would be worse, Fallout 1 or Morrowind remade for a modern audience? Fallout 1 easily. I love Morrowind.
Morrowind already has quote-unquote normie elements of it from Daggerfall to Morrowind. And then most of what they do would just be add quest markers, get rid of hit chance, and maybe remove spellcrafting.
Hold on, I think when he says modern audience, he means modern audience. As in, like...
Oh, in that case,
yeah.
It's already full of black people. It's already full of diverse races.
I mean, Morrowind's already made for a modern audience. It has farm tool representation, so
yeah.
Okay, the first thing that would happen is that pre-made character Natalia Dubrovsky would be made hideously ugly.
Oh yeah, because Russian's evil or something.
No, because you can't have a
because
beautiful
femoid,
woman in a
right.
modern... Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Kaius Casades would be like fully clothed because you can't have shirtless men in their own home.
Yeah.
He'd also be a fat, depressed loser who kills himself instead of being recalled back.
He'd also call you the Nerevarine Reborn like immediately before you even get to know him.
Yeah. $5 from Grandmaster Pie, thank you. The ghoul hates chickens because they set off the bombs. It's all a big ploy by Big Poultry. Colonel Sanders is the main boss battle. Oh my god. That's actually better than what they wrote for the show.
Still can't get over that they made a Colonel Sanders dating sim.
Yep.
Colonel Sanders would be like the boss in Sekiro where like you're not meant to beat him. He's just too powerful.
$2 from Box Fox Scoot, thank you. Chat, we must quadruple Kreese Geigers. Oh no.
Here comes the fan art.
16 times the micro reds.
Oh god.
Humor is funny. A lot of the jokes are purely visual. There's one part where this character Thaddeus is waiting for pickup at a radio station, and he's talking to the radio operator who's
just pausing for copyright.
Even visual, they copyrighted?
Yep.
Yep.
How come Ackman wasn't struck then?
Short video.
Yeah.
Oh.
The longer your video, the more likely it is to get hit.
The tighter the restrictions are, yeah.
It's probably a old code thing that they added to their black box of algorithm when people would just upload raw movies to YouTube. So they're like, oh, it's longer than the length of a movie. It's probably a movie. Do a quick heightened check and then auto flag it. That's probably why.
Yeah.
trying to tell. Nobody appreciates the music he plays. And Thaddeus is just like, oh, yeah, cool. Then it zooms out and he says,
great job on these booby traps, by the way. Really.
Pausing again for copyright. God, this is irritating.
So he's going gaga over the fact that this guy has booby traps around because nobody likes his music.
I think the joke, I think what he's getting at is, haha, isn't it funny that there's a gigantic mouse trap and gigantic bear trap that people died in?
I think it's funnier that the name of the station is K-Piss.
How wacky and zany.
Hey, thanks. Hey, thanks.
And it's like, all these people died because they wanted to confront the radio guy over the shitty music he played. The show...
Okay, at least he didn't do the thing of, haha, gigantic mouse trap, but I don't know, I think it's still really dumb.
I mean,
even your joke for it was stupid, Ackman. Like, what the fuck?
It fits Bethesda storytelling humor. It does fit Bethesda game storytelling humor. But if it were from one of the original games, this would be like, this would be an Easter egg place. You'd walk onto the map, and there's just all these people who died in wacky fashions, and then there's the little station in the middle of it.
And if this was Fallout 1, the TV show, it would be like either an extras or like a deleted scene.
Yeah.
In New Vegas, the normal dead bodies would have just been shot by like a turret, but if you had Wild Wasteland, they'd be traps.
Yeah.
Because this type of absurdist comedy does have a bit of a place in Fallout, as in, like, you know, to break some of the dour situations that people are in, to give you some levity. Yeah. But it sounds like he's only really finding it funny because it's absurd and therefore good because Fallout. It's like, no, stop.
It all ties together.
Bad example. That was a bad example, Ackman. The problem is there are no good examples. All the jokes in the show are shit.
Yeah.
This is like the least problem. I don't want to say problematic. I hate that word. This is the least of a problem of the various jokes that they have in it because at least it doesn't really go against Fallout too much. So I can. This is one of the scenes where I can see this in one of the games, as I just said.
I can see the joke. I can see the joke because like some people are that kind of petty where like they'd actually go out and try and kill someone just because their music is so bad. I can see like where I can see his thought process where it led up to him laughing, but maybe I haven't watched the show, so maybe he's just overpresenting.
I would like to just point out that not many people have that big of an issue with this scene, and not with the traps or anything. That's not the issue people tend to have. It's with what
probably why it's
happens
showing it.
after. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is like, I'm going to show you something that I found funny that nobody else is offended by. This is why the show is great. Moving on.
I think you're just mad that the Fallout TV show Chekhov's gunned the traps that Thaddeus would walk into, even though he knew about.
Well,
Oh,
no,
God.
it doesn't even work though, because the trap that he walked into wasn't even pointed in that direction or at that height or that angle.
Yeah.
See, yeah,
It's totally fucked.
It's ridiculous. It's
I would have been totally on board with the trap just plain killing Thaddeus outright, or he gets shot in the leg.
Yeah.
He gets shot because that's where it's pointing. It's like, choing, ah! You were the guy who walked through all these. You've seen them all. You were commenting on them, and you get nailed by one anyway. Okay, that's kind of funny.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
they
even see
needed
the
it to be
practical
in his
use.
neck so they could do the whole, oh my
Yeah.
god, you're not dead, you must be a ghoul. Because
Honestly,
ghouls
they
can
could have
survive
done that
fatal
with his
injuries,
leg.
apparently.
They could have done
I
that
don't
with
even-
his leg too. Just have it regenerate automatically. Oh no, you're a ghoul. It's
But-
like ow, 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 pull
Because
it out.
ghouls
Yeah,
don't
but it's-
regenerate. That's
first-
the biggest fucking problem.
It's not just
No,
the
they
regeneration,
don't.
it's the surviving at all.
Yeah.
Just pointing out that even within their own context, it doesn't work properly.
I don't even see the practical use of a giant mousetrap, because the whole point of a bear trap is that it's supposed to be hidden and catches you by surprise, and it's very painful and slowly kills you to death. I don't even see the practicality of this.
Yeah, my problem with the whole trap scene before before Maximus shows up is that they're gigantic traps that people just walk into, like,
Yeah, how can you miss that unless you're genuinely blind?
yeah. And again, I'm also fine with the idea of people like hating the music and coming here to fuck with this guy. The
Yeah,
problem,
because some people are that petty in real life.
yeah,
And you'd also
Also-
have like schizophrenic chem fiends who are also cannibals for some reason that just want him to shut the fuck up.
yeah.
I mean, at this point,
Shut up.
I'm tempted to bring in a real life military story to explain how people can be that stupid. Because I've seen it.
Oh god.
Yeah, like
Not gory.
That's why that's why I
Like-
think like. Sorry.
It's just like we're out there training at Fort Irwin. We're in an Abrams tank, and we're riding along, and my lieutenant has managed to get us lost once again. And there's all these big blue mines that are scattered, showing this is a minefield. I.e., you're supposed to stop here and go the other direction. You should not be going through here. And driver doesn't see it because he's hatched down and he has very limited vision, and the lieutenant's busy reading a fucking map. So we drive through about 4 or 5 of these mines, and this is like 500 yards of big blue, domes, basically. It's a little hard. Like very squat cans is what they look like, and they're very wide. They look very much like an actual anti-tank mine, except they're bright blue. It's like, how could you fucking miss this? Well, we did.
Yeah, that's why I think that's why I said I can sort of see why he found this was funny, because some people might actually. I feel like he found the idea of someone going out to kill this one person because they hated their music. I think he found that more funny than the mouse traps, but that's digging too much into armchair psychology.
And as Kree said, I think this works much more if you think of it as Wild Wasteland material.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't say that, but I did agree with it. That it would be
okay.
better.
That was me, baby.
Oh! I have miscredited the joke.
I'll take credit anyways.
No.
I mean, I always come
That
up
was
with
all-
good jokes. You want to take credit for them.
Yeah.
So wildly out of pocket at times.
You want to have sex?
Oh my god.
How's that even a joke?
How much of a
The
god?
You thought that this was a joke, Ackman?
You thought this was
How
funny?
stupid they are.
I think that speaks more towards like the bad writing of the show than him.
This is just a realistic representation of modern women.
I think it speaks to his fucking lame ass sense of humor that he thought this was a funny scene.
No, I feel more levity out of the fact that like this was so stupid that he thought it was a joke, not that they were actually serious.
No, the scene is partially treated
Oh,
as
is
a
it?
joke.
I miscredited the joke. You want to have sex? Thanks, Bonsai Buddy.
Look, guys, I didn't watch the show, man. I don't want to put myself through that.
You mean who's my cock?
Yeah.
You're gonna watch my video though, right?
I'm subtitling it, so I'm kind of forced to.
You mean use my cock?
Yeah.
Pausing for copyright.
God,
In
those
good
eyes.
taste.
Men will get a signal like this and straight up be like, I wonder if she's into me. You'll be blind.
What? No. Most men will understand that if a woman straight up asks you, "You want to fuck?" You're gonna say, "Well, how
I'm
attractive
getting
do I
my
find you?"
kidneys stolen.
I think he means like most people would be wide-eyed at such a direct sort of invitation, because most people are.
No, he's not.
sign of-
He's directly referencing, because it's a fucking haha meme of, man, if only there was a sign that she was into me.
Yeah, he literally made the
It's
joke.
the casually explained video. Is she into you? Yes? No? Maybe? Nope. Too hard to tell when it's a woman like putting her finger in her hands.
Yeah, and again, like I said, if a woman just straight up comes up to you and is like, "Hey, do you want to fuck?" And then any man would just look at me like, "How attractive do I find you in this very moment?"
How attractive am I? How attractive are you? Are you so attractive that I'm going to get my kidneys stolen if I go with you?
You know, if Ackman were trying to make a joke about this, it'd be a lot better if he didn't say it. Most guys would. How about your take on it, dude? Your take on it, my dude. Come on, let's hear that.
Well, most guys is the reason why he's making this video, because he didn't really
he thinks
focus
it's the
on
normie.
Fallout.
He aligns with the normie take. He would be one of those guys.
Well, I think he believes it. I don't think like he. I don't believe he's a movie bob or not movie bob, a quartering or whatever slop tuber you can think of, where they just sort of say whatever's the most popular normie take. I don't believe he's an Asmongold.
It just makes him sound like a creeper, not like a normal person.
He's trying to mimic human emotions.
Find some crazy shit that happens. If you don't audibly shout, what the fuck, at least once while watching this, then you are a robot who cannot feel emotion. It's time.
I mean, I said
No, we have standards.
Yeah, we have standards. I shouted what the fuck when watching this because the things they're watching was fucking stupid beyond belief and not Fallout.
Funny how
His point goes
guys.
his point goes in both directions. If you are just a robot and you do not react positively or negatively to this thing, I think you're just being programmed by the TV show to like have an opinion in your brain. If you don't actually find anything funny or don't find anything horrendous, you are a robot. It's just he's using it in the wrong direction.
Yeah, it's like those people who
We all said what the fuck.
Literally
Many
the South
times.
Park meme, or the South Park episode where the children watch George Lucas and Steven Spielberg raping Indiana Jones.
Yeah.
That's why we're saying what the fuck. Not because of like, oh, there's something cool, or oh, that was a moment that was disturbing. No, it's like we're watching our franchise that we love and care about get desecrated.
Yeah.
It's like those people who say like this controversial opinion or a person, and they're like, this person, you either hate him or you love him, and it's like, what if I just find him all right?
The blast wave, I was yelling what the fuck in the first 10 minutes, multiple times in the first 10 minutes of the first episode.
I was there. He was.
Like, blast goes off. Nobody notices except the little girl looking right at it. She should be fucking blind.
Well, don't you know,
Blast wave-
Calibec, that there
blast
was a
wave
camera
hits.
flashing when the bomb went off?
Blast wave hits, blows the window in. Nobody hurt, not even a scratch, not a single instance of blood on anybody. Just smash, but then they react, and then he gets on his horse and rides directly into multiple nuclear bombs going off. What the fuck?
And I kind of want to retract the position that if you have no reaction to this show, then you're a robot. Because some people are just fed up with modern content in general, that they see a Bethesda TV show comes out and it's like, oh yes, this is exactly as awful as I expected it to be.
The most
That'd be
realistic,
it.
yeah. Part of that entire first section is the two guys fighting over getting into the shelter. It's like, I'm coming into the shelter with you. This is for me and my family. You should have dug your own, asshole, like I told you. We don't have the supplies. Sorry, get the fuck out. They don't have them have that argument. They're just like slap fighting each other, but at least that's going on. It's like, yeah, in the heat of the moment, this is something that makes sense. Virtually nothing else does.
I want to grab a small series of comments in chat very quickly. Remember, the director of this show said instead of making them awesome, why not make them dumb? He literally wrote brain rot. Did he actually say that, Ravenclaw? Yes, he did. Yeah, it was in one of the interviews. He was talking about how he's written comedy before, I believe, and there's a bag of tricks from comedy that he's pulling into for this show. And he's talking about, in particular, the scene in episode 7 where Maximus has his Tard Rage in Vault 4 and starts throwing people around. By the way, that one shot of Maximus slapping the dude and making him fly into the tree looks so much more brutal if you speed it up into like what actual speed would be.
Yeah.
He was talking about that scene, and he was like, yeah, instead of having them be awesome, why not have them be dumb?
So what you're saying is that Fallout TV show is an unofficial comedy.
It
It's
is
an absolute fucking disaster.
Well, they were trying to
because-
be funny.
Yeah.
It is once again the subversion of expectations trope, as though that makes for good writing inherently.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, subversion of expectations only works when it's very limited, when you have those wham punch moments in it. Like in we watched Rumble in the Bronx with Jackie Chan movie, and he's doing the bottle shuffle. He's trying to keep the glass bottles away from one of the gang members because he doesn't want to get hit by it. Well, Jackie eventually gets one of the bottles, threatens to hit the gang member. The gang member flinches, Jackie punches him in the face, and then hits him with the bottle, but the bottle doesn't break, and they play an anvil fucking sound. Like he cracked an anvil with it.
Darn.
And that worked as being funny because you expect that the glass bottle's going to break, but no, it just knocked the guy unconscious.
Yeah, and if you want to use it narratively, it's for something like a twist. But then we are in the era when twists themselves are way overused for the most minor of things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or where the twist isn't properly set up, or the worst one where it's too fucking obvious. Like the main character comes in and he's like, "I'm gonna send you on a journey." Sorry. He's evil. Oh, it turns out he's evil. Wow, who would have guessed?
I think that guy's a trustworthy fellow. I trust him with my luggage.
It turns out it was not the butler.
That's why I like in the settings where you get the Bloodborne, Odin Chapel. When you get the creepy, deformed guy at the chapel, and he says, "This is a sanctuary for people. Can you maybe bring people here? It's bring some people here to me. Bring people here. It's safe. I swear it's safe." And he actually is telling the truth. That's a subversion of expectations.
Yeah.
Because he
like
looks horrific, and it doesn't seem like it's safe.
I like the villains that are just like clear cut, bragging about the fact that they're evil. They're like, "Yeah, I'm the bad guy. Yeah, I did all that."
You're not gonna shoot that puppy, are you, Jack? Yes, in the face. Why?
Yeah, exactly. God, he's so fucking... Jack Horner is one of the greatest villains of all time.
Remember, guys, Lucy likes incest, and according to the show, she did it with her brother at the age of 15. Is that not funny? It is, according to Weirdos. It was actually her cousin, but yes.
Cousin.
And they were doing it for
there's an
fucking 10 years or
implication
something.
that she might have not just been with her cousin, and
She
that
a Habsburg
everyone's
by any
basically
chance?
related to her. Because the entire reason that she wants to do the intravolt thing is
It's
that
because
everyone
there's-
else is too genetically close to her.
Yeah.
I mean,
So,
when you get right
I mean-
down to it, this is more it's not a joke, it's foreshadowing. Because the vault is failing, you don't have enough population. Why do you not have enough population? Because the managers are not doing their job correctly.
Yep.
They're following their management manual, but it apparently has nothing in it for what happens if you lose too much of your population. All they
You
do
mean
is send in more
managerial staff are incompetent.
all you do is
So-
send in more that, if you want to get down to it, is the ultimate joke of the triad vaults. Is that ultimately, our plan is that management will save the world. No, management's actually incompetent, doesn't know what the fuck it's doing, and ruins things. It's like, okay, that would actually have been a much better story than what they actually did with Vault-Tec at the end. But I guess we'll get there.
Yeah.
Power off. Lucy is from Vault 33, and most of the vaults have some kind of experiment on the people in them. So each group of vault dwellers is kind of weird and different in their own way. Lucy comes from a vault where everyone is super optimistic, naive, soft, and kind. And so much of the comedy...
What? It's
Naive?
They don't have to. No, again, they're from what was essentially supposed to be a control vault mist. The simple experiment was management. But essentially, they were a control vault. They didn't have any other horrific experimentation going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
That's
great
why the
plot
fall
was
of
they were...
32 doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
Are we in
yeah.
Vault 32? Which one was?
Vault
Vault
32
32
was
doesn't
the
make any
ones that
sense.
killed themselves, yeah.
Yeah, because they didn't have a horrible life or anything. There wasn't any like horrific. They weren't playing propaganda music over the loudspeakers 24/7 forever. They weren't like putting stuff in their water or anything. They were essentially control vaults, just with the experiment being, what will management do?
Well, I mean, if you want to get into the quote-unquote evil experiment part of it, it was a breeding program. As though you can breed people for managerial skills. That's what I found ultimately to be stupid about it. But in the end, there was the intent that this was, like you're saying, a control vault. Ultimately, these people are supposed to come out and take over the world.
Yep.
So they're not being slaughtered or inflicted upon. And it's like Ant-Man kind of doesn't get this at this point. He's trying to come up with this generic description. Oh, and they're naive. Not really.
Yeah,
They
that's my
are
point.
not naive, and
the
they're actually
characters are
very
expressly
technically proficient.
naive.
That's part of what Lucy's whole like marriage proposal thing was to show how proficient she is in multiple different fields.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my point with like it goes back to that theory I said earlier where he watched this on a second monitor, he wasn't focusing.
Yeah.
He maybe heard that was the gentleman who showed me his butthole and like looked, I was like, what? And then looked back at whatever he was actually doing, and then noticed, oh, these characters in the vault other than Norm are kind of like mentally deficient.
I kind of have to say, as a product of somebody raised in the California group home systems, a lot of those people with their social ideologies and how they were talking, it is straight up how we would get shrinks and social workers talking to us.
Yeah.
That is actually these people would legitimately say shit like this.
Yeah, they are what I forget who said it was the worst style of dictatorship or authoritarianism is the nanny state, because they do such with total moral certainty that they are right in their actions, which is that's why they talk like this. So like, oh, we're so much morally superior than them. We just have to bring them up to our level, no matter what.
Well, yes and no.
There's a part of that, but I'd also say with how the characters act in how they're controlled by the Vault 31 class, as well as how they respond to the raiders, regardless of we need to treat them properly and raise them properly after they've murdered most of your people. There's still an element of he was trying to communicate to me by showing me his butthole is a bit too naive for that type of nanny state there. It's a mix.
I got to address that. First of all, yes, that is how social workers talk, including with the showing the buttocks to me. They will trot out all kinds of psychological argumentation for how it's a form of communication. That said, the one legitimate point that they bring up during that whole thing is our population has been reduced below where it's viable. They understand this. They already knew that they were kind of on the ropes as far as that went. That's one of the reasons that the marriage celebration was such a big thing, and probably why they were willing to just ignore or overlook how people were acting and looking. It's just like we're beggars can't be choosers kind of thing. But now you have lost a lot more of your population. Here's a captive population. So they're looking in terms of we have to rehab them because otherwise they're going to die out.
I wish they would have made that more clear.
Yeah, it would have been a much better way of going, but they wanted to yuck it up.
And again, that would have also then put on the whole thing of like making it a mystery of, all right, well, who poisoned them? Like, we're all dying out here. Who poisoned all the raiders?
Yeah, exactly. They could have done a lot more about this, but they wanted to do the funny haha.
Yeah, and then they wanted to have those weird moral messages too, like you don't want to see what happens when the quiet boy gets mad or whatever the fuck that
Yeah,
was.
it's it was like
clap.
normal kids just pee on the walls. Normal boys. She specifically said.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Which
when they get
normal
angry,
boys-
they pee on the walls. It's like they do.
Yeah, it's like no, like that's a very maladjusted boy.
They might deface the wall, but not piss on it.
Yeah, they might
Bit
take
much.
fucking crayons to it and write like this sucks.
Yeah.
Like the big
Or
meritocracy
eggshell
posters,
it.
they might say this is stupid on it.
Yeah, or they
Or
might
they'll
like
do
toss
the
eggs
S,
at it.
the S that every boy drew. Like
And if
it's almost like a mimetic. Every
Yeah.
single boy in the universe
that-
knows
that
that S, and they will all draw it at some point.
And then there was just the implication of this is just something boys do and nobody else. Girls are apparently perfectly fine.
Yeah, just boys being boys. Watch it on Amazon.
I'm just surprised that Vault 33 and Vault 32 didn't have a large supply of Adderall to dope the boys into not misbehaving. Maybe that's the actual lore of the Vault.
That's what's in the jelly mold.
That was what was in the cupcakes.
The fat guy was the hero all along.
Yeah, he was the one taking it all on himself.
If we can only get the Raiders to eat the jelly mold, Elle will be saved.
He was the actual main character of the show.
Revolve the contrast between, her obnoxious, upbeat attitude and what's really outside of the vault. They do a fantastic job of showing what life and culture is like in.
Pausing for copyright.
Life
And also, we don't really see what daily life is like in the vault. It mostly focuses on Norm doing his gay little investigation into Vault 32 and what's really going on.
We do see that they can be fucking lazy. Like, they won't even clean the blood off the walls. They'll just paint right over it, which I hate to break it to you, but that's going to fuck up the paint.
Yeah.
You're going to have to come back and repaint that again later.
This also doesn't
just works
get
like a texture.
into. I mean, it doesn't get into the problems that you. Everybody in Vault 31 knows what happened, and they're not naive if you want to make the argument, but they're also a substantial portion of Vault 33 now. That they're not just like one or two of them. There's a bunch of them because there have to be, because they had to get unfrozen to repopulate the fucking vault. And the overseer of the vault is always Vault 31. So where does this? Oh, they're all naive and they don't understand what's going on. Here's their lives, and there's no. This is literally all manufactured, but it's also all manufactured with the intent of creating what they think is going to be a superior society on the surface.
Yeah,
people who make lemonade.
Yeah, I've seen it in chat a few times, but yeah, there are so many barely disguised fetishes in this show. It is wild.
Yeah, it's
really
really weird
creepy.
and unnecessary, and I don't know
we
why
were
they
making a
do it.
list as we watched through it. It was fucking huge.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Would
Five.
you,
Go ahead.
Sorry. No, I was gonna redirect you to the super chat. I was like, are you gonna read it?
Oh. $5 from Austin the Rumble Oostentine. Thank you. Wow, look at the chat. Speeding by and it's impossible to read, just like a real streamer. The Summers Loop S symbol was MK Ultra, I swear.
It wouldn't surprise me if it was some CIA psyop. It really fucking wouldn't.
What?
But I swear to God, that S symbol,
Yeah, it's fucking everywhere.
every
We did it
single
here in the
boy
UK.
in the world, every single one draws it. So it wouldn't
You do
surprise
see-
me in the slightest if it turns out that it was some secret CIA op. It's kind of like how modern art was a CIA op.
3 by 3, three on the top, 3 on the bottom. You connect the first one to the second one on the bottom, the second one to the third one on the bottom. You make a triangle at the top of the bottom, and then you connect the first one to the diagonal that you made, and the third one to the diagonal that you made. Your big gangster-looking S.
Yeah, it's so simple, and that's part of the reason why you would see them everywhere. Everywhere. The boys'
Every male
bathroom
has it.
tons of them.
Every male has it mimetically coded into their DNA to draw that symbol.
Yeah, like I said, it would not surprise me in the slightest if it was a CIA op. I wouldn't be surprised. Remember, modern art, the entirety of the modern art industry was a CIA op. It only exists because the CIA forced it to exist because they wanted to destroy the Soviet Union with it. And I kid you not. For anyone that doesn't know that story, you should watch The Fat Electrician. He goes into detail on how modern art was actually fostered and created by the CIA specifically to destroy the Soviet Union.
Oh, I had to look this up. The Summer Sloop S is like, you mean the symbol for salt that used to be on every shaker? It's like literally that when I was growing up, that exact type of S, except that it wouldn't bend under itself like that. It was just you would see it on every salt shaker. It's the S for salt.
Kind of.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing.
It's a Gothic style, if I recall correctly. Summer sloops are alien artifacts found throughout the world for product amplification. What?
No. It's Summer Sloop S symbol.
Just quickly, we are 3.5 hours into the stream, and we're only about halfway through the video. I would like to get through it today.
Yep.
All right, fair enough.
In this, at one point they hold an election for new overseer, and one of the candidates says,
You ran a great campaign.
I know. Must have put 10 posters up.
I paused it. It was just for copyright. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I'm more getting annoyed seeing clips of the show again where stupid shit is happening. I
Yeah,
put 10
like I said, it's
posters
the
up and
nostalgia
I
critic
didn't
thing.
win the election. Fucking kill yourself. Fucking fat piece of
Get,
shit.
get Canadian healthcare now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, sorry.
What you gotta do when you put a few posters up and let democracy run its course.
Oh, fuck you.
Ow.
So, seriously,
I have
funny
the
thing,
volume turned down, and that must be loud. Jesus Christ.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I have the. So I have the. You know that sponsor block extension that like blocks filler ads and all that nonsense.
Yeah.
When it did this little ear rape, it told me to skip because it's filler.
Nice.
I mean, the funny. Ow.
Oh, Lord, I'm taking my headphones.
I
off.
mean, the
Jesus.
funny thing is that they actually make kind of a legitimate point about American politics here and how so much of it revolves around crises that seem to only really crop up during an election year, and
Yeah.
especially as you get closer, because both sides love to say, "Hey, you know what? Vote for us because this is a crisis. That's a crisis. That the other party is a crisis entirely." And so, okay, fine. That's an interesting commentary to make, but they didn't roll with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
They because they kind of couldn't, because they had to make it all about how this is an evil conspiracy. But if you did that and it actually stuck and people started taking it as serious social commentary, which I kind of think they were angling for to begin with, wonder how many people would start registering independent and say, fuck both your parties.
It's hard to tell because, like, even if they intended to have this commentary on how the only reason people ever get elected is because of manufactured controversies or crises, it's like, yeah, you're just making a random point in your show that doesn't really work that well because it just ruins the rest of the plot.
Also, it kind of means it undermines the idea of it actually being a full-blown conspiracy where 31's guaranteed to win every time. They shouldn't be guaranteed. Just because you have a controversy or a crisis doesn't necessarily mean that you can demonstrate that you can do it better. They sideswipe that by just saying, well, you know, we have these slogans here which sound cool. And it's like, when in doubt, vote 31 or whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah.
Isn't it like when things need to be done, vote for 30?
Yeah,
Yeah,
or similar, yeah.
Because it had to rhyme.
It's dumb sloganeering replacing, and it just kind of sliding. Well, if that's the case, then you don't even need a crisis. You just need a slogan.
Yeah, and it kind of builds on what I was saying with how they're kind of naive. In like Ant-Man's point isn't completely wrong here. Mostly it's the Woody character, but it's also the fact that nobody ever thinks that a conspiracy is happening. But it's not like everyone knows the conspiracy is happening, because otherwise Norm would have been told at some point, so he wouldn't have to go in search, and there would be no risk of him finding out information and potentially leaking it to the rest of the vault. So there's definitely an element of Vault 31 are the people in charge, and everyone else are the sheep that are just, you know, your breeding stock.
It's the conspiracy where only one person needs to ask one question and it totally unravels. That's great.
Yeah.
Great writing.
Yeah, why does Vault 31 always win? Uh-oh. That's literally the meme of like, shut it down! Shut it down now.
Yeah. Also, I just going back to video. I really hate these dumb ear rape jokes where it's like, oh, he said the word democracy, so let's put in a clip of Helldivers because democracy is the big joke with that game. It's like, oh my god, you cannot be more unfunny if you fucking tried.
See, I would go with, ladies and gentlemen, this is democracy manifest. Get your hand off my penis.
That would be honestly, that would have been a lot better. You have the weirdo guy say to fat guy, oh yeah, that's democracy. Show Betty during her ceremony, and Norm, a clip of Norm doing the oh, everyone comes from 31. And that's when you do the this is democracy made manifest.
What is the crime, sir? Having a meal? A succulent Chinese meal?
Rest in peace to that guy. He was a legend.
He genuinely was
I
a
love
legend.
that video.
Alright, prepare yourselves, because I am going to play it again, and it's going to be loud and annoying, and honestly, fuck you, Actman, for putting this in your video. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. It's been
Loud
said. I
equals
have to do
funny.
it now. I have to do it now. Alright. This is going on way longer than
the
needed.
actress for Lucy said she wanted to approach the role like Ned Flanders in the apocalypse. This is the most accurate description of her character. She's
is
fucking
not.
awesome. Throughout the show,
She's
she
terrible. She's
Not
not
awesome. Jesus Christ.
She's not Ned Flanders. What the?
Yeah.
No, you don't get it. She said okie dokie, and that's like Ned Flanders because.
Oakley.
Did they just Flanderize Flanders?
Yes.
Howdy ho, neighborino.
They did.
Wow,
I
Dad.
had sex with my cousin, neighborino.
Wow, Dad, you killed zombie Ned Flanders. He was a zombie?
Wow,
is such
Craig,
a
you killed that
classic.
zombie Frenchman. He was a zombie.
God.
She almost like the player's experience playing Fallout for the first time. You know?
What?
And
Whoa, whoa.
Because most people
maybe
who
if you're
play
fucking-
Fallout, like even
Has he ever played Fallout? At this point, I'm not sure.
yeah, because I was going to say
Yeah, he has.
most
yeah.
most people going into
Sorry.
Fallout for the first time know that it's an apocalypse game because that's what it's advertised as. You go into fucking GameStop and pick up the box off the shelf. Oh, Fallout, post-apocalypse, whatever. You see the pictures on the back of the ruins and stuff in Fallout 3. This is literally how I found the franchise, and I knew going in the first time, oh yeah, it's an apocalypse. I don't go into the wasteland at the end of Fallout 3's intro oh, I'm a naive, innocent vault dweller that doesn't know anything. I'm going out there thinking, okay, this is where the game begins. There's going to be shooting, there's going to be monsters to fight, because it's a fucking video game by Bethesda that has monsters to fight and a world to explore.
The only one this really
so I'm
applies
gonna
to
say-
is Fallout 4, and only if someone had it bought for them instead of buying it themselves. Rip Pagan.
Pagan left.
Because obviously the game doesn't really highlight the thing until it happens to you in game. It's got build up to it, but it's mostly like, look, this is the state of the world. You're pre-war. So if Fallout 4 is your first game and you didn't see any of the marketing for it, then I could see someone having this perspective. But again, that's only if you've played Fallout 4.
And it's only
So,
if you went in
so I-
completely blind.
I believe the only game he has played and finished is New Vegas.
Then it makes even less sense that he has any of the perspectives he does on this show.
Well, that's my point. This is like glorified clickbait.
Because even if you have no perspective, the reason I say Fallout 4 specifically is because Fallout 4's intro doesn't expressly point out the apocalypse happening, whereas all the other ones they do. They're more expressly the bombs fell, society has crumbled, and these are the people. Like, New Vegas especially also tells you the factions that are in play before you go out and get. I think you're told by Ron Perlman the factions, then you get shot, then you wake up. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it like transitions to the graveyard thing.
Yeah, and so like Fallout 4 is the only one that would expressly have this. So if he's played New Vegas, even that, it's like, oh yeah, you've got the wide-eyed, you're exploring the wasteland, but you already knew it was going to be a wasteland. In fact, even Lucy knows it's going to be a wasteland. That's the entire point of don't go up on the surface. It's all going to be dead and irradiated.
Well, the reason why I say that is because in his New Vegas video, he doesn't touch on previous lore or games or anything, so I don't even believe he played Bethesda games.
I doubt.
He's played Skyrim. He's played Skyrim, obviously. And he's played Oblivion. Because he mentions them in his Diablo 4 video. But I don't believe he's played Morrowind, and I don't believe he's played Fallout 4 or 3.
We do have a clarifying super chat from Mystic Space, though.
Yeah, $2 from Mystic Space, thank you. He has a New Vegas review. Yes, he has played Fallout. Yeah, I know about his New Vegas review, but it's just... God, I don't know.
So just zero excuse for this take.
It just feels at this point that he's had his opinion fed to him and he's just regurgitating it.
More than... I think it's like someone told him this, or like he's been told this, and he's taking it at face value because he can't immediately go and fact check.
Yeah.
Actually, you save like, well, how bad could it be? And by the end, you're like, this place is fucking awful. Lucy's character arc going from naive vault dweller to woman of the wasteland is a really interesting one. Now,
no,
but it isn't.
Because she doesn't. That doesn't really happen to her, though. She's naive up until the very end. Like, there's a few times where I guess you could argue they're trying to change her character, like when she's not going to help Maximus out of his suit. But, like, this is literally the one person she should trust. And this is immediately after she just helped the man who sold her off to be harvested for organs.
And, I mean, even his own little clip that he throws in here is like, by the end, he's showing a Deathclaw attacking you in Lonesome Road.
Yeah.
When inside 10 minutes of the game, you can have a Deathclaw attacking you because you go
Also,
the wrong way.
His point of using New Vegas falls flat. Again, with the narration intro, you are directly told that there is a legion that uses an army of slaves that's currently at war with another civilization. It's like, how bad could this be? I couldn't possibly be captured and enslaved and maybe even sexually assaulted if I'm playing a female character. No. It's not like that's implied in the narration intro.
You know how interesting that would have been as like a potential thing? Like, if you got attacked by the Legion and you were rendered unconscious, they could actually force you into slavery, and then you'd have to do like an entire quest chain of trying to escape the Legion.
And that like could be another way to enter the Legion questline, insofar as you have like a gladiator type rise out of slavery and become a member of the Legion and having proved yourself.
Yeah. And they could,
like when,
they could even play that off as like, no, we put you in slavery because you were weak, but you proved yourself to be strong. You've risen above your station. You have taken on the responsibility for yourself. You have decided to elevate yourself. You know what I mean? They're trying to hype you up and be like, yeah, you should join us for this reason. Not as a reason like...
They can make it function mechanically. They can make it function mechanically to like the prison escape quests in Skyrim, where like when you get you get jailed, there's a quest where you have to escape it. They can make it function similar, except instead of jailed, you're knocked unconscious.
No, you're talking about the one in
how good
Markov,
the idea is. Bethesda was even going to have that idea with Windhelm, but they cut it. They cut the arena from Windhelm, where if you were jailed in Windhelm, you'd have to fight for your freedom. But that's kind of content, unfortunately.
Just what I hate about the video itself is that the comparison that he's using himself is like, by the end, it's horrible, and all he's showing is that you're shooting the same Deathclaw that you can run into in the first couple of levels.
Yeah,
I think
right outside of Good Spring, you can run into them. It's like, what the fuck?
I think he's just using that as like I don't know, like just B-roll footage, like let me just get a Deathclaw kill real quick.
Now, he's presenting it as though it is by the end. It's oh my god. And
well, remember, he's done that multiple times in this whole thing where he talks about how like this show is unbelievably good. Hey, would you like to make my penis explode now?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
10 out of 10.
$8. Go ahead.
Tom, sorry, go ahead. I was just going to comment on that. Go ahead.
Oh. $8 from DilioCon. Thank you. Yes, Ned Flanders, a diddling cousin and sex-crate sociopath. Yeah.
Yeah.
There wasn't some extreme violence and gore. And to be honest, the show kind of drops the ball here. It's really tame.
What?
Hold on. See.
We do a little trolling.
Okay.
Yeah, he's making a
God,
shitty
you're
joke.
so unfunny.
To be
I
fair,
don't get what he means. I've played the German version of Fallout, and there's not any gore at all.
Oh God.
Insane. Exactly like the games. People get their legs blown off, they get dismembered, decapitated, and the effects are amazing. A lot of times I can't.
So again, it's all superficial nonsense. It's like, oh,
I was gonna
superficially,
say, I was
because
about to
people
mention
in
that,
the game can have their legs blown off.
Blind
Now,
Man's
if
Park
they
is
do it
awesome.
here, it's just the exact same.
Yeah, I was
Ignoring all
gonna
of the
say
context.
like almost. I was gonna say like I could name like 4 lines in the entire video where he actually praised the writing and not anything else that a good budget can solve.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Oh, you
funny
don't even
how
need a
he
good
talks about
budget.
getting their leg blown off, dismembered, and decapitated, and basically all 3 just apply to Wilzig.
Yeah. Again, you don't even need a good budget. This is something that genuine passion, can do. Like, there are low budget films and TV shows that do kinds of gore and decapitation, stuff like that, just because they're passionate about it. And the person who's in charge of those things, like, that's their specialty. That's what they want to do. That's why you would have stuff like using chocolate syrup back in Evil Dead. Like, it was a fucking brilliant idea to get a consistency
Or
that looked well, and using the type of camera settings that they were using, the chocolate syrup looked like deep blood.
I mean, not even that. Alfred Hitchcock did the same trick where he would use chocolate syrup as a replacement for blood.
Yeah.
Worked a lot better in black and white too, but at the same
Yeah.
time,
Yeah,
we've
but
got
it still works in color.
Yeah, absolutely. I absolutely agree. Now, the real problem when you're talking about the gore here isn't that it exists in the game; it's that, or excuse me, in the show or the game. Thing is, you see it show. You see things that shouldn't be part of the gore, that are just body horror.
Yeah,
it's
like
just
the
it's
fucking leg stump, the prosthetic.
Yeah.
That would never have existed.
exist?
That is not what they would have created. That's a mad scientist invention. That's not what the United States would have made pre-war.
It's not even a mad
again,
scientist invention. It's just beyond all logic and reason of any kind.
Yeah, Bethesda's canon, because it's so fucking stupid, I cannot believe that the United States took over the world. In the original canons, I can absolutely believe that the United States is curb stomping and rubbing its balls all over the rest of the world. I can absolutely believe it, because they're shown as being competent. In Bethesda's canon and the Fallout show, they're cartoonishly evil and stupid. I can't believe that they would actually be able to do anything.
On that note, have any of you seen any of the quote-unquote Vault-Tec training videos that came out alongside the show?
No.
No.
I
I've
made
seen
the
those
mistake of
Fallout
looking.
4 ones,
Okay,
not
no,
the TV show
these
ones.
the TV show apparently commissioned a bunch of shorts. These are all Vault-Tec training videos for various levels of how you rise in the corporation. The first 1 or 2 are not too bad. They're kind of on the nose with hard sell tactics. The problem is, as you go higher and higher up the hierarchy, these turn into self-parodies that in no way could you justify them in any sort of corporation, because whoever made them would be fired for mocking the company, mocking the idea of even getting promoted. And then, I mean, for example, by the time you hit CEO and you're getting your CEO training video, you're literally being portrayed as a clueless individual at the helm of a ship that doesn't go anywhere, that is burning and sinking around you. And this is presented as the good thing because, hey, at least you get your perks. And this ties in very strongly to the anti-capitalist message that we have from the show in general. Apparently, these were meant to be taken as genuine commentary on corporate culture. I'm just saying a corporation would not actually survive doing these things.
Can you send me the link to those, Calback?
Sure, I'm a little surprised you hadn't seen them.
Yeah.
I believe they're
subtle
if
as
you're
a
on
shot to
Amazon
the
Prime
head.
and you were watching it, they're listed under it as like bonus content. Obviously, I don't know how you watch the show, but like that's like Calbic and I have Prime, so that's how I saw that they were there. I just didn't care to watch them.
Oh yeah, I watched it through totally legitimate and 100% legal means.
You, Pagan, and Sage all
course.
shared an Amazon Prime account. Clearly, that's what happened.
Well, I could technically watch. That's how I caught up, because I believe I was an episode behind originally.
Something like that. I don't remember.
My lawyer advised me not to answer that question, Thief.
But no, I did actually use Amazon Prime. I have Amazon Prime for a lot of different things that I need to use it for. Which sucks because I don't
Did you get
like how much it
Dahlia
costs.
Khan's super chat?
Yeah, I got
Okay,
Dialecons.
still
That's
there.
what kind of
Okay.
started this tangent, I believe.
I was also gonna say I like the Fallout 4 like special animations that they did, even though I thought they were also too on the nose. But I liked how well animated they were. I think they did a neat job of showcasing each attribute.
Okay, so yeah, I went ahead and sent you a copy in the Watch Together. And this is by Studio Show Off. And it says by Amazon Prime and Bethesda Game Studios. So they work together on this, and does use the style from the special videos.
Okay. Thank you.
There's a bunch of these, so if you want to just click on Z's history, that's the one. I think, in fact, this may be all that he does on this channel.
Okay.
A total of 882 subscribers. That's actually kind of funny.
Tell is CG or green screened. The show is simply a spectacle to watch.
And I feel that's like the main reason people like it. It's just a spectacle. They turn their brains off and just went, ooh, pretty lights.
Yeah, if you watch it just because it's another thing to watch, like for entertainment purposes, I don't see anything wrong with that. But Actman's clearly not saying those words, so.
Not to go back to it too much, but the leg thing, where this is the gore that's in the series, it's like, well, you could still have that leg thing, and have it just so it has to like grind to bind in and connect to the bone or something. If they just used the stim pack that's sitting on the desk right next to them to stop his bleeding, and then he would have been fine.
Yeah.
But there's just a stim pack sitting there that they don't use on him for some fucking reason.
Point I was like, why are they using so much slow-mo? Then I realized I'm a fucking idiot. They're recreating the iconic cinematic kill cam. It's amazing.
No, they're not.
No, they're not.
Stupid.
What the
Shut
fuck?
up. Holy fuck, you're so brainless.
Why do they use so
does
much
it show
slow-mo?
the
It's
Fallout
because
pop-ups?
really shitty action directors think slow-mo makes everything better. It's a tool in your arsenal. When you overuse it, it's like the fucking Dutch angle. When you overuse it, it becomes fucking annoying.
When you use a hammer for everything, the hammer becomes useless at some point.
No, it's like when you use a hammer for everything, everything starts looking like a nail.
Oh, sorry.
Also, they don't use it consistently. It's not something that they do for everything that would be a cinematic bit, like him getting punched into the stairs.
Yeah.
If the camera started shaking like a bit, like wildly, then I'd probably see like why he would say they're replicating VATS. But from what I'm looking at, it doesn't look like they're doing that.
I don't like the implication that the goal has VATS. VATS is meant to be Vault Tech Assisted Targeting System. I get that in Fallout 4 you technically get it before you get a Pip-Boy.
I don't think
it
this
would
is
be
VATS.
more reasonable. Yeah, if it was VATS, right? I'm taking him at his word that this is what they were intended, even though they didn't. If it was VATS, I wouldn't want that. I would want him to take something like is it Psycho? Turbo in New Vegas to actually feel like he's moving faster and like time has slowed, and have that consistently as part of the scene, rather than just, oh look at this weird looking mini nuke bullet go through the two people's heads. Isn't that cool?
Actually, basically, that would have made things a lot better, because all we get out of him is like, I'm a bucket of drugs, basically.
Yeah, and again, they could have done the movie Dread is an underrated fucking masterpiece, but they could have done what they did in Dread. In Dread, they used the drug slow-mo specifically so they could have these slow-mo shots. So it made sense in universe as well, that your perception was so fucked when you were on the drugs. It was like everything was in super slow motion. And they actually use it as a way to torture people too. They would give them slow-mo and then like throw them off the top of the Peachtree skyscraper.
Yeah, which is
So they
like
get to
200 or
experience all
300
the way
floors
down.
high or something.
Yeah. So they're in like
Super
1%
slow-mo.
speed all the way down.
Yeah.
Truly a horrific fucking way to die. Oh my god. I just
Hmm?
Holy
realized also,
moly.
because they did the slow-mo, look at how shitty the fucking timing was for the first guy. This guy here in the front. He's already reacting to being shot before he actually gets pulled back by the rig. He's got egg all over his face.
Yeah, he starts like
dumbass.
wiggling
So
a
good.
bit.
Now that
I had someone message me say that isn't when it actually does the shooting, it isn't slow mo, which I'm pretty sure sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. Sometimes it just does the shooting for you. Sometimes you get to watch a bullet fly, but that's more the kill cam rather than actually that. And most people turn those kill cams off because they're annoying.
Well, it depends on how often they trigger. Like if they're rare enough, I'll leave them on. But if it's every single time,
if
then
you
yeah,
have
it gets to that
Boone,
point of just
if
like,
you have
no.
Boone in your team, they're like every second because you just see someone who fucking shoots it.
It is funny.
I'm actually annoyed that nobody in the show ever uses VATS. We never see it.
I'm fine with not seeing it.
I'm happy with it not being there.
No, the reason why is, first of all, because of this take right here. He's going on and on about the aesthetic and how it's so close to the game, yada, yada, yada. He's even throwing this kill cam bullshit in here. But, okay, you want to do that, then you would want to be talking about, like, the iconic use of VATS in combat, which is never used. Will he ever complain about that? I doubt it. I doubt we will ever hear him make any commentary about it.
No, they don't
In other
have
words,
to
he's gonna give it a
establish
pass.
VATS in the show, thankfully. Oh my god.
Like you could even just have a little glimpse of it by just having it so the first time like Lucy is in a like troubling scenario pointing her gun, she's got her like Pit Boy up as like a try and like steady her nerves that a person that's about to kill her, she needs the VATS because normally she's got good aim, but she's worrying right now, so she's using the VATS to resist her, and then she stops using that because she's progressing as a character and is not as subject to the wilds of the wastes. But then next episode she's just petting a decapitated head, so she's an inconsistent character anyway, so who cares?
Yeah. We could have even had that in the introduction bit when she is on the gun range. It's literally never used, though. There's no establishment. It's never used again. And it's never used ever. So, to me, it's just such a core component of Fallout from the beginning. And remember, I mean, the reason that VATS existed in the first place was because it started out as a turn-based game.
Mm-hmm.
And you needed an interface. And so they wanted that. It's literally, from the beginning, VATS has been there. So I don't just want it there as a gimmick. I want it there as part and parcel of the universe for areas where it's appropriate. The ghoul should not have it. He doesn't have a Pit Boy. Lucy should, at least a couple of times. Maybe she could even say early on, you know, this is just getting in my way. I think I shoot better without it.
Yeah, or it's trying too hard to force me into doing body shots or whatever. Even though you should, realistically speaking, military training is body shots for a reason. But, you know, maybe that's how she feels. Maybe she feels she's good enough has enough accuracy, which she seems to when it was on the range. Granted, a controlled indoor range is vastly different than being out in an actual.
If you wanted to more consistently use the trank gun that she's got, she could actually be like, well, it's telling me to aim for the body, but it's faster if you shoot them in the head or something, or straight in the heart, like a fucking Metal Gear Solid meme. But again, that wouldn't make great sense in terms of story, but it would give you something for her perspective rather than just.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Don't use the tool.
I've got this, guys. I've got this. It works for her character. She opens up VATS for the first time during the fight in the vault, and it gives her the option to shoot somebody in the groin, and that's the first place it goes to because of the original system involved shooting for the groin. And she just stops and goes like, "Oh no!" and then just turns it off.
No, she misses all her shots, and then she dies, and then the credits roll.
It just goes to the sexual squickiness that they've already worked into the show. If you're going to play off of that, anyways, here's a point where it could actually be funny. She turns off a tool because it squicked her.
Yeah, but again, I don't understand how you would make VATS work in reality. It's not like this isn't a system that's going to forcibly aim the gun for her.
Yeah, it's too meta.
It doesn't make any logical sense in universe. Because, like, again, if it was something like the scopes from the new modern scope we have on the spear, that would make more sense because the scope is actually adjusting for the range and doing all the calculations for the person. It's helping them aim that way. Here, this Pip-Boy on your wrist, it's not going to do anything for your aim. It's not going to aim the gun for you at all.
The entire point of VATS is that it is estimating your best chances for taking a shot at a given location. That's all it is.
Which, again, doesn't make any sense.
That is, in fact, why shooting for center mass is the most likely hit that you're going to get. Yes. It is an advisory assistance system. That's all it is. And so just let it be that. Let her go like, oh yeah, I have an option to shoot at the groin, and then like her vision like automatically zooms in on it because that's what VATS will do do their vision. Just like, oh, that's disgusting. No, stop that. She turns it off. You can have her fumbling around with it for a bit. It would be a funny moment.
I think the way the Pip-Boy establishes how much it knows about the body, like it's on your left arm, but it can detect if your right leg is broken. Obviously, it's a gameplay mechanic, but I feel like the level of not control but knowledge of the body, it could relatively easily calculate the trajectory of how you're pointing your weapon. So it's not like it will aim for you, but it will tell you, okay, you're kind of aiming a bit, like aim a bit up, aim a bit down type stuff, rather than express control like it is in the video games.
I really just wanted this to be a quick aside.
Stupid system. I think you're trying too hard to make this work. You're trying way too hard to make a.
No, I'm trying to point out. Okay, what my point is that his point is he's all about the iconic aesthetics of Fallout. Well, an iconic aesthetic of Fallout is the VAT system, which I'll bet you he's never going to comment on the absence of because he doesn't care about it.
Well,
I'm pointing out that
he doesn't care anything about Fallout.
From the point of view of somebody who's aiming for that, which the writers clearly were, the show producers clearly were, all you need is like an opening bit where it's showing that VATS is trying to come up and helpfully advise her of where she can shoot, gives like the groin as an option. She's squicked by that because of her own history with sexual blah, blah, blah. And it's like, shoot somebody there? That's horrible. It just turns it off. And we never see it again. It would give us a reason why she never uses it.
I feel like it's leaning too much into the already adult equals funny humor of the show.
But that's what they're doing anyway. This is my point. I'm actually trying to make his argument for him and also pointing out why he's not being consistent. I'm steel manning, guys.
I mean, we can agree to disagree on whether or not a simple targeting assistance on your wrist would help that much. Like it can. It's a science.
It won't.
Science fiction setting.
I can tell you that 100% guaranteed. It will not.
I mean,
there's no methodology that would make that work unless the thing aims for you.
You also wouldn't ride into a nuclear blast on a horse.
That's why I gave the spear scope as a specific example, because the scope itself will change the zoom levels, adjust the sights and everything, and let you know exactly where the gun barrel is aligned to.
It's like that one scene in Game of Thrones where someone told Arya where she tries to aim, and then the person, like the archer next to her, told her not to aim because it strains your muscles and everything, and that your eye knows where it wants the arrow to go.
Yeah, again,
I agree with you if we're talking realism. Again, if we're talking about a show about Fallout and Fallout's iconography, and his point being that he's all about the aesthetics, this is what I'm talking about, not how realistic any of this is. Because if we're going there, I will agree and we will both rip up Fallout together entirely.
Yeah, I know. I'm not talking about yours. Again, you're getting into a circular thing where you keep steel manning yourself. I don't care about your stuff anymore. I'm talking about with
I'm not talking about my own argument. I'm talking about ActMams.
I think what
I said it was the thing on the
you
wrist.
can argue if it would help or not. I know it won't. It physically cannot.
Well, again, it's a relatively advanced computer that has perfect knowledge of the way that your body is. So I think it could reasonably be like the way that your arm is forward and the weapon that you're holding. It can accurately predict if you're going to hit or not.
I disagree because more so what it's doing is probably just sending out electrical pulses to see if something is still registered as there. It's not registering like in real time your body's exactly positioned this way. And even if it was, that will not assist you in having to be like, I'm aiming at the guy. Let me look at my wrist. Let me throw off my aim. Let me throw off my accuracy. Let me remove my alignment, which is very fucking important.
I was
You're
going to
trying
make that argument
accurately.
myself in just
you
a
can
minute.
put the
I was
wrist
going to point
in
that
the
out
same
for
line
you.
as your hand if you're using like a pistol. Two-handed weapons would be awful, but like you could easily just put the wrist in front of where your eyes are.
I mean, but of
But
course,
then
the
you're
way it
aiming
actually
one-handed. Again,
works, it's a HUD, and
Well,
there's
you're
a
using
HUD.
like a 10 milli, like yeah.
You're
you
making
can't
yourself
aim- you
less
can't-
accurate by aiming one-handed to begin with. Like again, you're sacrificing accuracy to try to gain accuracy. It's fucking stupid.
That's the better point. That's the better point. That I'm sacrificing accuracy. I should you just be using two hands. That's a better point.
Again, like you're sacrificing accuracy to gain accuracy. It doesn't fucking work. It's so fucking stupid. None of this fucking works.
I agree. It's unrealistic.
If you could get more accuracy by sacrificing the accuracy, then it would make sense. But the amount of
You
accuracy
won't,
you
though.
gain is the problem.
Because of how the human body fucking works, because you're using all your musculature to hold up the weapon. That again, you will not gain accuracy that way.
The Fallout franchise has a chemical that makes you more accurate with guns. It's called Steady.
Again,
It
this is a video
relaxes your
game
nerves.
fucking argument. This is Jesus
No,
Christ.
so that's not even just a game mechanic.
Yes, let's move on. This argument was stupid to begin with.
What I think about, I don't know if I saw any energy weapons or laser guns in the show, but there's so much from Fallout to tap into, and we gotta have stuff for season 2, right? There's a language to cinema that
Oh my god, it's all just about the superficial bullshit with this guy. Oh, I didn't see any laser weapons, but what?
Fucking Moldaver leaves her room with an energy weapon in her hands.
Yes, I was going to get to that.
We need to save energy weapons for season 2, so we're going to make sure that nobody in California has any, except the one person who doesn't ever uses it.
And she doesn't use it because she's off screen when her part of battling happens. But it's like, yeah, Midnight was right. He was watching it on another screen, so he didn't actually see Moldaver leave with the energy weapon. Because she never fired it, he never heard it. So to him, it never existed. Oh.
has not. The Fallout series does a lot of showing. Scenes are often
It does a lot of showing stuff that looks like it's from Bethesda Fallout.
Yeah, it doesn't do a lot of like. If you're talking in terms of writing, the show don't tell thing. It doesn't do a lot of that. It does a shit ton of telling.
Actually, here's an interesting bit right here in frame that I don't think you noticed. I just noticed it. That's the Enclave flag back there. That's not the American pre-war flag. That is the E.
That does look like an E. It's hard to tell because it's blurry, but
the pre-war U.S. flag doesn't have any symbol in the middle of it. It's just the stars.
I thought it had a star in the middle.
That is definitely not a star.
Yeah, that doesn't look like a star. Because you could see the circle of stars, and those look... Again, it's blurry. Those look like stars. That thing in the middle there definitely doesn't look like a star. It's not wide enough.
So going on the wiki, the United States flag does have a star in the center of its circle stars.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know which games it's from.
Yeah, just check myself. You're correct.
So, and I can reason that it's blurry enough that it kind of looks like a star, but it could also be an E, but it's too blurry to definitively say if it's a mistake or not.
Yeah.
All right. Moving
Either
on,
way, the clip he's using here doesn't even represent... Like, maybe he'll explain it. Maybe this will be the first thing in his entire video he actually explains. But, this doesn't... This clip isn't showing the audience anything. It's, oh yeah, these guys were just exploring the vault, and they look suspicious as fuck, as Betty is like, oh hey, where were you? And they're like, oh, we were working. It's like, oh... Maybe Betty knows. She doesn't. And if she does, she doesn't give a shit. It doesn't matter. She's holding all the cards, essentially.
carried expressions of the actors. They dictate a scene, and
Okay, you just showed that clip of Maximus smiling there. What do you think that means in the context of the scene, Axeman? Can you provide any substance to this video at all?
Maybe he's doing it like we're doing it now, like he watched the entire show on mute.
Maybe.
tell us words could. Everyone's acting is fucking phenomenal. You know, brevity is the soul of wit. They go for a less is more approach.
Incorrect, by the way. I fucking hate that saying. It's another one of those fucking sayings that gets overly abused.
I don't even think Shakespeare meant it like that. Like brevity is the soul of wit. I think that was a mocking comment. If
it was the scene that comes from is from someone who talks way too much and over-exaggerates everything he's saying and takes 10 times as long to say something that he needs to, or than what needs to be said. And then him finishing that with, but brevity is the soul of wit, to my point, that he was just explaining for like 5 minutes.
I think a better saying would have been like, if I had more time, I would have written a shorter letter. The longer time is if this trend didn't die out, and Ackman didn't have, you know, the SEO marketing that he needs.
I went ahead and put it up in the chat there, by the way. That is actually a block letter. Managed to find a somewhat larger version of the image. It's definitely not a star.
It's blurry and distorted by glass. Again, I say it could be an E, but it
okay,
kind of just looks like it looks like a big.
It's
like
a
big
block.
D to me. Like I've zoomed in even further. It looks like a big like full block D without a hole in the middle.
Yeah,
it could be a fuck up.
I can vaguely tell some
It could be a
squiggly lines.
star.
It could be a fuck up. It could actually intentionally be enclave, or it could just be like a fuck up or intentionally enclave. It's
Wow.
Doesn't really change much.
I give these people no credit at this point.
No, I think that's definitely an E. With that clearer
they
picture.
Fucked up by putting Pridwin on the side of the Pridwin.
Yeah,
so,
in any case, that is a block. If it was a star, you'd see a point off to the left. That is, that's blurry as hell, sure, but it's not a star.
I mean, the stars around it kind of, I mean, they're smaller, obviously, but they're kind of
You can tell that they have
shaped.
points.
They're less pointed. So
they're
the bigger one
circular.
should be more visible. The bigger one should be more visible. Yeah. So like probably.
And also it shouldn't be a block. It's a block letter.
Yeah.
So hey, it's I guess Vault 31 was Enclave Vault 1.
We spent way too much time spurging about a letter.
427 Arbach with $5 says, brevity may well be the soul of wit, but wit is not the whole of intelligence or artistry.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you.
And this works really well in scenes where Norm is uncovering the dark secrets of the vault and what's really going on. And one of my pet peeves in storytelling is when I notice that I'm being fed exposition. Like when characters talk in a way that feels like they're speaking to the audience, they're just not looking at the camera. Bugs the shit out of me, takes me out of the story. But in the Fallout show, I get so wrapped up in what's happening that I forget when scenes are meant to inform me of something important. This is
how?
I think he just told on himself.
Yeah, it's just
Also, again, not all exposition is bad. It just depends on how you utilize it, how you use it. Well, one of those hard rules where everybody thinks exposition is bad. It's not.
There's some scenes that are so iconic and how they were explained that if they showed it instead of telling us, I think the scene would have been ruined.
Remember what he thinks is something to get wrapped up in. He said everything other than story. He's all about the aesthetics and the atmosphere and the vibe, and that is what he's getting wrapped up in. I think that if anybody actually gives exposition, he's lost.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think and any other statements about the writing are kind of vague, like catch-all.
This does very much strike me as the kind of person who, not second monitor content, he's sitting on his couch in front of a TV. He strikes me as the kind of person who, during dialogue scenes, he's just like, oh, God, this is so boring. He strikes me as one of those kinds of people.
Or one
He's
of
not
those
second
people
monitor
where
content.
when
Sorry.
action is going on, he's looking at the screen. When it's dialogue, he's fucking doing his phone or something like that, looking at his emails or stuff like that.
He's not second monitor content. He's background audio content.
This is a sign of thought out dialogue that lets the viewer feel like they're uncovering things with the character and not just being told about them, if that makes sense.
Okay, so out of curiosity, how'd you feel about the scene in Vault 32 where they were exploring it after it had been cleaned up and it kept cutting back to the fucked up vault full of corpses that Norman Chet explored? How'd you feel about that scene, Actman?
He'd probably react to that with like a, wait, there was a scene like that? Because he didn't focus.
I imagine it's the fucking scary movie reaction to the Ring video where the dude just like freaks out and falls backwards looking at the TV shocked. It's like, oh my god, it's the same vault.
What makes it so easily likable is how it pays service to the fans. When numerous
How? By shitting all over everything? By fucking up all the lore? By destroying one of the most important locations in the entire franchise for no fucking reason? And then having an insane blood cult dedicated to them?
But there's a rocket-shaped bottle of Nuka-Cola in the background.
Oh my god.
Yeah, they do key jangling for people to autistically like, oh look, this bit in this bit here, this is President Kimball.
Yeah,
ignoring the context of what President Kimball on a blood shrine means, but look, it's President Kimball.
Oh my god,
it is,
mini nuke!
It is key jangling, and Ackerman fell for it. He clapped at the pretty sounds.
But it's kind of funny. It's like equating that pigeons are paying their respects to New York by shitting on everything. It doesn't fucking make any sense.
It's like
Do you
saying
think if those pigeons didn't care that they wouldn't have just coded that statue?
Yeah.
It's like saying that TLJ respects the fans of the franchise.
Callbacks. Every episode had me like, yo, that's that thing from the games that I'm not gonna explicitly.
He admitted it. We don't even have to say it.
Yeah, you.
Wow, yeah.
God.
You
admitted that he is a fucking Coomer brain idiot.
Just put a set of keys dangling from that finger right now.
You know what to do.
You
know what to do,
in a
chat.
mocking. We
need him.
We were saying it in like a mocking manner, but he actually like straight up just said it. It's not even mocking anymore.
Yeah, it's just accurate to say that like he's Soy Jack pointing at things like, oh, I recognize that. ATSTs, ATSTs. You're the fucking kind of person that Red Letter Media mocked when they made their Rogue One video. Jesus Christ.
I have to go top off my coffee with something harder than coffee. I'll be right back.
Oh no. Yeah, we need him in the fucking Soy Jack pointing meme, and there's just like a basic Fallout thing in the background that he's pointing at.
Nuka-Cola. It's got to be Nuka-Cola. Nuka-Cola. That's everywhere.
Yeah.
Guys, only true fans will know this, but did you know there's Nuka-Cola in Fallout? Wow.
Oh my god.
Say it ain't so. Is this? Did you get this from a TKS Mantis video by any chance?
What?
No, now he's pointing at us, chat. Chat, he's pointing at you.
Yo, that's that thing from the games that I'm not going to explicitly mention because you should watch the show yourself so you can have that oh shit moment like I did.
So I don't even know what he's referring to now. I just know that he's Soy Jack pointing at something. It could be any number of things. Did he see a Radaway? Did he see a Nuka-Cola? Did he see something in the basket of shit that Maximus got that had a bunch of references to the game? Did he do that for Power Armor?
Is enough of a spoiler that it would ruin the fun if someone else watched it. So
that does kind of speak to his mindset, honestly. I'm not going to spoil the the game thing. The show had a stim pack in it because
Like you could
I would
easily
ruin it
point
for
to the
you.
Assaultron one. It's like they
Wait,
put
so-
they show the Assaultron. They don't have a character there explaining that's an Assaultron, and it's just something Lucy notices as she's walking around. That is the best you can do for key jangling. Like, oh look, a dead Assaultron. Why no one recovered it to turn it into a Assaultron laser? I don't know, but that's your bare minimum.
So,
I
so is that
actually
why
thought
he
that-
wasn't? He was very vague with his narrative statements. Is that why he was so vague? Is because he doesn't want to spoil?
Yeah, he said early on that he's trying to keep it as spoiler free as possible.
I thought that the best Easter egg in the entire show was the downed CCCP satellite that everybody keeps coming back to. Because there's no explanation for it. It's just there. It's just some wreckage that people pass and don't even comment on.
And remember, the Soviet Union was not a major threat in the Fallout franchise, so much so that a Russian ambassador is one of the characters you can play as.
Yep.
Well, the daughter of a Russian ambassador is one of the players you can play as in Fallout 1. So why is it they're just a crashed CCCP satellite, and why has it not been recovered?
How did it even survive re-entry? But anyways, it's kind of like, it's a weird thing. It's there. They don't talk about it. And what I liked about it is that it's clearly something originally somebody came up with. They didn't just say, let's reuse the prop from New Vegas. Let's just do that. And just have it look like that. And people will remember the New Vegas satellite that was downed at the Mojave Drive-In Theater.
Yeah.
At least it was something different.
Yeah. Can't wait for the second season where they see a guy and ask, "Who are you?" and he says, "I am Courier 6." God.
Jack Black playing Courier 6.
Yeah. Honestly, I could see them doing it, though. That's the problem.
But bringing up things that the Fallout show doesn't do, mistakes it doesn't make, and I think that's equally important to what it does well when making a show like this. Because if the fan service is too on the nose, too blatant, you know, it can feel like a, huh? Fallout's pretty cool, huh? Yeah.
That's exactly what it is, though.
Yeah, what did you think? Why did you think they played all the golden oldies constantly?
Yeah.
That was horrible. It just how mismatched they were.
Like, to give it some credit, I don't think, if I'm recalling correctly, I don't think there's ever a scene like, this is a Pip-Boy. Pip-Boys are so great. They are so useful and amazing.
Well, you don't need to
dialogue
do
like
that for it to be super on the nose, though. It's just, sometimes just showing the stuff constantly is enough, like they do with everything in the show.
I thought that both the best and
The
worst...
problem is, actually, I just realized they do that with the power armor.
Yeah.
Maximus and what's the Dane? They go in just to fanboy over the power armor. I get that they probably would do that as Brotherhood of Steel aspirants, but dear lord, is that cringe?
Like, at the very beginning of the show, well, not the very beginning, okay, when they're introducing Lucy, and she's basically giving her tag skills. She's presenting them in the context of, this is an interview, and I'm explaining why I'm good breeding material, and I should be able to get married, and yada yada. It's like, okay, this is like a resume, but it's also presenting what seemed to be like tag skills. This would be a good nod. If they ever use this again, it's like one of her tag skills apparently is basically speech, the way that it's described. She never makes a speech check in the entire show. She always fails when she tries to de-escalate.
Not just that, but I wouldn't call those I wouldn't call those tag skills either, because she has like 7 tag skills, and the max you could get.
Okay,
is
if you want to
4
call them
with perks.
traits. If you wanted to call them traits, then...
I'm not calling them traits either. I'm
whatever the hell. The point
Just
is
a mix
like
of
this...
character building that you could... It's basically expressing what skill she has high as opposed to what skill she had low. If you
it's touching on the idea of skills. The problem that I have with it later on is that they never put this to any use.
Yeah.
I wonder if they put any of her skills to use. I don't...
Well, don't you know, she's good with guns, and when she had to kill her mother at the end, she did it first try, so clearly.
No, but that's not really like even a thing. Even
I know
like,
it's not. I'm
weapons
just
she
taking the
uses
piss out of it.
Doesn't show that she's good with guns. She doesn't have a moment where she picks up like a hunting rifle and then like tap somebody with a single shot at like 600 yards or something.
We see her practicing with an SMG at the very beginning, and she's actually good with it. You can see her shot grouping. She is a decent shot.
Yeah.
But when she has an opportunity to grab an SMG that she is clearly familiar with and good with, she doesn't.
Yeah, she just grabs a dart gun. Fucking weird.
And never seems to upgrade, even after it having been demonstrated that it's used. Oh, okay, wait a second. Then we kind of get away from that, where Maximus is like, "Oh, you have a pistol. I'll take that." Just like,
Yeah.
Yeah, you like that shit? And there's never a moment like that. Everything feels natural. It's just
There's
Nothing
hundreds of
feels
moments like that.
natural.
I'm sorry. There's never a moment like that. It's constantly like that all the time.
They
It's
give way
incredibly
too much
frustrating.
fanfare for things like the Pridwin, for like even the stim pack. They give it a bit too much for when he uses a stim pack on the ghoul and on the dog, and then like never uses it again.
But then it's
like I said,
miraculous
power
on the
armor.
dog, but then not like anywhere else. It's
So
great.
Oh, that's
I made the
perfect.
meme.
That's beautiful.
Hold on. Copy link. Oh god, that snake is in the fucking thing. I have to remove it.
Remove Snick.
For some reason, it stopped loading. There we go.
Flashbacks to 1990s internet.
Yeah.
That is a thing of beauty right there.
Thanks.
Yeah, this is pretty much his video summarized.
Look, guys! Power!
Look, it's something from Fallout that I recognize! It literally is. Like, this is the exact kind of thing that Red Letter Media seemed to be referencing in their Rogue One video, where it's like, oh look, there's just a bunch of recognizable iconography.
I genuinely would have preferred if they had that instead of the fucking T60, but of course, I mean, the entire Brotherhood thing. But if they had shown somebody in the background stomping around like a half-assed, multi-pieced bit of power armor that they're struggling with because they have no battery, I would have enjoyed that, at least as a passing background thing. But
the right. Spoilers for anyone who hasn't watched the entire show. I'm going to mention some references, Easter eggs, and cameos that I thought were really fucking cool. So if you want to have those oh shit moments yourself, skip to the timestamp. All right, now that it's just me and you, me and the real Fallout fans, how about that fucking Mr. House cameo? That.
Oh, did
That's
he
the thing he
fucking
was slowjacking over was Mr. House.
How about that Mr. House cameo? That
Yeah,
you
the one where
actually
they
have to read the
destroy his entire character. Wow, what a great fucking Easter egg that was.
He actually looks closer to the canon Sinclair right there, honestly, whoever they cast.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to point out that this technically would not qualify as a cameo. This is a direct plot inclusion. It's not just, oh, look, characters showed up.
Yeah, it's not a Stan Lee cameo.
Well, that's just more proof that he wasn't actually watching.
Yeah.
He just saw, oh, Mr. House, oh my lord, and ignored the entire conversation that was happening.
Awesome. And all those scenes where Norm is like, you know, on computer terminals, I was just waiting for the hacking screen to pop up. And when it did, oh, I don't know why I got so hyped on that. I was like,
Yeah, I see what you mean by,
There's GNF,
There's
F apostrophe SS1, CKS, late, ear, tream, and mute. I think the first one he picks is mutate, and then that's just immediately.
Yeah,
The
you got
correct
treem. What the fuck is a treem?
Yeah, I was looking at that too.
Late, ear, GN, CKS.
The one thing that it does do, which the hacking minigame is really funny for, it has a valid word that has went to the next line. So there's uttle, but it's actually subtle.
Yeah.
It's the
very
opposite of
subtle.
subtle, but I like.
And
I
you
like
you
that.
see why this doesn't work because there's an S there for in front of dubbed, so it's snooped.
Yep.
Well fucking done.
That might be a dollar sign.
Is that a dollar sign?
Yeah.
Hang on. Do I need to pop open watch together into full screen mode?
So the one in front of dubbed does look like a dollar sign. However, so does the S after it, but the S after it is just an S.
There's actually a dollar sign on line 0x2A6C at the very end.
Yeah.
So if you want to compare, they actually have some dollar signs.
The one on the
Okay, so the way you could
2A6C
tell,
actually it looks like it has
the way you could
marks.
tell is look at system. It's there's dubbed, Rugrat, then system. System, the S is shorter and fatter. The dollar sign is a bit taller and thinner.
Yep.
Yeah.
I can't really tell.
I think it's a dollar sign because directly above it you have a normal S.
Yeah.
And
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they're not quite the same.
Yeah, that definitely is a dollar sign.
No, that is very subtle, all right.
Yeah. Very subtle.
But anyways,
back
to the actual main point here is, again, this is just Soyjack pointing at, hey, thing I remember. Oh my god, the terminals, oh, maybe the hacking game. There it is! There it is! There's the hacking minigame!
He probably won't bring it up because it's actually part of the story, but when Lucy first brings up her Pip-Boy, when we were watching it together, I noticed that's not how the HUD looks like. It's not actually how the HUD looks like really in any of the games, except if you're playing with controller. So they took the Fallout 4 HUD, but I think it was the Fallout 4 app HUD, and copied and pasted it into the Pip-Boy for the show, because it has triggers on the tabs that shouldn't be there.
What's funny here is that there's enough of it that's correct, you wonder how they messed up the rest of it.
When people are making memes about the hacking minigame, they usually just Google Fallout hacking minigame and they get the exact same image all the time. It's like one of the first results in Google. They could have just copied and pasted it. Nobody would have cared.
Cree, for Halloween, what KOF character do you want to be dressed up as? What the fuck is KOF?
King of Fighters.
King of Fighters.
I have no idea what that is.
It's a SNK fighting game. The same guys behind Metal Slug and Fatal Fury games.
Your response here, Cree, should just be silence, minority.
Silence, minority.
It's like, wait, Norm's gonna fucking crack this password. And then of course he did, but Norm has obviously spec'd into science and intelligence. You know, little stuff like that, just, it gets people excited. One of my...
It gets brainless people like you excited, who don't notice anything about the story, but just see recognizable things and your fucking brain gets triggered into thinking, oh look, thing I recognize, this is good.
Yeah.
It's like that monkey neuron activation meme.
Yeah, it literally is.
A favorite log that summarizes Fallout and Elder Scrolls better than any sentence ever has.
What about the head? I need the head to get my dad back.
Oh my god, of course he's praising this stupid shit.
Okay, I'm not going to say what I was going to say because I don't...
Well, the Wasteland's got
I got really mad just now.
Oh, what's that?
Thou shalt get sidetracked by bullshit every goddamn time.
Bruh, it's exactly like the games.
Shut the fuck up.
Off.
God! This is why I can't stand like dealing with some of these videos, because you just have brainless people who don't know anything about the games being like, oh my god, this is just exactly like the games, when it's not at all. Oh look, he made a reference to doing a side quest, it's exactly like the games. No, it's not.
What I want to know is how is this in any way consistent with what he's doing? Thou shalt get sidetracked by bullshit? Okay, sounds like you're just saying that you're aware that this is bullshit. And this is going to come back and be important later. So it just sounds like you're saying, hey, it's not stupid if I point out that it's stupid.
Yeah.
Lamp shading.
Yeah. The worst kind of lamp shading.
Also thought it's when Knight Titus is fighting the Yao guy, and he just starts running away like, fuck.
The Yao
Yeah,
guy.
what?
Oh, of course
Yao
you
Guai,
fucking...
fucking idiot.
Of
No, it's
course
the
he
Yowie
finds it...
guy. He's from.
Of
Oh,
course
it's a
he
Yao
finds it
guy.
entertaining that Titus is going, oh, fuck, 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 fuck. Of course you find that entertaining, you fucking brainless idiot.
Fuck, shit.
Pausing for copyright.
Because even when you have power armor, that still happens in the games. That moment when Lucy is in Vault 4 and she holds up the NCR flag as the Fallout theme plays.
Also,
That's
can I
the
just call
Fallout.
bullshit on that last bit?
Tourist. It's the
Yep.
wrong fucking theme.
Because
Yeah,
that's what
it's-
happens in the games. It's like, dude, okay, first of all, you're fighting a Deathclaw in the second one, not a fucking Yaogwai. Second, we never see the Yaogwai penetrate his fucking armor. In fact, we see evidence that it does not. It's got the claw marks. It did not get through. So, how is the guy wounded?
Yes.
Yes,
And
Jack.
He's
Did
literally,
Vigor-
he's literally admitting that he's admitting that he's falling for the key jangling.
Yeah, this entire video is, haha, key jangling make me happy. To the
My
tourist
problem
point,
is that his comparisons aren't even on those. But I'm sorry, go ahead.
it's the Fallout 4 fucking theme. Oh, they play the Fallout theme when she looks at the new NCR flag. It's the Fallout 4 theme, the game that has the least to do with the fucking NCR, besides 76.
If you wanted to do the exact same thing, you could easily have just played the main New Vegas sting, and it would have had the exact same result.
I mean, it should have been the New Vegas thing, because that's the last time we saw the NCR.
Yeah. And this is part of your script, and like this is just the way they treat it. The old things are partially there, but they just spit on it. They just disrespect it. It's fucking ridiculous.
God. You are an actual fucking clown. Jesus Christ.
That was a genuine
Like
seal
a
clap.
fucking seal.
Fan service
Lord.
done right. Spoil.
Shut the God.
You didn't even get what it was correct, you moron. You're not a fan.
Again, if we're going by he's only played New Vegas, which he may have, but like this song isn't in New Vegas.
Yeah,
Okay, at that moment, they should have played I Got Spurs that jingle, jangle, jingle, and then cut it. It would have been closer.
Spoilers. Another way they pay fan service is through the music, ripping some of the most iconic tracks from the games. They got the list
No,
of
they're
best
not.
bops from.
A bunch of them are from the games.
This, like, at this point, I'm convinced that I'm just watching an NPC spew their opinions. Oh, look, they got the songs from the games. This is fan service done well. This is a good show. No, I can't comment on any of the actual substantive parts of the show. I just like the key jangling.
Yeah, I
Actual
didn't really know
brainless
anything
idiot.
about
One of the
games.
songs. Yeah, the only time one of the songs even fits is 24 hours, and even then, it only fits the scenario. It doesn't fit the plot because the plot they shouldn't have been able to clean it up in 24 hours.
Yeah.
I mean another neuron activation meme. I don't
Can
know
we
where I
just
got
call
that
him?
picture.
Can we just call him AI Man at this point?
That implies some level of intelligence.
He could have come up with a script from ChatGPT.
Yeah,
Well,
that makes, yeah.
here's the thing. ChatGPT would have made a better script.
Fair.
From the series. They have music that was featured in the games, but also entirely new tracks. And they fit so well within the scenes that I'm like, did they come up with this song for this scene?
No. Oh my
Are you
God.
fucking kidding me?
Again, the only one that counts is What a Difference a Day Makes, 24 Little Hours. And even then, they keep playing the song, and the song's lyrics do not match, the vibes of the scene.
most
so they played it
scenes.
too long. They overplayed their hand with that one song that they got correct. I didn't even want that song there, but its placement is still correct. Most of them, they're just random shit placed in there.
I'm wondering if he's going to play the clip of the waterfall.
Yeah, please tell us how amazing and wonderful that scene was, Act-Man.
Oh god.
Because it seems to match the lyrics with what's happening on screen. It's uncanny.
Is there even a song in that scene when these two are walking away? I don't think there is.
I wonder if he even knows what ambience is.
He might say what it is, but I mean, I'm gonna pull it up anyway to see if I.
Yeah, so
That show is unbelievably good. Yeah, I don't believe it at this point.
Whoever's pulling up the episode, this is episode 5, where Lucy and Maximus are leaving the place where Lucy found them.
Episode 5.
Yeah,
It's like basically the start of the episode.
It's a
Episode
little
5
ways
is also
in.
where
It's
the flag was. And I checked in the actual Amazon Prime. It is a star. It's just with the camera movement and the blur of the glass, it makes it look not like an E. There are other frames where you can see it's actually a star.
Okay, fair enough.
Goes to sleep. He wakes up. He helps her out of the power armor. Then we cut to vault stuff. Then they have their little chit chat, and then they start going at about 40 minutes. So it starts playing Battle Hymn of the Republic. My eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. That one, I don't think that's.
When these two start
totally
walking...
classic Fallout music.
Yeah, that's not like a classic 50s song. That's just.
Don't you guys know it's like the end credits of every game?
And that's for this moment right here on screen where they're walking away, right?
Yes.
So how does that
Yep,
fit the
and
scene what's happening?
Basically, they're joining together. But again, the lyrics on mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord is basically the main, the first line of that like part. It has nothing to do with it. It's about it's a battle hymn. It's about going into combat, and like they're going to walk together, but they're not going to fight anything. They're going to chase after Thaddeus just to get an item back.
Yeah.
It doesn't fit.
$2 from some shambler. Thank you. Actman's intelligence is artificial, all right. Yeah.
Yep.
This guy is an absolute fucking clown. I don't know how anyone could like his shit when it's this fucking empty and vapid and pointless and substanceless.
Like I said, I used to watch his content until he started covering more mainstream stuff, and I just felt like he wasn't putting his heart into it like he was into the Call of Duty and Halo videos, and that's when I stopped watching.
I have seen him in the comments of 1,000 whining simps.
Maximus
Yeah,
walking along
the only
some
variant
railroad.
I know is the edgy one that I can't see.
It plays a version of I've been working on the railroad. There's a ton of examples. Watch.
They're walking down railroad tracks and they played a version of Walking Down. Are you fucking for real?
Oh my god. And he also just.
Is that what he's saying?
So, this is like child logic. Oh, the song, it talked about rails and a railroad, and they're walking along a railroad. So
is this Bob the Builder?
Yeah. So in that scene, it doesn't do that.
If it plays,
Because I was like, they wouldn't
yeah,
blend from
God,
Battle Hymn of
I've
the
been working
Republic
on
into I've been working on the
railroad.
railroad. That'd be stupid.
Yeah.
Like, oh my god.
So not only did he get it wrong, but he's using actual childlike logic to make the connection that, oh yeah, the tongue totally fits, guys.
It's
For
super
real.
fitting. There was a mention of a railroad in there. Don't ignore everything else though, because they're not actually working on the railroad.
They're on
It's
a
not day
railroad
job or
later. I'm
anything.
gonna check that
Ignore
scene
everything
real
else.
quick.
There was a railroad in there though.
Jesus Christ.
Watch the show and see how many you can find. Also, you might notice that the outro for each episode has that slow moving zoom out that you see at the start of Fallout 3 New Vegas and the first game.
Yeah, because slow zoom outs are exclusive to Fallout. No one has ever done that before. That's totally unique to Fallout.
Yep.
Jesus Christ.
I don't have a problem with that comparison. The problem that I have is that he's going gaga over it. Like, this is something to actually bring up as a big point.
I mean, I mean, we're saying this, but he has literally admitted, like earlier in the video, that whenever he sees the references, he soy jack points.
Yeah.
It's detail. The show does a really great job of exploring the themes of Fallout in new and interesting ways.
It literally doesn't. It destroys the
What are
base
the
fucking
themes of
concept
Fallout,
theme of
Ant-Man?
Fallout. The whole point of Fallout is fucking humanity is prone to conflict. Violence is an inherent part of human nature. We are eventually going to fight and go to war over something. That's what war never changes means. We fucking kill each other. That's the whole point of the franchise. And then they fucking undermine that and destroy it for, oh, capitalism bad. We're nuking the entire planet so we can win the game of capitalism. Fuck off. They don't explore the theme of Fallout. They destroy it, you dumb cunt.
This is also one of
You
the.
just sound like a fascist to me. That's what you sound.
Yeah, exactly. This is
You
the
sound
weird.
like a nitpicker.
The weird bit is like he chose this scene as, oh, this is the theme, and they addressed it differently. Exactly how? He basically just comes in and says, yeah, I've heard this commie shit before, and breadlines and whatnot, and fascist. It's like, where's the depth? Where's anything? This is the most. What the fuck? I'm trying to think of something other than lukewarm take, because that's even too much for this. It's like it's a lukewarm, tepid.
This is just tepid water. This is nothing.
Yeah.
$5.56 from Dick Pinasecki. Thank you. It broke new ground! Yeah.
Where? Over the grave of the IP, maybe.
Also,
Yeah.
You missed some Shambler's super chat. It was Actmam's intelligence
I read
is
that.
artificial, all right.
I got that one
was
already.
right.
Yeah, you got it.
Oh, sorry.
Meme Night's got us on the other screen.
It's a very you'll feel rewarded for paying attention. There's a
I strongly disagree on that one.
Paying attention, he
When
says.
you actually pay attention to it, you feel more insulted and realize how stupid it all was.
If by rewarded you mean I'm given more ammunition to shoot the showdown with, then sure. But otherwise, no.
Yeah.
Our problem is that
sorry,
we did pay attention.
Has he said anything super spoiling?
No.
He did have he had a 2-minute spoiler section between about 11 minutes and 12:44 where he mentioned that House is in it, but that's about his biggest spoiler.
And the hacking mini games in it, and that was it.
Creed.
That was it.
What's the point of a spoiler section if you're barely gonna spoil it?
Cree, remember the process of creating the video that currently is being worked on.
Yeah.
Remember this process? It's like we would go through the whole thing, and then, okay, we got it. Then we'd go back through, wait, we missed some shit. Oh no, the more we paid attention to it, the worse it got.
I even get a credit. I even get put in the credits specifically because I also went back and noticed even more stuff. It's just so. Every time you look at it, you find more moles and more fucking.
Which is kind of why I want to stop looking at it, because I don't want to increase my video's length by another 2 hours and delay it by another 3 months.
I mean, just in this bit right here, this stag, we noticed that was an Enclave flag. We had to go back and double check it, but
I checked,
it wasn't. It was not.
It isn't. No.
It was actually a proper flag.
That's a star in the middle.
Yeah.
So if you go back in Amazon Prime and you watch it, as the camera pans, you get a more front-on look on it, and you can see it's a slightly blurry star. It's just with the movement of the camera and it going out of focus, it ruins it and makes it not look like a star.
Yeah, it makes it look like a block letter. Okay, all right.
There's a lot of shadowing that can probably go over your head, and watching it a second time, you'll be like, oh.
Okay, that scene right there. You specifically chose to put that clip there. The ghoul drinking the ghoul juice. So, what is happening in that moment, in that clip you showed, that can go over someone's head if they're not paying attention? What is that thing he's drinking? Where is it from? What is it a reference to? Do you even know? Or are you just saying that because you're like, Yeah, it's got to be something. So, hey, look, a reference.
Yeah, maybe he's using
Which
it as an
scene did he
expression. Like I said,
specifically
it's the
choose? He
nostalgia
chose
critical thing.
The ghoul drinking the ghoul.
He chose the first time he's drinking it, right?
This is
Not the
after
one
Lucy
he's
saved
in
him,
the
so he drank the one she left for him outside. Hold on.
So I think the point he's making is he's referencing the fact that this must be the stuff that Thaddeus took to become a ghoul, but that doesn't make any sense.
Well, that's not even confirmed by the show that they're both the same.
I'm willing to bet that that what he thinks is deep is the bit right after this, because this is him in the Super Duper Mark, remember?
Yeah.
Where he is going through all the drugs and then he watches himself on TV.
Oh, and he probably doesn't want to spoil that bit about watching himself on TV.
Yeah.
But even that's completely fucked because
but it's still
the setup. This is deep because it references a setup.
Yeah, but the whole point of this scene is, oh look, he's reflecting on his past self, and he's become the very character he didn't like portraying on film because he thought that character was, well, out of character for the way that character had been before, but like not a good person, and he's become that. And this is his moment of reflection and turning things around of, yeah, I'm not going to be that anymore. And then he goes right back to being the same character he was before. He doesn't make a change. He's the same person he was before.
Oh, but now he's using his bad tactics on good targets, so that's why.
But he's literally not. He kills a child. Well,
listen,
probably young adult or
he pulled a weapon on him,
teen.
so it was self-defense. He taunted him. He just recently played Morrowind. He clicked taunt over and over until the enemy attacked him, so it doesn't count as a crime.
$2 from. Go ahead.
I was going to say, boy, remember that scene from Star Wars when Han Solo goads Greedo into firing first? Such a hero.
$2 from Hobocop. Thank you. He's the new ass-blasted Alejandro. Yeah.
I actually got to defend ass-blasted Alejandro on that. Occasionally, Angry Joe will actually have some introspection after he's let the luster wear off of whatever he's happy about.
Sometimes. It's
occasional.
Yeah,
but it will happen.
Period is over.
Yeah. Granted, by that point, usually the damage is done. I'm looking at you, Guild Wars 2.
Probably go over your head, and watching it a second time, you'll be like, oh. Now, I haven't played all the games, but I believe that a lot of the pre-war stuff that happened is rarely covered in Fallout or shown. The show does a fantastic job of swapping between past and present.
Okay,
it literally doesn't.
The reason is because the pre-war stuff doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah.
The pre-war stuff is literally a backdrop for everything that happened. What matters now are the people living now. What matters in the story are the factions now, not the factions of the past. In fact, that's part of some of the morals of the story is that clinging to the past is dangerous.
Yeah. All you're really supposed to get of the pre-war isn't like a true one-to-one reflection of what it looks like. You're supposed to get the perspectives of ghouls that were there at the time, who have lived long enough to be able to tell their stories. And even then, they're going to have very biased perspectives and not know the totality of events. Whereas with what you get
like
in
a
these...
unreliable narrator.
Yeah. Which Bethesda, to their credit, sometimes does a good job with using the unreliable narrator. They have contradicting opinions on the way that the metaphysics is in Elder Scrolls, or they just never do it well with Fallout because they're working with a story that didn't rely on that much.
Quickly, I don't want to give them credit on getting the unreliable narrator right, because I don't believe it's an active, like, intentional thing to do an unreliable narrator. It's more of an issue of, yeah, we just let our writers do whatever, and if there's any conflicts, we'll just not deal with it for the most part. And then people who play it on the other end are like, oh shit, that's an example of the unreliable narrator.
Yeah.
As it goes on, they've got worse and worse with it, but in Morrowind, the main crux of what happened under Red Mountain is all couched under 3 different tellings of the same story, and which you choose to believe depends on your perspective. So they deserve credit specifically for like those types of examples.
Yeah, I've referenced that one before myself, but that's different from pretty much everything they've done since then.
Yeah, and that was also...
Yeah, when I think of it, I think of mostly... I think of mostly the way the books in the games work, and not how specific characters in the games work. Usually, the books give those different perspectives on things.
I think we
They're
have
typically
to.
better written.
I think we have to come back to Fallout 4 with that. And the problem is that when we're talking about unreliable narrator, unrelatable narrator, is that when they have a non-unreliable narrator, they still fuck it up.
Yeah.
I.e., the ghouls and a lot of the other stuff in the lore.
Yeah.
So
Which is
the
why
idea that
when I was saying it, the point kind of fell flat. It was like, well, they're not really that good at Fallout. Maybe the point is they were good back in 2001, 2002.
when they had better writers,
got
yes.
worse and worse and worse.
They were good the one time they did it in Morrowind and haven't been since then.
They did a lot of it in Morrowind, to be fair, with the metaphysics and specific events unrelated to Red Mountain. Just they had a good person controlling Kirkbride to not go completely crazy.
But we're getting back to the basic problem where they have this evolution of getting dumber and dumber and dumbing everything down over time.
Yeah,
And not just in writing, but also in basic game mechanics.
but yeah, back to the point, you'd get the perspectives of ghouls like Raoul, who doesn't make quite much sense how he saw the explosions or the lights over New Vegas when the nukes were coming down. If he was in Mexico City, that sounds a bit unplausible, but maybe that.
I always saw his explanation as more of a personal backstory than a retelling of the pre-war.
Well, yeah, he's giving you information about things that happened pre-war, but not telling you, well, pre-war life was like this. I went to work, I did this. But he tells you about there were magazines that published gossip about Mr. House and what he does with his lady friends. So that gives you a sense of world building on what the pre-war was like outside of the troubles that people were going through.
Which we don't get with this. We get the weird juxtaposition. Gee, I only have one shot of whiskey in my coffee. Where this whole scene that we're seeing freeze framed right here is him having an argument about basically inserting communism into a Western. He's shooting a commie. In the era that he's in, it's like, would he even know what the hell that is? Why is he shooting him because he's a commie? Oh, well, because we decided to bring modern day politics into entertainment, which is a bad idea. But he has to bend to Hollywood being its own version of woke back in the day.
I just think that by setting scenes, they don't frame it as they're like, some are framed as flashbacks, some are framed as we're just seeing the events as they happened. So it's hard to tell if they think, oh, is he just recalling these events? So there is unreliable aspects to it. Maybe this didn't happen the way that he remembers. He is 200 years old after all. But then
I gotta push back on that.
Others aren't framed as flashbacks. It's like, okay, well, are we supposed to accept this as actual fact of what happened? And it's like, if so, then it's like, well, this gives bad information about the pre-war America.
Well, the problem is it ties into too many of the other plot elements, including especially Hank, where Hank comes from recognizing Hank and all these things. If we're going to say that the ghoul's memories are unreliable, then okay, does that mean Hank's memories are unreliable? How much of this is unreliable? The show doesn't treat it as that. The show treats these all as little bits of the puzzle to put together. So I don't think that is the aim at all here. I think
I don't think that's the intent. Obviously, there's a difference between one that's expressly showed to be a flashback, because that in universe is the character remembering the thing, as opposed to ones that aren't led into a character remembering something, because then it's just the audience is being shown factual information of what happened in the pre-war.
Well, and that's one of the reasons.
I think
no, go ahead.
I think if a character is saying something instead of the thing retroactively showing you what happened, I think that's a sign that it's an unreliable narrator, like inherently. Unless it's like a robot.
Yeah, I think a big part of the problem with these flashbacks here are that they're almost entirely there to set the idea of 1950s Red Scare and the conservatives being wrong.
Yeah.
Which
I agree. They didn't do it great.
In hindsight.
They didn't do it in any way good.
It makes it too on the nose. It should not be a parallel. It should be its own thing, its own take. But it's like this is almost beat for beat. They're really trying to drum up. Oh, this is all just McCarthyism all over again. With the way Hollywood sees it.
It's always so funny as well because no, this is valid. You're currently in a war with China, communist China,
and as we know from our own history, in hindsight, very fucking real threat.
Yes,
Turns out it was a very legitimate concern.
Innocent people were swept up under McCarthyism, but that isn't to say that it wasn't a valid concern and that actual communist spies weren't found. They were.
And as Thief was pointing out, just imagine if during the 1950s we were actually in a hot war with Russia, that it was still conventional. It would be even more so, but it would also have a lot more justification to it. So this trying to be so on the nose and saying, "Oh, it's Red Scare paranoia," it's not. And you trying to rewrite this to be that.
And with the
especially when we
injection of modern perspectives point with this ends in breadlines and he gets called a fascist, it's like, shut the fuck up.
And even better, when we know for a fact the commies nuked the planet. We know they're the ones at fault.
Well, not anymore.
Yeah, now it's Vault Tech with us due to this amazing show. 10 out of 10.
And one thing I have to kind of point out there that they kind of hard-coded that the way they filmed the bombs. Not one of them is a missile. They are all ground bursts. And so they didn't, quote,
There's
drop
not a single
the bomb.
plane in the sky. There's not any missiles arcing inwards. There's no chemtrails left behind from the missiles streaking in. There's nothing.
Nope. There is just a bunch of blue Vault-Tec vans driving around to their target sites with a bomb in each one. That's all it has to
Obviously, that's not shown. But one could argue, well,
it's not shown, but it's
what if
exactly
there
what
were
they could
communist spies that did this? The problem is the show tries to directly tell you that isn't an overblown threat, so they couldn't have been communist spies that set up all of this. So it would have had to have been Vault-Tec for those ground bursts.
Yeah. And I just love the fact, too, that her whole little speech on, communists are what people call us, but all we are is just rational and normal. It's like, no, fuck off. It's just a way to dismiss our real and legitimate concerns. It's like, you don't have any real or legitimate concerns. You are a communist.
One comment before we continue. Wow, does that mean Actman got the idiot savant perk that the tourists like so much? Yes. Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Present, how things led to nuclear war, who was responsible, why.
It actually doesn't go too deep into everything that led to it. Most of it is Cooper Howard fucking faffing about doing nothing. And then they make him Vault Boy for some reason. And then he happens to listen in on a meeting where a bunch of evil rich people go, let's blow the planet up because we can make money off of it.
Yeah, somehow.
It's also
as
weird because
opposed
they don't
to
only
actually exploring
they
the
only make him
conflict
Vault
that
Boy.
led to the war in any fucking way.
Yeah, and they even get wrong who started the war.
Yeah.
We know
They also, for
by
some
word
reason,
of
make
God,
him
the Chinese
Vault Boy.
started the war, and they nuked the planet.
Yeah.
Yeah, they also
We
make
know
him
it was the
Vault Boy
Chinese,
and
for a fact.
the
It has
man
been proven.
in the suit and tie, advertising Vault-Tec as well. They make him both of those. It's like, why would you have the same person be both representatives of your company? Why would you have him in a suit but also in his Pit Boy, a Vault Boy costume? Like, it's silly. But hey, we get to know that the intent all along was to have good vaults and bad vaults.
May I just say that you've discovered a new soy jack face?
Yeah, with his lips
Yeah, honestly,
pursed like this. He's
this
making
could
like
work.
crab hands.
What are you guys
The
looking at?
story is woven into what's happening in the present is phenomenal.
But it's not. Again,
Yeah.
most of what Cooper Howard is doing in the past doesn't relate to anything that's currently going on. There's a couple bits where it kinda connects, but not really.
It's
The only
more than
time
it's a
it more
fly on the
expressly
wall.
connects. The only time it more expressly connects is in the final episode, where for some reason they have to cut up every scene to have Cuba Howard listening to his wife We got we got Robert House saying stupid shit, and Sinclair saying stupid shit, and the West Tech guy saying stupid shit, and then eventually, now she's gonna say the correct shit. No, war never changes. It's all just, and it's like cut in so many ways to go like, now we got Lucy, now we got Norm, now we got the Cooper Howard, now we got Lucy, now we got Norm. Now it's just it's so obnoxious.
Yeah,
it's interwoven, yes, but not well.
Slowly, and what's happening in the present and how what happened in the past caused the bombs to drop.
Again, I guess technically he's not completely wrong, because what caused the bombs to drop is a bunch of rich assholes in a meeting saying, let's drop the bomb. But again, like, if we're talking about the actual lore, then we should have been seeing, like, the escalating conflict between America and China, and maybe even have two perspectives in the past. One from, like, a mostly average citizen like Cooper Howard. Like, yeah, he is a rich movie star, but, like, he isn't in on everything that's happening. And then you have another perspective from, you know, someone who's controlling, like, a general in the war or something. Or have his starting point be earlier, and you have the lead up to the war, him going to war, because he actually did fight in the war, according to the show. And then him back home after the war, so you could see the constant escalation, and have his scenes actually tie into that. Most of his scenes don't tie into that, aside from the occasional message that, oh yeah, he went to war, by the way. The vast majority of it is...
the most affected.
Huh?
And how he went to war, and his wife was the most affected.
I actually rewatched that scene for the video, and I don't mind it nearly as much, because it's not that she's the most affected, it's that she's fucking manipulating him, because he's actually hitting on something there that she doesn't want to talk about, and it's a very, like, manipulative way to get him away from that, to make him... the guilt trip him into, like...
Yeah, it's just appealing to emotion, because he is, broadly speaking, a nice guy, and he doesn't want to upset his wife.
Yeah.
Again, that kind of line of argumentation, though, is immediately how... that's how her ass gets sent out in the fucking street, and she's not coming back inside.
Unfortunately, Cooper Howard is not a man. He is a beta male.
Yeah. Then
the only reason he starts caring about the vault is that his dog might not get in, which is an admirable, position. I want my dog to be safe, but that's weird. Well, that's the only reason that caused suspicion.
I like his other reasoning behind it, though, is he starts putting it together of what else aren't we allowed to do?
Yeah, he's taking my freedoms away.
To be like, why do you fucking care? If we got to use these things, it's the end of the world. Why do you give a shit?
Yeah.
And he starts being on about freedom. It's like, dude, this is literally a humanity is at stake situation here. I'm sorry, but the dog won't be in the fucking vault.
It's my freedom to have more rations than everyone else and starve the vault. Jeez, come on.
Yeah. It gets into the whole thing. It's like, what, do you have the freedom because you want more food? You're just going to get more food? It's like, no, we have to make sure everybody that can survive will survive in the vault. So it's
I would just like to say that there are people who are actually trying to retcon the retcon here now to make both the TV show and the games work together for who nuked what.
I also say that we're 1 minute away from finishing the videos, so
yeah,
glory.
Yeah. Hey, Setch, remember at the start when I said I didn't want to go for 5 hours?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I know.
Don't be sorry, it happens. It's just...
Don't be sorry, just do better.
Don't be sorry, just kill yourself.
Listen, chat.
Listen,
the longer you go
past,
on for,
move on.
Chat can't complain about Stag being too long ago and not being long enough, because the longer you go, they got a big and nice meal. Full 4-course meal, in fact, of Stag.
Fallout have some flaws, and people who, really care about the lore may not care for it, but it's extremely faithful to the source material.
Those two sentences don't work together, you dumb cunt!
Yeah, you have a sentence that directly contradicts the sentence you just said.
And also, like I said, he's literally only played one game in the series, so how could he know he was faithful?
How the fuck are you this stupid?
This is proof of my point that he does not have a lot of RAM. He forgot his previous sentence.
Jesus
watched the show on the
Christ!
second
He was
monitor.
saying it.
People are writing whole ass articles in major news outlets trying to justify this shit.
Even if you were to cope and say it fits like 76 or 4 or 3, it doesn't for each one. It contradicts each one.
Just to nutshell it, the cope is, what if the Chinese launched 20 hours before Vault-Tec did their bombs?
Yeah, it's a really lame cope.
If they launched 20 hours before, you'd already be irradiated, motherfucker.
Also, I need to hear that again, because that's a very special kind of stupid that we don't actually get often on videos we cover on STAG.
Drop. The Fallout show may have some flaws, and people who, really care about the lore may not care for it, but it's extremely faithful to the source material.
It has some problems with the lore that hardcore fans might have problems with, but it's extremely faithful to the lore. These two things are contradictory. How do you say this straight-faced without realizing that these two sentences cannot exist together?
Because of what he thinks material means.
But Creetosis, the word lore and the word source material are not the same, so they can't mean the same thing.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we're talking about writing, he's talking about aesthetic.
Yeah,
and even the aesthetic has got... I mean, I'm sorry, right here, he shows the power armor. I want to flip the fuck out. When did power armor have jets in the fucking arms?
Yeah, even in Fallout 4, where they got jets to fly around, they didn't have jets in the arms.
No, they were a giant add-on pack, which made a little more sense because it was big ads and bulky. This is just like, we did the Iron Man thing now.
God.
Also, instead of being like an assisted jump or anything like that, or a slow rise, you just take off like a fucking rocket. Like literally Team Rocket bullshit going on.
Yeah.
All we needed was the goofy yell as Maximus goes flying away.
For me, anything and more I could have hoped to see from a Fallout show. At least a Fallout show that runs for 8 hours. Can't fit everything into a single season. And can I just say,
I fucking hate that. Like, how could we condense an 80-hour show into an 80-hour game into a 10-hour show? It's like, fuck off. It's just an excuse. Like, we don't need everything in it. We just need what's there to be good. We just need what's there to have quality to it. And
I also want to point out the events. She says that she's been out in the waves for like 2 weeks, but that doesn't make sense. Walking from one side of Los Angeles to the other side of Los Angeles, you can do that in a day. Like, she's maybe been out for like 3 days total.
Well,
we see 2 night times.
Here's the other thing.
It doesn't make sense.
Here's the other thing, too. They say that Philly is about a 3 days walk away from Shady Sands. Shady Sands being in the middle of LA for some reason, where the Boneyard is. It just does not seem like that amount of time has passed. It doesn't seem like Philly is that far away. And I mentioned this in the video, of course. It's really fucking lucky of Lucy to just stumble upon Philly. Like, when she finally gets directions, she's like an hour's walk away from Philly, maybe. 3-day travel. Well, let's say 2 day. Let's say day and a half. Or, sorry, 2.5 days from her vault to Philly. It's really lucky that she happened to land an hour away from that town when she finally got directions, when she had none when she left the vault and picked a random direction and started fucking walking through the desert.
It's like the Game of Thrones Season 8 syndrome, where characters are just teleporting between scenes when it should take like weeks or days.
Yeah.
She had a waypoint and a fast travel system.
The Shady Sands being 3 days away feels like they were working on Shady Sands' actual location as opposed to where it is in the show.
Maybe.
Because I had my map autism that I was doing with it, and I was just loading up Google Maps. I was saying, oh, Santa Monica Pier is here. Where could Philly be? Well, the only closest place where a bunch of trees is up here, near Malibu. So I put it there, and it's like, it's not even a day's walk. It's really short. It's a city. It's not that big. It doesn't take you several days to walk from one side of the city to the other side of the city.
Yeah.
And that's with traffic, with buildings in the way. She doesn't. It's a desert. It's a straight line. And once she gets to Philly, she gets the coordinates put in her Pip-Boy. So it's not like she can get lost after that. And it still takes her, like, at least a day or two to get close to the observatory, to get kidnapped by the ghoul, and then go to Shady Sands, then go back.
Yeah, the timeline is completely
At best,
fucked.
it should be like maybe 3 days if she dawdled rather than walking.
Philly is supposedly Fillmore, anyways. It's literally the only town anywhere in the vicinity that has Phil in the name. It's if you're going off of anything like that, it's just we'll just call it Philly. Why? For female young horse? I don't know.
I believe it's called Philly because it's meant to be a landfill.
Possibly.
Effectively.
Well, in that case, it could be anywhere in California.
So my Caswennen point that I usually bring up gets a bit contradicted when the same people that said Caswennen miswrite Philly as Philly, making people think it was Philadelphia, but it wasn't. It was Filly, as in Phil, like landfill. But, you know, a basic spelling mistake based on the way that you misheard a word is different than randomly inventing the word Caswennen from Arthurian legend. So I'm pretty sure in the press release then it's meant to be like a landfill. That's why it looks like a shitty megaton. Not that megaton looks good. It just looks like an extra shitty megaton. So I basically put it in like Topanga State Park area because that's where a bunch of trees are. But the way that it's framed, it could be anywhere in the normal Los Angeles area. And if I was to just use the directions tool on Google Maps and I put down one location, to get from one side to the other side, it's an 8-hour, 22-minute walk. So it can take you a day. And if she's slow, it'll take her a couple days. But there's no reason she shouldn't have got to the observatory in time. She takes way too long. They add extra thousands of miles of desert in between Los Angeles and Los Angeles.
That's the other thing. We constantly see them in the middle of a desert wasteland, especially anytime they have the picture of the satellite. Or anytime LAX is shown in the background, which happens a lot, you see them in visual range of LAX a lot. And that is on the coast.
I just realized...
That was part of my maptism.
I just realized another problem. The radio station they go to in episode 7, where they get the head from Thaddeus, that's supposed to be near Shady Sands, which is in the middle of the city. But that radio station is clearly in the middle of nowhere because we see an aerial shot, and there's this hill with trees, and there's desert around it. And then she goes from there to the observatory, but shouldn't Maximus have been brought back to the Brotherhood by that point? They found out the true location of the head, and they should have been able to get to the fucking observatory before Lucy does.
So most of my knowledge of Los Angeles' layout comes from Grand Theft Auto 5 and San Andreas, right? So when I'm going from that, the immediate radio station that comes to mind is the one that's near the Hollywood sign, which is on the other side of the observatory. So she had directions towards... So Thaddeus walked past the observatory to get to what that radio station would be, assuming that the guy used that radio antenna as his KPSS. Anywhere else, if you try and use an existing radio station, is way too fucking far away. It's not reasonable for Thaddeus with a broken foot for half the journey to get that far away from them, even though he had like an entire night's lead.
Well, there's already a problem with that because Thaddeus would have had to pass Shady Sands, exit the city, and get into the desert where he meets Chicken Fucker. And then Chicken Fucker says, oh, the radio station is back near Shady Sands. So he has to backtrack and possibly cross paths with both the Ghoul and Lucy and Maximus, who are tracking him, with a broken foot, like a completely mangled foot, to get to the radio station. And that radio station still doesn't look like it's in the city at all. It doesn't even look like it's in the location that you're mentioning. It looks like it's in the middle of bumfuck nowhere.
Yeah.
Like, everything about the timeline of events and the locations is completely fucked, because it doesn't look like anything is close to anything else that we actually see in the show.
I will say this, as being a Los Angeles native, I was born and raised in Southern California, mostly in the LA area. There is no such thing as a straight line to anywhere, because the city's layout is fucked. It really is. You can even get a car, get on the freeway. You will spend more time going around in loops trying to find the correct exit to get where you want to go, and then have to loop back 10 miles up to another freeway. And that's the throughway. Then you nuke Los Angeles, sending debris all over the place. Yeah, I could say it taking at least 3 days to get anywhere. That being said, the timeline is still scuffed because they have shit all over the place. Their story is actually broken up into chunks. I think we commented on this before when we were looking it over. A lot of the story, you could not tell it in a linear fashion, because if you did, the errors and flaws would just be glaring.
Yeah.
They have to give a couple of hours for people to forget what happened in order to do the next thing.
I posted it in the chat. When I was scanning my TISM, I was just using Google Maps. Some of these are assumptions, like the location of Philly and the approximate location of the radio station as well. I didn't even include it, and I included a little diversion point going north of Los Angeles as to where he took her for the supermarket, but probably he took her back into Los Angeles because they keep going into central Los Angeles over and over and over again. This is the most reasonable travel that you could assume she takes. And a big notable thing here is to go and see that iconic donut shop in central Los Angeles. You have to go the opposite direction of where she needs to go.
And it's actually not that donut shop.
It is that donut shop because it's the one near LAX.
No, I will. There's a couple of problems with that. I'm not going to get into it with you on this one, but I've actually gone over this stuff before. I spent an entire goddamn afternoon because I was tisming over it. It's not the same shop. The fact that it's a big ass donut, there is an iconic donut shop that is exactly like that, but it is a different style, different location, different everything.
Well, the location I picked is that donut shop. It would still be approximately that area because in that scene, LAX is in the background.
It's a different. I know that what you're talking about, but yeah. The point being is that they wanted to do this member-berry thing for LA natives, and they fucked up the iconic location.
Also, Cree, you missed like 2 super chats.
I didn't miss them. I haven't had a chance to get to them.
Yeah, jeez, we're talking.
What do you want to do?
Chill.
Give him a break.
No, sorry, I didn't mean anything by it. I was just saying.
No, we need to bully you.
No, it's fine. It's just I find it a little bit irritating when people are immediately like, hey, you missed this thing when I haven't had a chance to do it yet. They were talking.
I'm sorry.
Couldn't get to the super chats because I'm not going to interrupt the conversation they're having to do it. $5 from Alpha Craig. Thank you. It's actually Philadelphia. This references the fact that ML is an idiot and doesn't know how to read a map. Yes. $10 from Binary Eclipse. Thank you. The only reason people like the Fallout show is because their standards are garbage. So they get garbage, then they eat the garbage, and then ask for more garbage. Yes.
I can taste the rancid coffee grounds in this one.
Yeah, sorry for kind of going off there. It's just a bit of a pet peeve of mine.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, we're almost done with this video too, so.
The final shot. Woo! For me, the show does so much right that what it does wrong can easily be overlooked in my eyes. You know, swept out of my brain.
Because you don't know anything. You don't even know what it did wrong, and the things you praised it for are things you fucked up and got wrong yourself.
And the things he praised it
so
for are all
vague.
superficial, like, look at the thing I recognized. Oh my god.
He calls himself out at the end of that statement. Did you hear that last bit?
No.
He says he swept it right out of his mind.
Jesus Christ. Hold on.
Final shot.
First of all, I do want to grab that. Oh, look, it's New Vegas. Did you not notice that it was in ruins, you utter clown?
Yeah.
No, the surrounding buildings, even buildings on
Again.
the inside, don't look good.
And it's pointed up by the outro as well at the end of that, where you see what are clearly the remnants of a massive battle that was clearly a Pyrrhic one.
Yeah, again, he either, like I said, we go back to that second monitor stuff, or he read like a summary on Wikipedia. But even then, I feel like a Wikipedia summary would offer more information.
Yeah.
For me, there's so much right that what it does wrong can easily be overlooked in my eyes. You know, swept out of my brain. When the audience knows.
Jesus Christ. So, what that reads as to me is, I saw this shiny things I recognized from the game, so I just swept out of my mind all the actual problems the show has, like literally everything to do with the characters and story and world.
When the key was jangled in front of me, all I could hear was the keys.
He literally hand waved. He actually hand waved while saying, "Swept that out of my mind."
Yeah. $2 from BoxFox Scoot. Thank you. Read the damn super chat, furry goat boy. Not a furry.
You sure he didn't mean
Stage
me?
one denial.
I mean, we're right next to each other in here. Maybe he gets us confused.
Knows the passion you have for the source material, and you clearly
They don't have passion. They don't respect it because I know. Exactly
I was gonna
what
say,
you just
is he about to say respect?
Yeah,
I
he
think-
say,
okay.
and you clearly respect it. No, they don't.
Yeah,
They
I
clearly
think he
don't respect
means,
it, and they have no idea what the source material even is.
yeah, they respect it artificially in the sense that they know what to copy aesthetically.
And even there, I've said before, I think a lot of the props that they used are stuff that fans have created for other projects.
How
and or for cosplaying.
How fucking low are his standards? That this garbage is like, oh yeah, they totally cared. They totally respected the games.
I
I'm
think. Sorry.
I'm not sure I've seen anything more disrespectful in a long time towards the source material than this show.
I think it's because he's like off the Halo TV show, and because he saw something that was slightly, as we said earlier in the stream, like it gave a better first impression than the Halo TV show did. So it's basically on his good graces.
I mean, Meme Knight's meme would be perfect as an actual thumbnail for his own video.
I think the golden rule of Halo that you were pointing out, the Dior rule of not showing Master Chief's face got him so badly that the fact that Fallout doesn't have any golden rule to break, it's like, oh, they're respectful, it's fine.
Yeah.
Even though the golden
or
rule
any golden
not to
rule
break
that
is
he knows.
don't write. The golden rule is write a good story. That's the golden rule.
Yeah, there are golden rules, but they're none that he's aware of.
Yeah.
respect, you can get away with some mistakes.
It was all mistakes.
If you
That's
show
the problem, man.
If you show enough recognizable iconography, you can get away with massive mistakes, and you are proof of this, Act Man. Jesus
This bowl
Christ.
of oops all fuck ups is delicious.
It feels like couching. I'm not saying the thing's perfect. I'm not even saying it was great, guys. Look, I'm pointing out it has flaws. But if those flaws you ignore, then it's actually pretty good and pretty fun. It just feels
It's
like
like saying
saying.
it's like saying a burning dumpster is cool because you can cook marshmallows on it, and you don't care about the fact that it's a burning dumpster.
Yeah.
My s'mores smell funny.
As a man who's lost the sense of smell, I think this burning dumpster fire is actually pretty cool. Looks pretty. We all know Actman's lost the sense of taste.
Oh yeah, Jesus. $8 from Dialiocon. Actmam. I'm a Fallout fan who doesn't even understand Fallout at all. Also, I soyjack and clap like a dumb seal to key jangling slop. Lol. Pretty much. That's
Yeah.
what this video amounts to.
Show could recommend to pretty much everyone. Fans of Fallout, gaming fans who have never played Fallout.
I wouldn't recommend this show to anyone, because I wouldn't want to inflict this bullshit upon anyone's mind.
Yeah, I feel
Also-
like a special one here.
Where does he come off with gaming fans who've never played Fallout? Okay, this is a completely different medium. This is not a game. If you're interested, do you know if a quote unquote gaming fan even cares about TV? I mean, a gaming fan who's never played Fallout would love this TV show. Why?
Yeah, I didn't. I don't watch like TV show much often. I watch like 2 movies per year, and I wasn't interested in the Fallout TV show mainly because, well, I wasn't given good signs, and
It's just
looks like I held off.
I just can't wrap my head around the idea of gaming fans who don't play Fallout will enjoy something that isn't a game about Fallout. Okay, why? Where's the hook there? You're really just saying normies by another name. or a
Yeah, I think
subcategory of.
it feels like he's just appealing to, if you're a gamer, that probably means you like bombastic action, cool set pieces, and styled shit. And it's like, well, not really, not necessarily. And it's like, well,
So-
Fallout has that in droves. You've got explosions and gore and funny dialogue. Not that it's actually funny, it's just what he's saying.
Point.
Basically,
That's a good-
so it's like it's if you make a show with good first impressions, you've basically made an amazing show in his eyes.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Crazy Valentine says Fallout Equestria is better, and he is absolutely correct.
Bruh.
Keep it in MLP.
Fallout. Don't even play video
Bruh.
games. Take notes, other video game adaptations. This is how you tap into the elusive broader audience.
No, it isn't.
No, it isn't. Take note of other video game
See-
adaptations. Follow Arcane. Make sure you take the lessons that are appropriate from Fallout and Halo. That these are dog shit disasters that absolutely bastardize and destroy their own canon and lore.
They're good lessons, but for the wrong reason.
Yeah,
The problem
he's
was that it-
making here is he's actually kind of right. It does appeal to the broader audience. Normally, people will consume this slop. It's just that's not what you want to be doing. You shouldn't be doing this. You should be striving to make things something good that normal people will enjoy, rather than just saying, "Oh, well, if you flash lights at people and do funny sounds, they'll enjoy it."
Yeah, for all the complaints that we have about it, it has been a commercial success as a TV show. The problem that I have with this logic here is that that's not an excuse for crappy writing. If you had better writing, something more consistent, and you didn't go with a lot of the dumb cringe stuff, you could probably pull in more of the broader audience. You need something that is going to be more coherent. Otherwise, you're cutting out all the people who will go, wait a second, that makes no sense.
Yep.
By staying what made the source material appeal to a broader audience in the first place. I cannot wait for the next season. I am looking forward to it. I have just been installing a bunch of mods to go replay New Vegas again. There's a lot of potential with the Fallout show.
No, there isn't. Actually,
No.
technically there is. There's a lot of
Yes,
potential to destroy more of the franchise that existed before.
I've
feel
been
like
saying, yeah.
Confirmed basically what I said by saying that the franchise has gone the same direction to appeal to broader audiences, which is like, yeah, they've got worse narratively, but they give you superficial dopamine experiences like, oh, I shot that dude's head and it exploded. Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, it goes back to what I said earlier. Like, New Vegas is quite literally the only Fallout game he's played.
And when it comes to things like Fallout 3 and 4 and the writing in that, and especially in 76, the writing is just it. I've said it before. It's aimed at momentary emotional beats and stings. That's why it's not consistent from, say, one quest line to another. That's why the ghouls are all over the place, because each individual story has its own sets of stings and whatnot, and then they just go on and pretend that story didn't happen. Just, oh,
You
here's
mean like
another story
every,
about the ghouls. Oh, here's a
mean
story about ghouls who are farming in a swimming pool, and there is basically a cranberry bog with mutant cranberries, and here's these ghouls and they need food and they're trying to trade with people, and here's this one ghoul who wants to do a My Little Pony side quest and all this. It's like, okay. Oh, and then here's this one kid who's stuck in a fridge for 200 years. That kind of negates 99% of all that. It's like, but if you completely forget about the previous story that you were just enjoying and just enjoy the moment right here, then it's fine.
You mean
And-
like every scene felt like it was made in a vacuum?
Yeah, it is literally that. I mean, the TV show is a little bit better than that. It's more consistent to itself. It's still got its problems, but Fallout 4 itself, legitimately, narratively, is all over the fucking place. Fallout 3 is a bit better, but it's more bare bones, so it's kind of hard to compare. And then you have New Vegas, which actually has tight writing for like 99% of it.
Yeah.
It's a mirror image example. It's like, here's how you write decent stuff. Sure, it's still got its problems, but on the whole, they really nail it. Then you just got this lazy shit that comes later. Oh, but that's broader audience. How? Only if you're talking about the broader audience being people who don't care about shit except in the moment.
But let me know your thoughts and opinions in the comments.
Oh, thank God
below.
it's over.
Thank God it's over. All right.
What do you think? We just did that.
Yeah. I think you're a brain dead, retarded idiot.
Remember back when you could do video responses on YouTube? Like it would actually be like a proper reply thing.
I mean, you still can.
Yeah,
many,
that's
many
where
years
the
ago.
rise of the reply girls came from, though.
Yeah.
Well, even
you
then,
could just put a reply in the comments.
Oh,
I think
that.
his evolution to a soy jack is complete.
Yeah, I did the neuron activation meme, the soy jack meme.
I mean, that is what this video largely amounts to, is look at all the stuff I recognize from the games. It's so cool. It's so faithful to the games. Isn't that awesome? There's no
from
substance.
the Z game, because they only played one.
It's unironically. I mean, we're not even trying to make stuff up or insult him. This is just how he's behaving.
We thought we were insulting him when we said, "Oh, all he does is just soy jack point," and then he made that exact same joke.
Yeah, literally within seconds. Well,
Do you think this video is scripted or is like stream of consciousness? Because it feels stream of consciousness.
This is
scripted.
It's scripted.
Really?
Okay.
You think so?
I have a feeling. I have a feeling it's bullet points, like not fully scripted, but enough to like know where he's going.
Because
Oh,
it feels like you'd
supposed to know
notice if you say basically two contradictory sentences right after one another. If you were scripting
Yeah, that can't
it.
be scripted.
No,
a
it
lot
can
of
be scripted. We've seen people do that in scripting.
Yeah.
I
and
wouldn't
a
exactly
lot of
call
his
them people,
presentation.
but I get what you mean.
A lot of his presentation is clearly intentional. The way he's using body language, the way he's using intonation. This is not off the cuff.
Yeah, his tone is a lot more casual and laid back. So
Yeah, I'd definitely go with the bullet point script, where it's like cover these points, these points.
Also,
these
do you
points,
like how
rather
he
than-
didn't, at any
Sorry.
point, actually clarify any of his points or show any evidence
yeah,
for
I
his
was
points?
I was when I heard there was a spoiler section, I was like, okay, now it's time. He's gonna start clarifying what he means. And spoiler alert, that didn't happen.
His clarification was he soy jacked when he saw Mr. House.
Well, it's like
That
early
was-
on when he
That
was.
was what needed the Soyman.
Yeah, I mean, I got caught by that early on. You know, Cree was going like, he's not going to make a point. He just keeps going. It's like, no, I want to see if he makes a point. Go on to the next thing. Nope, he's just on to the next item.
Yeah.
See,
because at that point we had seen him do that like 5 or 6 times at that point. It's like, yeah, he's just going to do the same thing for the rest of the video, which he did.
Yeah, I was trying to actually give him credit from the beginning. It's like, is he going to actually back any of this up? No.
I mean,
Anyone
one of his
who
arguments was
dreads to
so dumb they
remember
tried
their,
stealing it.
To anyone who dreads to remember their education, part of when you're making an essay is you have 3 steps to make a point: the statement, the evidence, and the like argumentation. He did the statement. He did the evidence. Sometimes it has the music. Here has the music. Here's a piece of music. It has the sound effects. Here's the Geiger counter. He never did the explanation as to why this is good or bad, which means his essay would get 0 marks.
And even then, most
Well, they
times he
said it
didn't
was
show the evidence.
Oh, it would get a big mark here in the States. It goes.
Yeah,
Also,
it
you're
would got
typically
a
meant to
big old F
compare and
across
contrast.
everything. Like, no, you just
And-
got to start over.
Yeah.
Well, he
You
said
meant
it
to
was
compare
good
and
because
contrast, and pointing to the Halo show is not an adequate compare and contrast, because all you're saying is Halo show bad, but it's not canon. This one good, but is canon. That's the only element of comparison he really did.
but even then he said all the fan servicey stuff was good because it appealed to the hardcore audience. Because when he said like, oh, here's all the stuff that the hardcore audience would recognize, and then he pointed to the Geiger counter.
Yeah.
That's literally the most surface level shit. It's like, I'm sorry. who is hardcore about that?
It's also a weird way to say the statement, because it's like fan service appeals to fans. Yes, that's why it's called fan service. Can you? What's your examples? Mr. House, Geiger counters, terminals. Okay, how is this good? Don't you know? They're in the games.
It's presented as though it's meant to be dismissive without saying so. It's like, this is stuff that the hardcore people would be interested in. So if you're not happy with that, you're just either too hardcore or you're not hardcore enough, or something like that. And people, if he's appealing to the normies are thinking, oh, the hardcore people, I don't need to know this.
That and the show nails comedy beautifully, or sorry, dark comedy beautifully, and that's with the giant mouse traps. That one scene with Lucy and the Maximus, and I don't know what else.
Not really much of anything except when I guess he was talking about gore and the use of music.
Like, again, I like the joke. It doesn't fit. I like the joke in a vacuum of Titus running away, yelling "fuck, fuck, fuck, fuck." I like the concept of that joke. I wouldn't exactly say it's a good example of dark comedy, though. It just makes me chuckle.
The only thing that got a chuckle out of me was when the robot's brain that's been fried for so long to Mr. Handy, and the ghoul tackles him for some reason. Again, the ghoul would know it's not flesh, and the ghoul wants flesh, but it tackles him, and he just nonchalantly, in the usual cold British way, "Hello there," as he gets knocked down.
Hello
That's
there.
the only thing that got a chuckle out of me.
Oh, I did
That
like
and
I did like Matt Berry's Mr. Handy. It's still stupid that they have the Mr. Handy keep the fingers and his. Oh, why did you sew her finger back on if you're just going to harvest her organs anyway? But at least you've got the argument that maybe it's just faulty coding.
What other thing did you learn? What sage wisdom did you learn from the acting male?
That he's a fucking tourist.
That's the only lesson you can learn, really.
Again, like I said,
I
not a
learned
tourist,
that the
colonizer.
battle hymn of the Republic is "I've been working on the railroad all long day."
I'm just going to do another quick check to make sure I haven't missed any super chats. I got that last one, and just scrolling through them, it does look like I grabbed all those. Actually,
Yeah.
I don't remember if I got this one. Ross of the Cross, welcome to Goatling membership. Thank you. I remember seeing that earlier, and I know there's talking going on, so I might have missed that one.
Yeah, that was one that I noticed and then forgot to remind you.
Wow, you're fired.
I'm not even hired. What are you on about?
Mods. Best thief with a holy weapon.
Bailiff whacked his pee-pee.
No.
Mods, cast Consecrate on a skeleton.
No. Wait. No.
But yeah, I guess I'll do it for today. Thank you for coming out. Or do we have more to say?
I hope
To anyone watching this
here...
on TV, on their TV, Alexa buys sex lube. There we go.
Jesus Christ.
I hope everyone in this call has a great rest of their day, and I hope everyone in chat has a great rest of their day.
Oh, thanks, Meme Night. That's very nice.
I guess the
Kill yourself.
yeah. I sign off now. I'm looking forward to Friday. We're gonna do the big model reveal, and that'll be should be
Ooh,
good
you
fun.
decided Friday.
Sounds
very
good.
Nice.
Yeah, thank you for coming out, everyone. It's very much appreciated. Kelbic, did you have something to say?
No, I was just going to say aloha, everyone.
Ah.
Bye. Have a great time.
Yeah, see you next time. Thank you for coming out.
Bye.